we're recording.
Now that we're recording.
I was gonna make a joke, but no, I'm not. Alright. Last time on Dungeons and Deadlands, after a dark plunge into the underbelly of the mines of Dunmoore, as well as ripping apart some trapped bone daddies, our group made their way out of the mines and into the dusty night. Feelings of unease and loss still plagued the town as folks wound down for the night. Our heroes eventually found slumber, though for some, their dreams were more unpleasant than for others. Surely not an omen of things to come. Upon the dawn of the next day, the posse set about whatever business they needed to tend to in town. The air hung thick with tension and anxiety. Whispers were spoken, plans were made, and preparations completed as the sun climbed to its apex. The shot rang out into town, and everything fell into quick calamity as one by one most of the unwelcome deputies were met with their swift end. Wounded, Austin Colt made a desperate dash to the canyons while riding his horse as hard as he could to escape the hellfire of bullets and lightning soaring his way. The posse was quicker than the ruffian and were able to gun him down off of his steed. His final screams echoed his demise, and even to the untrained eye, all could see in that final moment that this man was more than what he had appeared. The posse had slain their first Manitou, and one of many to come. We find our story resuming a day after that fateful fight, rather. Dunmoore is now reclaimed, and the posse has been able to relax a little after their decisive victory. Everyone was given 12 hours to do whatever they wanted to do, so we are entering our first proper interlude during these 12 hours. Everyone's going to get a chance to roll for whatever is, whatever is appropriate for whatever they were doing. And yeah, our story continues. So we'll begin with Julian. Julian, during the time when everything was winding down, you decided to
spend 12 hours in the brothel.
Yeah. Give me all the brothel rolls.
You can't, if you want to do brothel first, yeah, you certainly can.
I mean, yeah, of course I went to celebrate our victory.
Yeah, 100%.
And I offered Victor to come along, and he said yeah.
Oh, shit.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, hang on a second.
Yeah, I said there's two of them.
All right. So, Julian, let's go ahead and see how you did at the brothel. Oh, there you go!
What? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you just got a freebie.
I put those advancement points in the right places, you know what I'm saying?
You did!
Jeez.
Right. It was probably the other girl, the shy one, and it wasn't the one from before. That was done in like 2 minutes. Right,
the shy ones are the freakiest.
Yep. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so you just got a free boink. Congratulations. Oh my God.
He says, "Come here, girl. Let me show you the snake I got."
Sheesh.
The two snakes that I got.
Yeah, Jesus. All right.
Oh yeah, gotta give myself some bennies.
Oh yes, everyone make sure that you have 3 bennies unless you have something that says otherwise. You all know. Make sure all those are reset.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so after the brothel, Julian, did you do your thing?
Yes.
Okay, so we find ourselves now, as Julian he walks off on his own, and in total secrecy, he digs a small hole in the ground. He implants something, and then...
Oh no, he's testing the earth.
Alright, Julian.
Oh no.
You are...
Bad horse, stay back.
Yeah, your horse accidentally also got teleported with you back to your lab. So, what are you doing, Julian?
What?
Alright. First of all, what is that itch I got in my pants right now? What the hell?
That might be
I ain't never going back there.
That might be from the brothel. She might not have been super duper clean.
That's why you got it for free.
Yeah.
Father Creed and I got a similar
level.
idea.
But yeah.
Oh yeah, you get this for free, and you'll get another gift later. Don't worry.
All right, so what do you want to do first? I know you got some things rattling in your head, so what do you want to research first?
All right, yeah. So Julian was thinking how he was having a hard time keeping up with those deputies. And he thought, okay, well, I probably need something to help me hold people in place in battle.
Yep.
Something that would stall them in one way or another. And so Julian is going to do some research on some... I had it written down right here. 1 second.
So first, like, as you're kind of collecting your papers together, you remember, like, you've seen these kinds of things before, things that function like grenades, landmines, grenades, stuff like that. So you remember researching this in your lab before. Obviously, your personal library is full of the research you've accumulated over your years of life, and so you just kind of like, Julian kind of heads to his papers and he starts grabbing scrolls and books and things off of the shelves, and he's getting ready. He heads back to his workshop and he's starting to lay out, like, he's trying to, well, first off, you grab a brand new roll of blueprint paper. And, with a very studied and careful hand, you begin to write out the blueprints for this thing. So go ahead and do me a research roll.
All right.
As you're starting to, like, you're scribbling out the blueprints. How's this going to work? How can I make this into something that can have practical utility without, killing myself or my friends in the process? And you succeed. So yes, you do write up a blueprint. The blueprint kind of details like this. It's a grenade of sorts to where when you lob it, it collapses, like, in a small vacuum. It kind of, like, it manipulates the atoms of the air around it, and it has a stunning effect. All right, so let's see how well you do in actually making this thing. So go ahead and do me a weird science roll. Okay, you succeed. I'm going to say you make a prototype. So this is your first time making this thing. You have now earned a stunning grenade. The power points are going to be 2, so every time that you lob this grenade, and you only have 1 for now. At any time, you may head back to your lab and make another, but this is a prototype. So we'll see how well it works out in the field the first time that you use it. So go ahead in your notes, write that you have 1 stun grenade. The range as listed is 12, 24, 48, so it's a basic, gun range. And to throw it, you're going to be doing I think it's a strength roll for throwing? Pretty sure. So yeah, anytime you're ready to, like, throw this bitch, you have to make a strength roll to throw it to see how well you do. And then the weird science roll to see how it works. If you throw it and it's, like, if you fail, it'll just kind of, like, dink, 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 and just lay there and not do anything. And then succeed. And then raise, of course. We'll see how crazy this shit can get. And as you all have seen, his shit can get real crazy, so it should be really fun. Okay, congratulations. Yeah, you have a stun grenade to use.
Stella is going to be so happy.
Okay, one more thing.
Yep, one more thing. What is it?
I pulled the snake out, and I fucking...
Oh! Yes, yeah, no, go for it. Yeah, no, please continue. I have something special for you, but please continue.
Yeah, and I spin it in the air like a lasso, and I say, "You and me, buddy. I'm gonna help you out." And then I lay it down on the desk.
You see your little buddy. Your little buddy looks up at you, and he's like, so this is him with spines, but so your little buddy kind of looks up at you. He's de-spined, and he's like. He gives you this look of, like, what the fuck, bro? As you, like, sling him around and set him on the table. But he sits there, you fed him. He's still kind of fat from the feeding that he got the day before. But, yeah, that's your little buddy hanging out there on the table staring at you.
Oh my god, he's so cute.
And have you thought of a name of this little guy yet?
That's gonna be Wrangler right there.
Yes, sir, it is.
Oh my god,
All
you
right.
named him Wrangler?
Even better. So as you do, you notice little Wrangler kind of is on the table now. And yes, he does have his own token. So
Oh
now
my God.
your little pet sits there and is staring at you, waiting patiently for whatever you have planned for him.
Pull out the magnifying glass, hold still Wrangler, and I start going over his entire body.
Okay.
And I'm gonna start mapping everywhere he was dethorned. And I wanna create this sort of map of his body
Yeah.
of where I can research some sort of alternative for his thorns that I have taken out.
Okay. Okay. You know what? Because his body so closely resembles that of a snake, as, you know, we imagine our blood wires, go ahead and do me a regular old science roll. Let's see how well you do at figuring out the biology of a snake and then applying it to this supernatural creature.
Oh shit.
You can spend a Benny if you want to. You didn't roll snake eyes.
Yeah, I'll Benny that.
All right.
I'll Benny that.
Snakes, it's...
What the hell is a snake?
Yeah, you don't really, like... What is this noodle? It's not often that you have dealt with snakes so close up. Usually you just shoot them or cut their heads off and then move about your day. So, do you want to try again?
Benny.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You're like,
Oh,
wait,
a
it's...
snake!
It's literally a tube with a head. So, yeah, successfully you're starting to, like, blueprint out, you're scribbling out on a brand new fresh roll of blueprint paper. You're detailing the anatomy of Wrangler. And he's sitting there nice and polite and patient, and he's just watching you, flicking his little barbed tongue out at you every once in a while. And so next up, let's go ahead and do some research. So how can you apply the things you've known to help out your little buddy?
Okay. I want to design almost like a prototype suit for him.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be some sort of exoskeleton for him, where
Okay.
we can use the areas where the thorns were to potentially have a sort of retractable spikes for him.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and do me a research roll for that. Let's see how well you do. Okay. Success. You make, because it isn't a raise, this is still, like, it's a prototype. It's your first time. You've never really, like, outfitted a creature with retractable armor before, especially not one as noodly as Wrangler. So as you're going around, you know, you kind of, and he's kind of like, he's not super sure what you're doing as you're poking and prodding him and, like, taking his measurements. You get out, you know, bits of twine and you're marking different areas of his length, of his circumference, and all of the areas where the spines used to be. But yeah, you do sketch out something that looks like it's like a multi-layered harness of sorts, so, like what you would put on a workhorse before pulling a cart. But instead, it's a much smaller design, and it is like, it's, the retractability of it is, it can retract so far as, think of like a telescope. Like a telescope you'd have in your pocket, how you can extend out the telescope, and then it's a longer, you know, apparatus versus whenever it's the compact form that fits in your pocket. You kind of apply that sort of knowledge to his spikes. So let's see how well you do. Do me a weird science roll.
And I want to try to find a way to connect it to his nervous system so that whenever something in him fires up, it'll make them come out.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and, so Wrangler has his own sheet. He's a fully sheeted character. So go ahead. I will be making his rolls. We'll say, like, what would that be attached to? We could say it's like a strength roll for him, because he has to, like, flex his muscles in a certain way to make that work with how you're going to be setting it up.
That's my weird science roll.
That's a success. Alright, so you have successfully made some kind of way. It's not going to be without pain, the installation of this thing. So this harness will not be able to come off of Wrangler. Is that something you're okay with?
Yes.
Okay. So you're kind of doing a little bit of surgery here. You're poking and prodding. And to Wrangler, it just feels like you're kind of jabbing with needles. And he's not super thrilled about that. So I'm going to go ahead and make a strength roll for him to see how he is handling that. Actually, no, vigor roll for him to see how he's handling the poking and the prodding. He's handling it very well. He's a really good boy. He is a very, very good boy. And he's just kind of letting you do it begrudgingly. Sometimes he lashes out at you and bites you on your arms, but he has no teeth. So it doesn't hurt. You kind of wonder to yourself, like, I wonder how he eats if he doesn't have any teeth. But, alright, so I'll do one last roll for him, and he unfortunately does not get bennies, so whatever he rolls is whatever he gets. I'm gonna roll the strength. Let's see how well your installation did, and if he can, like, manipulate it yet, or if it takes some training. Yeah, no, he can manipulate it. So you notice, with this prototype, you have made him a little snaky suit of armor, basically, with retractable spikes that work much like a telescope's way of coming out and then going back in. And he's already, like, he's a smart little fucker. Immediately, he's already kind of taking to it. You kind of get the feeling you may or may not have accidentally remade what he was naturally born with. And a lot of the spikes that you can see on him, whenever he flexes and they extend, they have little streaks of that greenish teal, that blue, glowing ghost rock sort of essence to them. Definitely Julian's mark on the snake. And you can tell, like, it's kind of like Toothless in How to Train Your Dragon. As soon as Toothless got the other half of his tail, immediately Wrangler is like, you can see his little eyes sparkle again, as if he was just given something that was taken away from him. And he appears to be very thankful. At least if a snake could be thankful. You know, he's looking at you very expectantly and almost excitedly. So success! You did it! Congratulations, you now have one stun grenade, and go ahead in your notes. You have made Wrangler a tiny little, like, spiky harness / suit of armor with retractable spikes. He now has regained the ability to fight. So this little creature can fight at your side. He will take the same initiative as yours during any fighting rounds. And you can have him go before you or after you.
So Julian is ecstatic. He picks up Wrangler. He says, "Please don't open the spikes, please don't." And he carries him over to the horse. And he throws him at the horse to show him what he did.
Okay. Do you want him to make an attack? Against the horse? Against
your horse?
Against Voltage?
Let's try this out.
Okay, so go ahead, you throw Wrangler at the horse, and Wrangler immediately, instinctually, as if that's just something he's always done, he lashes out. Lash out he does, with a raise. So, because it hit with a raise, you guys didn't know this about blood wires, but he begins to siphon blood from the horse. And oh my gosh, how much is it? It's, so he has blood drain. It's 2d4 damage. So he's gonna go ahead and roll 2d4 damage against your horse. And yeah, he does 4 points of damage against your horse. But your horse is fine. Your horse is startled. It does not like it. He's not having a great time. You can also, you should be able to control Wrangler, by the way. Oh no, maybe not. But you will be able to. So yeah, the horse is not happy at all. Hates that you did that to him. But yeah, it's, what do you do now? Do you tell Wrangler to stop or to continue fighting your own horse?
No, I'm definitely pulling him back.
Okay, with like a chunk, you hear with a little chunk, you hear the spines retract. Actually, you hear like click, 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 click as they all kind of retract together, and he becomes, bumpy because of the spikes can't retract all the way, but he is no longer sharp. And he's in your hands. He looks very pleased.
All right. Yeah, that's That's it. He just kind of leaves everything on the table, everything that he's worked on, so he can pick it up whenever he wants to, and tinkers with a few vials, and he just heads back
Okay, you do that.
with his snake and his horse.
All right. That happens.
We
Next up, let's go to Solomon. What do you do during these 12 hours?
You can skip me for a minute.
Oh, okay. Next up we have Stella Victor, who would like to go first.
I can go first, I guess.
Okay, Stella, what do you do?
Oh, Stella's just so excited that she hit all her shots. She's got to go and shoot him again. She's gonna go line up some bottles and practice
Okay, beautiful.
with Betsy.
Oh,
Get her
yeah.
gun trained again. Bam, bam.
Oh, yeah. So Betsy, you get the feeling like Martha was pretty good to Betsy and trained all of the horses to be tolerant of gunshots, but up to a point. You can see, like, the more shots you take, the more kind of riled Betsy gets, but in time, she'll come around and she'll understand that, you know, the shots aren't meant for her. So let's say you have set up, let's do like 6 glass bottles. I want you to do me some shooting rolls. Let's see how well you do against these bottles.
Okay.
come
here we
on,
go.
Stella.
Come on,
Where's
Stella.
that marksman?
Ew!
Okay, first shot with her beautiful
Oh my god.
Jupiter.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you don't even need to roll damage. Yeah, because
Bam!
easily, the bottle explodes.
Yeah, as soon as the first ball explodes, she's immediately using her left hand
Yep.
and whipping out her other gun.
Yep.
Ooh, left hand kind of hurts.
That's right. She still hit it. That wild eye nailed it. So still, like, the left hand kind of hurts. You know, maybe in that she got a cramp from the fight earlier. You know, because we've yet to have the full rest yet. But earlier when you guys were gunning down Austin Colt, maybe, you know, a little crampy. But still, despite this, badass gunslinger Stella, bam! The bottle explodes into glass shards.
And then she's gonna toss these 2 guns on the ground. She's gonna roll forward, and as she's rolling and gets up, she's gonna reach over her back and use her shotgun on a bottle.
Ah. Oh my god.
Holy
Easily. No, like, she could have done that with her eyes closed, backwards, upside down on her horse, if she wanted to. And, yeah,
Oh my God.
easily, it's like, it is a brilliant, glittering display inside. Like, it's such a wild display of pure chaos for the bottle. You can even see, like, little glints of a rainbow in the reflections of the glass shards as they kind of rain down in a powdered mist, thanks to that shotgun blast.
Hell yeah.
Got 3 more.
Okay, then she's going to I think she's just gonna she's gonna get a little fancy here. She's hit all her shots so far.
Yep.
What she's gonna do is she's gonna take the shotgun, and I imagine she didn't go that far. She's gonna take the shotgun. As she's moving backwards, she's gonna shoot the shotgun with one hand to help boost her back to get to her revolvers.
Yep.
But she's gonna be aiming at a target.
Yeah, and because of the stuff that you have, you incur no penalty to this. And yeah,
Bam.
easily, no problem. Like, she don't miss. So once again, blam! And that 4th bottle goes flying into the air, but in pieces.
Yeah, and I imagine with some of the ricochet, she used that to kind of push herself up, and then she's gonna while she's getting up, kinda like from the blast, she's gonna grab Jupiter,
Yep.
and she's gonna spin. Okay, full ass 360.
Oh my god.
360 no scope.
360, no scope.
Yeah.
She's gonna no scope
Again,
the bottle.
Stella
Bam.
doesn't miss. Bam! Again, like another shot rings out into the air all around Dunmoore. And she's just obliterating all of you that are still in Dunmoore, those of you that didn't, teleport away.
All day.
All of you can hear bam, 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 bam going on. It sounds like a one-woman army going on the south side of Dunmoore right now. As another bottle, blam, into the air. You have one more. It's the fattest one.
She's gonna she sees it's the fattest one. I'm gonna imagine Betsy's behind her. She's gonna turn around, look Betsy in the eye, and she's gonna take the shot without looking at the bottle.
Yep, go for
Oh
it.
shit.
What if,
We'll do that with a -2 because she's not looking at all.
oh,
Even
ugh.
so, -2.
Oh, whoa,
Doesn't matter.
that's-
Bam! She doesn't even look, but she can hear the shot ring out and hear the glass shatter as the final bottle is easily dealt with. All of the bottles lay in cracked, broken shards on the ground. She's successful. Stella didn't miss.
Didn't miss a damn shot. Okay, so I mentioned she's gonna reload her guns now, obviously. She's gonna
Oh, yeah.
as she's reloading it, she's gonna be like nodding along. She's like ecstatic, you know what I mean? She's
Yeah.
so happy.
Yeah.
She just didn't miss a shot. And God, I don't know. Maybe she'll like I guess it's not much she can do here. Maybe just brush Betsy down a bit with the barrel of the gun. Be like, gotta get used to this.
Yeah,
Oh.
Betsy is like, you can see, Betsy knows you. Betsy and Stella
Very
have-
endearing for Stella.
Yeah. You can see there's definite fear in Betsy's eyes, but the second that you approach and you show her that, like, this boomstick is okay, it's not, it's not gonna go...
Boomstick, good.
Yeah, it's not gonna go kablam in her own face. She trusts you more than anything else, and you can see immediately she's her pawing at the ground and her shuffling around is lessened, and she relaxes and kind of leans into your hand whenever you pet her face or mush her cheeks together.
Yeah, she grabs her face, goes, shuffles it around and shit.
Yeah, and you can see as soon as you do that, Betsy's just right back to normal, very happy horse, just happy to be with her new owner. What
And
else do
then,
you do?
I guess Stella's gonna try and look around for somebody in town if she can, like over her shoulder.
Yeah. While you do that, is there anything else you want to do before we move on?
Probably not, no.
Okay. Victor, so on to you. What do you do during this downtime?
I think Victor, after the events of the previous day, he would kind of enjoy a nice meal,
Oh, yeah.
or wake up from a nice good rest, kind of have a good meal, and then he kind of go over some notes that he left in his notebook, kind of just like recapping kind of himself and what the past events have been.
Yeah.
And then he would go out from the inn and kind of check on his new horse, Nolwoman,
Mm-hmm.
and just kind of give him a couple pats.
He's very
And
happy to see you.
And then as he's doing this, he hears the bullets just firing off all
Bam, bam,
which
bam,
way
bam.
and that. And he's just like, what the hell?
Whoosh,
And
whoosh.
he turns out and looks over to where Stella's at and he's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
No wonder. But as he's doing this, he kind of thinks to himself, I probably should talk to her eventually.
Yeah.
And then he goes to find her, in a sense, I guess.
Okay, yep, that happens. So you hear all these gunshots ring out, and actually, as you're looking in the direction, you see the woman you're looking for, Stella, and she is walking up the road to you, and you down the road to her. You two have met. What happens now?
Stella raises an eyebrow and goes, "What's going on, old Victor? What's up?" She like looks around, kind of sweating a little. What's happening?
Well, I was checking up on you because it sounds like you were eventful over on wherever you were at. You doing all right over there?
She like waves a dismissive hand, like, "Psh, I do this every morning. You can ask anybody." She like gestures to the town.
Victor kind of looks around for a second, hoping that nobody else is scared. Like, oh god, there's a new gang coming in.
The town is quiet. They're still in mourning for their sheriff, but you can see that it's relaxed. Like the the guy running the general store, he's out and he's cleaning the windows of any blood splatters or anything that, happened the day before. Even the doctor is out, and she's kind of... You can see, like, the doctor, as thin and gaunt as she is, she looks even more tired than normal. You could tell, like, it was a long night, probably, for her and her husband and anyone else helping her, burying all the bodies in the cemetery that you guys so very kindly produced in Dunmoore. But yeah, life is slowly returning back to normal.
So Victor will kind of look back, noticing that the town is kind of not as reactive as he thought they would be, and he kind of goes, I see. It sounds like it is a regular occurrence that you practice your shots out. Who taught you how to shoot?
She points to herself with a lot of pride. Like, well, you see, I once got almost eaten alive by, some say a bear, I say more, but... And then she'll, like, turn around and pull her shirt up and show this giant scar on her back.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks exactly like a bear mark. Just bought her.
Yeah.
You think it was more than a bear?
I say jackalope.
It
A
could have been a
giant
jackalope.
jack-a-bear. It's a jack-a-bear.
Oh, God.
Yeah, she goes like, yeah, jack-a-bear. That sounds more like it. And then she'll like, I hated that night so much. And then, ever since, I've just been shooting. And I had the sheriff's help a little bit, but, really, she points to herself once more and nods along. It was all Stella Wolf. And then she'll flick up her trusty revolver and start spinning it like fucking like a Red Dead Redemption lobby. She's just spinning this revolver like crazy.
Yep. And it looks
She's
badass.
kind of concerned for a second.
It's kind of like at the speed of light, it's that fast. Okay, she's like,
it's like a little bit of wind coming off.
Yeah, she's like it's like whistling like woo.
It's almost like a fucking you've seen like an Inquisitor lightsaber, right?
Yes. Oh my god.
Spins like a helicopter.
Exactly, yeah.
That's exactly what she's doing.
Little bits of dust coming from below where she's spinning the gun.
A little dust cloud.
Exactly.
We're causing the next dust bowl here.
Oh my god.
I'm really stirring this town up, you see. She brings out her second revolver and does the same thing again.
Yep.
She might start flying with how fast it's going and how tiny she is.
Well, I'm impressed. It's rare to see like a self-taught gun. What's the word I'm looking for?
Slinger.
Gunslinger. Normally, I would think that your family would have been like one of the people that would taught you, or maybe like a brother or something like that. But you really are a really good marksman, especially after last night or the other night.
Still kind of furrows her eyebrows at his statement. She just like kind of rolls her eyes in a sense, but she continues to spin her gun. She throws it up in the air, you know what I mean, and she'll try and catch it too, the gun spinning. And if she catches it, I imagine she'll try and aim for like maybe like an old cactus somewhere.
Oh, there you go.
Oh my god.
Like behind her.
Yeah, go for it. If you want to shoot it, go ahead and make a shooting roll. Yeah, easily. No problem. She
throws it in the air. Yeah, go.
No, you, please.
Oh, I was gonna say she like, as she spins it in the air, and then she'll catch it, and then she'll look behind her, and then shoot really quick.
Oh,
at the cactus.
I couldn't have said it better myself. And yeah, Victor, you see this happen, and then pow, as a piece of the cactus flies off of the saguaro and lands in the dust.
Holy shit. Alright, well. Clearly you've been doing a lot of practice.
Well, there ain't much else to do here. She like looks around at the town. As much as I love it.
So from I've heard from the fucking, I cannot think of terms and everything. Apparently I'm still waking up. Okay. I've heard from the birds tweeting out, as it were, whatever you want to describe it as.
It's called X now.
It's called X now. It's not Twitter anymore. God. So anyway, I've heard that our agency is looking to hire a particular marksman, and it seems like they contacted you. Is that what I hear, right?
Stella gets like an eat-shitting grin on her face. She is like,
Eat
that
shitting?
is me. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's eating
Eat
shit.
shitting?
All this shit. she's
Shoveling it
eating.
in.
Eat shitting, bro. She's fucked up. But yeah, she gets like
What
a
the hell?
snarky look on her face.
I'm just as confused, Ori.
Shit eating. A shit eating grin, you know?
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
Eat shitting.
Shitting. I said it wrong, okay? I had to pee in my RA's dorm the day. It's just not a good day for me so far. Okay, I'm gonna move on. But yeah, she'll start nodding really fast, spitting her guns like a pencil somewhat, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Just going
shit.
crazy at it. And she'll just nod really fast, like, yeah, you know what I mean? She's like getting in closer, like, yeah. She's like too excited to speak, you know what I mean? Like, she just recently got some news.
Well, I've been told that they've been looking to hire you, so I guess in my position, I'm here to take you under my wing and show you the ropes, as it were.
Her head droops just a little bit, like, was it the woman that wrote to me? You know what I mean? Like, damn, you know.
He kind of raises his eyebrow, like, is that an issue?
No, she shakes his. No. It ain't no issue, sir. I was just, you know, I was expecting someone else, but you'll do just fine. You'll do fine. As long as someone here believes me that something's going on, and then she'll get closer and she'll be like, so, jackalopes are the real deal, right? You know what I mean?
In my line of work, Miss Marshal, would I know jackalopes being actually real?
Yes, Victor, you know for a fact jackalopes are 100% real.
Victor, seeing how very peculiar she is about jackalopes, he'll kind of lean in and kind of be like, "Oh, they're real, all right."
Oh, they're real, alright.
She like jumps up and she'll raise both her pistols in the air and start shooting them at the same time. It's like,
Bam, 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 bam,
I knew they were real. Let's
All
go.
right. Okay.
Guns in the air, twirling around.
I feel like there's gonna be a yippee!
bam. Nobleman, you can hear is like, "Brrr!" Like he's an elephant suddenly.
Like a firing squad's going off at Stella's house again.
Yeah.
She's going insane.
Stella. I get you're excited, but I think one of the things that we're gonna have to learn, first things first, is gun control.
Well, I control my guns very well, and then
Clearly,
shoot
but
the cactus again behind her.
you're getting a little excited
Oh,
with
wrong
it.
one. Well, she just throws her guns in the air and brings her shotgun out and shoots the cactus.
Obliterates the
But
fucking
yeah,
cactus.
like whatever remained of the cactus before is gone. It's just yeah.
Noise complaints.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes Stella again.
Yeah. Good old Stella. You can actually hear from the gunsmith, "What the hell's going on out there? Stella, is that you?"
Yes, sir.
Wow,
Sorry, Nightingale.
Solomon. Remembers to call the lawmen, but oh wait, they're dead.
They all died.
Yeah.
Yeah, this gives Stella more of an incentive to just shoot without a care. Normally the sheriff would have put a stop to this by now, but
Yeah. As you guys are talking and, you know, Stella's shooting her guns in the air, you do see that Jim comes, you know, he walks out. And he's got his arms crossed and he's smiling. Like the second he sees it is Stella doing Stella things, he just watches and smiles. He's never been opposed to Stella's rowdiness.
Jim, huh?
Yeah, Jim Nightingale.
Did you draw that?
I did not. I wish.
Because that's JW.
Yeah, it looks a lot like JW. I couldn't believe you didn't say anything the first time I revealed everyone's, because you guys have seen, everyone's picture in Dunmoore. Yeah, all the NPCs' pictures in Dunmoore.
I must not have noticed it.
He's quite the handsome fellow.
Victor kind of just like tries to settle down Stella as she's going off in town.
Mm-hmm.
And then, well, first things first, I have a God, I cannot my words, stumbling on my words.
It's all right.
Um, I have a particular task at hand that I need to handle first things before we settle on anything else going on in town.
She'll
I
give a thumbs up.
spoke with the three men from the other night before they left for Lubbock, and I spoke to them about what we're gonna do in the meantime before a new sheriff will be showing up in town. I've considered, and knowing that this is your town, of deputizing Jim briefly in the interim while we're waiting on the new sheriff from Lubbock. Is that something that you would consider, or do you think of a different alternative?
Stella will stop spinning around and shooting because I imagine she's just doing that this whole time. But she's gotten pretty good at hearing past gunshots. And she'll look towards Jim, who's staring at her, and then she'll like, I think Jim would do the best job here. You know what I mean? She'll stop spinning her guns and then put them in her holsters now, real fast. It's like, I've known Jim quite frankly my whole life. She'll start like scratching her chin now. It's like, he's like the biggest guy I know besides the doctor's husband, which he's a bit of a pushover now that I think about it.
Not wrong.
And she'll just agree, a hard agree. It's just like thinking of anyone else in town that could do the job, but Jim is the man. Maybe
Oh.
Martha, but she's a little busy with horses.
Stella, did you do anything with the stuff you were given in that letter that you received?
Oh yeah, she'll yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, it's like in her corset between her boobs.
Oh, so she's hiding it?
Yeah,
Yeah, the agent badge.
yeah, she's hiding her little agent badge
Okay.
in her corset.
Good. Okay. And while you guys are talking, Jim is just, he can't hear you, obviously. You guys are way far away, but he's still just kind of, he's watching you guys and he's keeping an eye on the town in general. You can tell, like, he's not really working on anything right now. Wonder why.
Well, seeing as it seems like you've practiced your gunshots, why don't we head over to Jim and take care of that right now, since we might not be in town for very long. Who
She
knows?
gives a big old salute. She'll salute him because she doesn't know what else to do. She thinks that's what you do with men in power. And she'll
And-
follow right behind.
He'll stop for a second and kind of look to her and be like, since we've already established in town that we're part of this agency, but in the
Stella goes,
future,
I haven't.
in the future, Stella, I would recommend that we need to make sure we keep a sense of God. My brain is just still waking up.
Secrecy?
Yes, we gotta keep our affiliations secret. You don't
She'll
need to
look
do
up
any
at her.
saluting or anything. Just you
What if I
travel
stand,
along
like,
with
in
me.
the Girl Scouts, I think that would work.
Girl Scouts.
Yeah, we could start the Girl Scouts. There's Boy Scouts, right? You know what I mean? Oh, I'll be the first. Maybe I'll sell some cookies too, obnoxiously, until they get rid of me.
No, we could market that shit. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, we could
we'll
start.
we'll write that down on the docket maybe later. But for right now, let's focus on deputizing our gunsmith here.
You gotta give me a big yee.
Yee!
And then Victor will just kind of walk towards Jim and bring along Stella.
Okay. So you guys approach the gunsmith, And he's standing outside on his porch, and he's kind of leaned up under one of the support beams. And he goes, he kind of raises a hand and tips his head. Good morning.
Good morning, Jim.
Jim.
And he tips his hat and he's like, I've got a proposition for you.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, with the past few days in this town, you guys need a new sheriff.
He raises an eyebrow.
And I've already arranged for a new sheriff to be brought to your town. But in the meantime, we were authorized to handle new lawmen, as it were, in this town for the meantime. And I've proposed the idea of maybe deputizing you in an interim.
Oh, wait. Now both eyebrows are raised, and he goes, "It's really? Are you sure? I'm just a gunsmith."
I know, but you seem to handle yourself well in a situation, and I feel like you are the best man in town, as it were, to take up that position until your new sheriff arrives.
He kind of looks himself over and looks at his enormous meaty hands. And he just kind of like, he scratches his head for a minute and looks over to the sheriff's fort. If that's all right, I don't really know how these sort of deputizing things work. Is that you allowed to do that? Can you just point at somebody and say you're deputy now, or how's that work?
He kind of holds his jacket and then he flashes his little badge inside.
You can see like a flash of recognition kind of goes over Jim's eyes, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't realize. Okay. And he kind of like, he's like, Stella too. You notice you've never seen Jim like sweating unless it's something over his wife, like if he's worried about his wife. But he's like sweating as soon as he sees the badge, and he's like, "Oh shit, okay, this is legit." And he kind of straightens himself up, and he's like, "It'd be an honor. This is a temporary thing, I take it."
Yes, in the meantime, it's temporary. It's in a sense just like getting you ready for like a sheriff position, but for the meantime, it is a temporary position. And I don't hold this power lightly, as it were.
No.
I know that you guys need a sheriff, and I've already arranged for that to happen, but I don't know how long it'll take. I'm hoping for a couple days at the least, but I know that he's on his way. But in the interim, I felt like that you were the best candidate for being the law in this town, other than Estella here. But for now, I think it's safe to say that you are official deputy for the interim.
He straightens his back out, and and like seeing him straighten out, he is just a giant of a man. And he just kind of looks down and he smiles, and he looks back at the fort again. He's about to deep throat the sheriff's gun.
Oh God!
But no, and he like, you can see him mentally taking up the mantle. Like it's not a small thing to be deputized, because now this town that he loves is under his direct protection. But he seems to be taking it in stride. And he goes, "Well, I suppose I should make myself acquainted, for now, with the fort over there. Do I need a badge or anything, or?"
I guess I didn't think about that part. Would I have gotten like a Do I even have a deputy badge that's not
no.
already owned?
But you could always check with the doctor and see if they like removed the badges off of the deputies that you guys.
I thought you did
Oh,
grab
yeah.
that one badge when we were in the cemetery.
Yeah, but that one had somebody's name on it, and I
Yeah.
didn't want to just be like, here, take this deputy badge, and then it has
True.
a dead guy's name on it.
Yeah, your name's now like something Clemens or whatever the guy's name was.
Exactly. So, and that one was actually sent out to.
Oh
out of
no,
pic-
you meant Silas's badge.
Oh yeah, that was Silas's
Yeah.
badge. Okay. But yeah,
It was
he
also
kind
for
of
a different town. But
Yeah.
the
And that badge was sent with the agents back to Lubbock. Lubbock is and like it's Stella, you would know this too. Lubbock is the only major town that's near Dunmoore.
So, Victor will kind of be like, I'll arrange to have one of the badges that he kind of spits for a second, just kind of like out of disgust for
Yeah.
the so-called sheriff and the deputies from the gang.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have them arrange to get you one of the deputy badges to wear in an interim.
Jim nods at this and well, thank you. I appreciate the honor. It's I love this place. I can't really see myself going anywhere else, So it's I'm extremely happy to be doing this.
Well, I'm honored to give you that position. You've earned your keep, as it were. You aided us in our time of need. I felt like that was an honor that was well deserved.
He kind of chuckles to himself and he's like, tried to do more, but y'all kept stealing my kills.
Well, he kind of looks to Stella and he's just like, well, we got one of the gunslingers now.
He says, looking at Stella now.
Stella kind of lowers her head. I mean, she'd be excited, but it's kind of hitting her that she's got some new responsibilities here.
Yeah.
She'll be like, yeah, you know what I mean? She's like welling up a little bit. Yeah.
Ooh, Stella!
Growing up, Jim.
He's looking at you now, and he like looks between Victor and Stella. He's kind of like piecing two and two together. He's not a stupid man. Stella, are you gonna be running with them? And he kind of gestures to Victor and his badge.
She'll just slowly nod and keeps pulling her hat lower and lower.
He immediately grabs Stella up in this huge bear hug. His arms are like bigger than her torso, and he's like scooped her up and give her a big squeeze. Oh, I'm so proud of you, Stella. I knew your abilities are wasted here in Dunmoore.
Oh, she starts crying and she'll hug him back. Like, oh, Jim!
It's all right, darling.
He starts
Victor will be
crying.
off in the corner, just kind of like awkwardly looking. He's just
Tears
tips
are
his head.
streaming down her face. She's like, yeah.
Oh, sorry, you gotta spread your wings one day, little lady.
Starts wiping like snot on his shirt.
Yep, he's allowing this. And he's smiling and laughing, He's doing that thing where he picks her up and like swings her a little bit so her feet are just kind of dangling.
Yeah, very easily. She's getting flung around you.
Yeah. And he sets her down and you can even see he's like, and you could swear are his eyes glistening? Is he, is Jim getting a little emotional? But he kind of goes, well, I better go check out the fort, and if I'm gonna be, the deputy around these parts. And he just kind of, you can tell he's starting to get he's getting comfortable with the idea of being the deputy of Dunmoore for now. If y'all need anything, you let me know, all right? And he gestures to both of you. I'm more than happy to do whatever I can, as a gunsmith or as a temporary deputy.
She salutes him.
He salutes back.
Victor kind of gives a tip of the hat, just like, we appreciate that, and we'll do what we can to help you around here if you need it.
Sounds good. Thank you, partner. And he like clasps Victor hard on the shoulder with a huge mitt that encompasses his entire shoulder and part
He
of his
just
bicep.
gets knocked over briefly, just like, oh, Jesus, I better watch myself with him. He's a
Yeah.
dangerous man.
Yeah. The bad guys certainly would not have liked to have been punched by Jim. He punches hard. All right,
I
so
don't think Victor would be appreciating of a punch either.
No. So Jim, makes his way from his gunsmith to the fort. Congratulations, you've successfully deputized somebody. And now Dunmoore has 1 deputy. Is there anything else you guys would like to do before we move on to Solomon?
Stella's going in for a fist bump.
Victor kind of eyes her motion. It's just like, we gotta really train you on subtlety.
She'll punch his arm instead really hard.
Yeah.
Victor, yeah, roll strength roll.
Yeah,
Let's
actually, let's see how hard.
Oh god.
Well, it's a success, but it's like,
She's a little tiny.
yeah. She's
Victor
a bitty
will
little thing.
take the punch and just be like, alrighty then. He's just like, he's not really familiar with the out-of-towners or outskirts kind of like gestures. Like, he didn't realize that punching a shoulder was really like
a friendly
thing.
Yeah.
He's just like,
Yeah, she's got like a
what the hell was that
happy
for?
grin.
He's
I
like,
was punching you in the shoulder. What do you think I was doing? You want me to do it again? And she does it again.
yeah, this one feels a little harder. It's like, like, ooh, the little. Ooh.
I imagine that she punched again into the spot.
Yeah.
She's like, ah, fuck her.
Yeah.
You don't need to punch me again. Jesus.
Well,
Yeah.
you can punch me now. She'll like
Actually, what's
off
your
her shoulder.
what's your parry there, Victor?
My parry is 5.
Okay. So both of them did connect. And yeah, so you're not wounded.
Right, I figured that I wouldn't get wounded after a
But
punch.
both of them, well, you can be, but both of them
Oh.
did connect, but yeah, neither one is wounded.
Okay. But yeah, Victor will kind of just take the punch, and I'm like, I don't need to punch you right now.
Well, the offer stands. Now it's a little rude. You didn't punch me back, but that's all right. Just start walking away.
I'll consider it. All right. We have to do some training anyway, so we'll figure it out.
Clearly not with guns though. And then she'll flex her arm, and it's not even no biceps appear. It's
He
just
rolls
flex
his
the gun.
eyes and he's like, yes, well, not with your guns, of course.
Yeah, but with my guns. And then she'll bring her gun out. It's like, I meant this thing. I love shooting.
Shoot some more cactuses.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll take an aim at a cactus again and
Fuck it.
close
yeah.
her eyes. She's gonna
Oh
like
my
cover her
God.
eyes.
Yeah, -2. Go ahead.
Hand over her eyes. She's gonna aim at hopefully a cactus.
All right, yeah, let's see what she's aiming at.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that hits. So
Let's
on your
go.
wild die, you did hit. Yeah, so Victor, you see crazy ass Stella. She gets her gun out, covers her eyes. She's smiling. She's like, she knows that she's gonna be fine. And then you hear pow, and pow, as another piece of cactus from a different. And like looking around, Victor, you can see like there's a lot of cactuses that have bullet holes through them. It's weird. I wonder how that happened. Dunmoore's littered. Most of the cactuses have bullets in them, and this one got a fresh one.
I'm glad that you are you're very proficient in your gun slinging. But we're gonna have to really temper that with we're gonna have to really temper
Man.
that.
Oh, just let me get it out of my system. She's gonna.
I mean, you're in your town. I expect that the town would be familiar with your antics. So if
I
you
got,
need
like,
to
the
get it
just
out
shoot
right
rambling
now,
around and everyone's gonna gang up on me like. Stella,
I suppose it would be in your best interest to let it out now before we go to like any other town where subtlety is necessary. And he really is pointedly saying that like subtlety is necessary.
Stella looks. She's spinning around and shooting again like she was earlier.
Pew pew pew.
Like a Beyblade.
Bullets are whizzing by. Phew phew.
But she understands
Victor
that.
like
That's what-
ducks just like instinctively, just like God.
Duck! She's aiming in the air, aiming at more cactuses. That's why all the trees are dead. She shot all the leaves off.
Yep. Alright, is there
never
anything
do
else you
this
two would
one.
like to do before we move on to Solomon?
I think at the moment, no.
Okay. So,
We'll just go inspecting the town, I guess.
Yep. So teacher and student move away from the gunsmith, and now you are back in the town of Dunmoore proper. And move on to Solomon. So during this interlude, Solomon, what do you do?
Now that he's got a horse, he actually just leaves town. Says, "I'm done."
Okay, Solomon leaves.
But he goes off to a camp that he had before all the shenanigans here started, and he
Yep.
actually drags back a wagon full of boxes and crates and such, and just starts working on renovating his saloon church.
Okay. Yeah. So it's people can hear and you can see too, like, people have done more, like the doctor's peeking from her office, the innkeeper, he's looking from his windows. They're watching this guy that just came into town, and they're like, why in the world is he working on that old dilapidated saloon that no one's been in years and years? And but yeah, with a very steady hand and with a driving purpose, go ahead and Solomon, do me a strength roll. Let's see how you're doing with the lumber.
Yes,
Because- and you're
very much
not-
so.
You're not building this from scratch. You're repurposing the saloon. So a lot of like,
Well,
That's your horse.
yeah, that's salvation.
that's on.
Horse starts.
Oh, it's
Then
because
figure
it's.
out.
I've got my horse's name there. Never mind. I rolled that from Solomon's page.
Yeah, I see Father Solomon Creed strength. So I'll assume
Yeah.
that. Yeah, so success. Yeah, you have worked with wood before. Like maybe in the past you've built pieces of your own home. You've done projects. A carpenter. Solomon could have made a very good life for himself as a carpenter. So he's working away. He finds, he's reusing old nails. He's reusing any kind of usable lumber, and he's very slowly starting to make this dilapidated saloon into something really beautiful and special.
Do you want to see it?
Yes, I do.
Not that I have a visual representation or anything.
Yeah, go ahead and show us in chat.
No.
Okay.
Showing it in.
Discord.
Show you on Discord.
That'll work. Oh, I didn't see that it was Oh, yeah.
So yeah.
Is that
there's his horse.
salvation?
Yeah.
It's Salvation, the white
Salvation.
horse.
The
The saddle's not white, but I can't color the whole thing in different
Yeah.
colors. It's only one soft color. So yeah, if anybody were looking, they just see him coming out here to the wagon that's really tall and getting things out of it.
Yeah.
And then just like, oh look, it's the saloon. It's like this map is familiar.
Yep.
And then he just goes on inside, and he's cleaned it up a lot. There's a lot of things that used to be laying around that were wood that have been repurposed.
Yeah, it looks good. Good and clean. All
You know,
like the
nice
dust
little,
and grime.
nice little empty coat room.
Yeah.
That doesn't have any ghosts or anything in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no ghosts.
He's left all the animal heads up on the walls because that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
My only caveat is this wall looks like every other wall in here.
Okay.
It just, for some reason, I can't.
Yeah, I get you.
So yeah, he's rearranged the tables that have also changed style somehow.
Oh,
But
he's
he
added to them
rearranged
a
the
little.
tables.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna pretend they're the same ones, but I just didn't feel like moving all of them, so I just grabbed them. So
And
yeah,
for everyone else too, he was working on this prior to the Austin Colt fight too. So he's been
Yeah.
working on this for a little while now.
he
Right.
built most of those crates that were around. He just took all their wood and built a wall up around the bar.
I love that.
He's got a bunch of church hymn books here. That's
Yeah.
some of the supplies. A little empty area. He moved his stage that he built outside inside,
Yeah, he sure did.
and little Bible on there.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
And I'll just show everybody because I'm proud of how cool it is.
It's super cool.
This wall that looks like every other wall here.
Oh, I see. It's a little.
actually opens.
Ah.
And it's got like a little alchemy looking thing in here, a bunch of bookshelves full of books.
Yeah.
Bookshelves aren't this fancy looking, those are just the only ones that had books on them.
Yeah.
And then he's got like a desk over here.
Oh, beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah. And it's sturdy too. Like before the saloon would creak and groan and it looked really dilapidated. Even on the outside you can see it's beautiful again. And it looks almost brand new.
Didn't even notice the doors back here. Why are there knockers on the wall?
I don't know, that's weird.
Probably decorations from the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the saloon. Or
All I
maybe
did,
they're what
I
you can
had
tie a
her-
horse to.
Yeah, I had her send me the saloon map that she made, and I've just been redoing it.
Yeah.
He hasn't done anything behind the bar yet. He'll probably keep this, even though.
That's where the
You shouldn't.
communion wine lives.
Alcohol. Oh yeah, the communion
Yeah,
wine.
and all
Including the
wafers.
ale, the whiskey,
Yeah.
and
But he's
The
going to keep the
communion
kitchen
ale.
semi-functional. That's why those tables are out there.
Yeah. It's
And
a
then-
multi-purpose building.
You know, everybody in town doesn't even remember this building, right?
Yeah.
Or
Well,
they know the building's here, but they
Yes.
don't remember much about it.
yeah, because, they
But-
remember it used to be a saloon, but long ago.
But Julian, Victor, Creed, and Ike know that trapdoor is there.
Correct.
no one
Everyone
else.
that wasn't a local of Dunmoore.
Okay. So the trapdoor's still there, just hidden.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
And I haven't done anything to it. So yeah, that's what he's been working on.
It's gorgeous.
So
That
now that
onion back
you know-
there on the kitchen look good.
I'm gonna go find it. I'll get it for you.
Yeah, you really did great. Solomon really cleaned this place up.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh,
looks good.
Did you arrange the carrots and the onions like that?
Nope, that's how
oh,
they work.
my...
I didn't even think about it
That's
until
pretty
just
funny.
now.
oh, jeez.
Like, I've just been deleting a bunch of stuff as I go.
Yeah.
And
What's
deleted-
funny, the left one is always bigger than the right one.
So yeah,
Right?
left. Yeah.
Up,
little
down, left, right.
up,
Beautiful.
down, left, right, up, down, left, right, L1, R2, R1, R2. I have
Can't
guns
believe
now.
you got that memorized.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. So yeah, it's
Oh, there's a knife.
anyone that would. Is Solomon officially opening the church now?
Well, not quite, because next he's gonna go to the fort. That's the word I was looking for.
The fort, by all means. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
He's going looking for a bell.
okay. Yeah. So this happens while while Julian's in his lab working with Wrangler. This is going on while Victor and Stella are talking, and so you pass by on your way to the sheriff's fort, and you can see Victor and Stella and Jim talking in the they're out on the front just talking about something. Don't really know what, don't really care. You're heading to the fort. You're gonna go see if there's a bell, and of course there is. There is a bell right next to the front doors, and it's like a decent sized bell. It's like that one in North Dakota that the ringing to clock in for booze bell.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of that size, and it's loud, like ding 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 ding. That'll ring out throughout the whole town.
All right. Yep. Has the new sheriff dude made it in there yet?
By the time that you're because you're inspecting the bell, right? Just kind of
Yeah.
seeing. Yeah. While you're doing this, you notice Jim is walking towards you.
He hasn't met Jim yet, so he doesn't even know who he is. Never mind.
No. Howdy. You see this huge monster of a man. He's almost 7 feet tall, and he's wide. His arms are huge. They're like tree trunks, and his hands are huge boulders of fists. Is approaching you, but he's got a pretty friendly face, and he is beaming. Currently, he's all rosy cheeked. His eyes are a little wet for some reason. And, but other than that, he seems very happy, and he's greeting you with a very friendly kind of smile.
Hello there, Xae'raan.
Yeah, always looks like he's about to cry. You get it, Benny. That was great. We were making jokes last night how Zac Efron always looks like he's about to cry. Actually, everybody, for your interludes, everyone gets a Benny. So if everyone just +1 to your Bennies. And
Does
then
that mean I get one for my interlude and one for that joke?
Yes, correct.
Aha! Alright, so, yeah, he introduces himself. Points down the road, like, building a church, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. And he's all cut for speed, and you can see Jim, he's stunned. He looks down towards where the saloon used to be, and is now a church. And he gives you a good clasp on the shoulder. Well, thank you very much. That's extremely generous of you. Dunmoore's lacking a church for as long as I've been here. I'm damn happy to see that place repurposed into one. Looks good. Did good. Did you do that all by yourself?
Yes.
Holy and he's like about to swear, but then, yeah, and you introduced yourself as like Father Creed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The second he's about to, he's like, holy sheriff's fort! I can't believe that you did that all by yourself. It's incredible. Should have asked for my help. I would have been more than happy to lend a hand or two. And he kind of,
You see, you were too busy trying to punch down ne'er-do-wells.
Oh, he kind of chuckles and he rubs the back of his neck and he looks away. He's like, I suppose you're right, Father.
See this bell here?
Yeah.
Think anybody would mind if I were to repurpose this for the church house?
Oh, no, I certainly wouldn't care, and seeing as I'm the only deputy here, hey, if you want it, take it. And he kind of grabs the bell with his hand, and he's just staring at you as he just, he wrenches it off of the wood where it's hammered in. A couple of nails go plink plink. They are bursted out from the wood, but the bell's unharmed. He grabbed the metal that the bell, that secured the bell to the wood, and he popped it out with that. And he hands you over this very clean working bell.
Thank you kindly. And then he would say, the only deputy.
Yeah.
And then he pulls out a piece of paper that was signed by one of the old deputies and just scratches through the name. Would you sign my building permit, please?
he is he chortles and he grabs I take it you have a little inkwell pen.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he takes the paper and pen and happily he puts the paper up against the logs of the fort and writes in really scratchy, like a doctor's kind of handwriting, Jim Nightingale, and he hands it back to you with a smile. The pen.
He just
and the
folds
paper.
it back up, sticks it inside his jacket, and just back to work.
Oh, again, if you need anything, you just let me know, all right?
And he just nods and then starts do 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 and just walks back down the street.
do 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 do.
All right,
Along
he's gonna
with
hang
the
up
bell.
the bell. Yep.
Okay. Yep, you hang up the bell, and it's beautiful. It looks like it's been
And-
here the whole time.
Now the Xae'raan church is complete,
Excellent.
and Father Creed is now have accent.
He is now a Russian man. Or German. He's Jurgen. He's a tiny man.
The fuck
He's
is
a
he
yoga
doing in
man.
a frying pan?
All right.
Am I just
Do
fine?
you
Or
want to
am I dying, man?
ring the bell, or do you just? Is it
I
time?
certainly might. Give me a
Uh-huh.
moment.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. And so while Father Creed is doing this, it's you guys kind of hear, and all of you at this time. Julian, have you returned back to Dunmoore?
Yes.
Okay, so all of you do hear Jim's voice call out, "What? Did y'all come in with a wagon? Like a big old stagecoach?" You can hear this from the fort.
Oh yes. Or Victor kind of remembers the whole wagon situation. Sorry, I was eating. He looks to Stella and he kind of just we gotta investigate that wagon that those bandits left behind.
All right, okay. She'll get her guns ready. She's ready to shoot.
Yeah, in case there's something lurking in there.
Go grab the others and I'll meet you there. And Victor will make his way towards the wagon.
Okay. Yep, that happens. Before any of the wagoning, though, Solomon, do you want to do this before they start gathering everyone for the wagon, or? Do you want to do it after?
Yeah, I'm ringing the bell right now.
Okay. So as you know, you guys kind of walk from the gunsmith here, ding, 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 coming from what you knew as the saloon, but now looks much different, cleaned up and pretty. And you can see that there is Solomon standing there ringing the bell, and everybody, like Patricia from the brothel, as well as like, you know, Julian and a lady on his arm come out of the brothel. You know, Rufus comes from the general store. The doctor and her husband come out, and you even see like 2 kids peek out from behind their dad at the doctor's office that you didn't notice before. The innkeeper kind of like begrudgingly steps out of the inn. Martha comes by and she's leading a horse. It's actually a very young horse. It's a foal. And, you know, so everyone's just kind of, even Jim's like stepping out of the sheriff's fort, and he's like quizzically looking to the church, but knowing that like he's the reason why the bell's ringing right now, since he just gave the bell to Solomon. Yeah, everyone's just kind of making their way to the saloon? ? To see what's up. So the PCs, do you follow the crowd? Do you head to the saloon?
I'm following Victor.
Victor will kind of notice the bell is going off, and he's kind of just like, it seems like father has conducted his own plans. We'll check up on him in a bit.
Alright.
Alright, so you guys are not heading to the saloon.
Yes, for now.
Okay. So you guys go ahead and put yourself... Victor and Stella, put your tokens at the sheriff's fort, like on sheriff's fort, the text. That's about where so like here, I guess I could ping. About
Okay.
there is where the wagon is. There you go.
Okay, I'll move over there in a second.
Okay, then we'll pause on you two. Julian, you do choose to... Oh, you brought your horse, so smart! Good on ya for bringing your horse. Do you choose to go to the saloon?
Yes.
Okay, so we move to Solomon. So Solomon, now you have the attention of the entire town of Dunmoore, minus Victor and Stella. What do you do?
Okay. I would invite everyone in to come take a seat.
Okay. Especially the locals kind of look at each other with raised eyebrows, and you can see now, like, anyone that had kids, like, even their kids are here with them. They're holding the hands of their mothers and fathers, and they're kind of, you know, for once, like, this is the first time in a long time that all of Dunmoore has been together in one, like, under one roof. And everyone's a little, like, unsure. And the people that used to remember the saloon, they're kind of like, oh, they're looking around at how clean and nice and how well built this new building is versus what they remember of the old dilapidated saloon. They look to be genuinely pleased and happy as they're making their way in and sitting down at the pews.
Alright, so everybody's in now?
Mm-hmm. Everyone's in, and, you know, any fussy babies are getting quieted down. Everyone's sitting, and they are all looking at Solomon expectantly. Julian, do you do anything before this begins?
No, I kind of just blended to the crowd.
Okay, so Solomon, you do notice your friend, you know, a familiar face you've come to know. Julian does show up. You do notice, too, that Stella and Victor are not present.
Okay.
But okay.
Father Creed will remember that.
Yeah.
Yep, top left of both of your screens.
Yep, the floor is yours.
Father Creed would ask everybody to remove their hats, bow their heads.
They do.
And he's gonna start off by saying, Heavenly Father, as we gather here today in this newly built sacred space, we invite your presence to fill our hearts and guide our words and actions. May your grace shine upon Dunmoore, a town on the path to renewal, and grant us the wisdom to rebuild with unity, compassion, and hope. Bless our time together and infuse our community with the strength to embrace the brighter future that awaits us. In your name we pray. Amen.
You hear, yeah, amen, amen, muffled sounds through the crowd.
So everybody raises their head. Creed's, up on his little stage, and he's like, dear and cherished people of Dunmoore, today we gather beneath the open... no, hold on, I gotta rewrite a little bit of this as I go. Today we gather beneath the roof of this newly repurposed house of the Lord, not in sorrow, but in the warm embrace of a community that's triumphed over adversity. In the face of trials that tested your mettle, you've discovered the strength within yourselves, the strength that unites you as you set forth to rebuild this beloved town. These recent times have been challenging, marked by the shadow of lawlessness that loomed over the streets. You have faced threats not only from the forces of the devil, but also from those who were meant to protect you. The departure of Colt and his so-called deputies, who once wielded authority with impunity, has brought a newfound sense of peace and optimism to your town. Today I stand before you with my heart full of joy, to reassure you that the brighter dawn has broken over Dunmoore. The spirit of your town remains unbroken, and it is your unity, resilience, and hope that shall guide you in the days ahead. In the wake of darkness, you find yourselves at the threshold of a new start. We all together shall rebuild not just our physical structures here in town, as I have done with this thus far, but also the trust and camaraderie that were eroded over time. Together, we shall nurture a renewed sense of community, for we are the architects of our own destiny, guided only by the word of our Lord. As we labor to heal our wounds and mend this little town, let us cherish the fact that Dunmore's true strength lies in its people, in our unity, and in our enduring hope. With a spirit undaunted by adversity, our town shall rise again, stronger and more vibrant than ever before. Let the newfound peace of Dunmoore be our guiding light, for in unity and hope we shall thrive. Can I get an amen?
You hear very, voracious amen coming from, especially, Jim. He's very excited. His wife, too, is extremely excited. You can even hear, there's some applause. The people are... They're... You could tell, they needed this really bad. And for this, I'm gonna need you to roll me a persuasion... No,
Oh yeah, let's do persuasion.
Yep. Performance. And remember your, things that you may or may not have to help. But, yes, you can go ahead and do a performance roll for me. And because the sermon was so good, you did, genuinely a great roleplay job in doing that, give yourself a +2 to whatever you roll.
Ooh.
Well, that's good, because I'm unskilled anyways.
Oh, God.
Well, remember, you also have, things to help with that. So you are looking to beat a 4, and you have a +2. And you can use bennies on this if you really need.
Give me a second. Okay. So I'm rolling it as unskilled.
Yeah, so the -2
you
it's
said-
canceled out.
Yeah, and
So
then
just-
I get extra on top of that. So
Yep, roll unskilled, and then we'll do the math from there. Okay?
Benny.
Okay, yeah, Benny that up. Ooh. Well, hold on.
Benny?
So,
Oh.
yeah, you can Benny again if you want. But that first one could work. What's your pluses to...
Oh wait, yeah, it is a +3.
Yeah, so that does...
Never mind. So I
yeah.
didn't Benny.
Okay, yeah, you get that Benny back. Yeah, so after you give this sermon, and you're trying to uplift these people, you could tell they've been really bedraggled. They've been raked by, lack of supplies. Their beloved Sheriff Douglas got murdered. And they were almost ready. People, even Rufus, the guy that was in the general store that was ready to leave, his shit was already in boxes. You could see even timid Rufus is yeah, yeah, maybe Dunmoore is worth staying for and maybe worth saving. And you have figured out one of the main mechanics of Deadlands. As the people, like, as you've gathered all these people and you've given them this renewed hope, and you're helping fight fear. So you guys didn't know, but Dunmoore had a fear level of 2. Thanks to the posse's deeds, but most importantly, your deeds and the telling of the deeds to as many people as you can, you have lowered Dunmoore's fear level by 1, so it is now only level 1 in fear, and which is excellent. So yeah, that's huge. And because of this, I'm gonna need you, Solomon, and you, Julian, to take your conviction. So you both have earned conviction. On your sheets, you're gonna see there's a little heart next to conviction. Make sure that's red. And then that allows you to add a d6 to whatever roll you decide for one whole turn. Because you guys were here in this moment when the town of Dunmoore was rallied. And that's huge. And that's like, that's how you fight the fear. Each zone has a fear level. You need to figure out how fucked up the area is. And you need to figure out how to fix it. And you fight the darkness by fighting fear. So congratulations, this is the first time you guys have lowered any town's fear level. And that's huge.
Oh wait, didn't we?
I thought we already lowered it once.
Yeah, we lowered it once. I thought because we got rid of. I think it was the saloon that we lowered.
Yeah, it was after we did the whole saloon thing. You told us the fear went down.
Well, it's the general fear went down, yeah, but the actual like levels of it. So it goes from like 0 to 6.
No, you said it dropped a level.
Okay, well now it has officially dropped a level. The whole point is like the whole mechanic is you do something astounding, like you deal with a band of murderous outlaws, or you take out like a group of, whatever, I don't want to say any creatures, a group of jackalopes. What's a creature you guys know of? But, a bad guy creature. You take out groups of those, and then you slowly lower a town's fear level. And once you get past a certain level, it's no longer, like, considered, like, super fucked up or haunted. It's considered, like, more or less normal. And Dunmoore isn't at the normal level yet, but it's almost there. It's very close to being there. But it's at a point now where, like, it can start rebuilding. And this is where you guys, as a posse, have the ability to literally shape the world that you're in. So yeah, thanks to you guys, Dunmoore can actually begin rebuilding now. And that's huge. But the most important thing is getting groups of people together and letting them know what happened. Because remember, things like, social media and stuff doesn't exist. So how are they to know that, like, they're better now? So keep that in the back of your minds as you guys progress in the Deadlands campaign. That is how you lower fear levels. And you can do it a bunch of different ways. One of which being, like, you talk to the local newspaper and you get them to write articles on what you guys did. And then when the articles are published, that can help lower a town's fear level. It doesn't always have to be a sermon, but that is something that can happen.
And it's always going to be a sermon.
Well, yeah.
Oh, God.
It certainly can be. So that's up to you guys to decide. Big congratulations.
We can't have the papers writing anything. Oh, God.
Yeah.
It's causing trouble.
Yeah, the agents in the party might not be super keen on that. So, but well, we'll see. This should be interesting to see how you guys move from here. Yeah, congratulations. Huge mechanic unlocked. Lowering fear levels. Officially.
So yeah, I feel like he'd go on to finish his sermon up and be like, hey, I built this church for you people. I do consider this to be my home church now. Although there may be times where I may not be around. Feel free to use its amenities to what you need. And with that, he would dismiss everyone.
Perfect. They all are, like, in staunch agreement. They love that you've done this. They think this is a much better use of the building than just being a dilapidated old place. I mean, obviously they would like to have a saloon again someday, but not one that's decrepit and run down and not used. So this is...
He tells them if they would like to build a new saloon to go 2 houses down on the left. And That's where they can have their new saloon.
There you go.
Wait,
but
where?
Stella lives there. We can't even knock down Stella's
Hey.
house. But yeah, in Solomon, they seem really pleased with you. You get the feeling like you specifically talking to these people in Dunmoore from now on will probably be like a +1 to any kind of persuasion rolls or anything with the people of Dunmoore. Because you are their pastor, basically. So go ahead and note that down. And yeah, and Julian, because you were there to witness this conglomeration of people and the actual official lowering of the fear level in the town, that's why you also got conviction.
Who will go on to be known as the Deadly Do-Gooder at Dunmoore.
Deadly Do-Gooder at Dunmoore. I love that. Okay. Is there anything else you would like to do before we head over to the party with the wagon?
Nope, that's all I got.
Julian?
I was interested in investigating any leftovers in the sheriff's fort anyway.
Yeah. You can go.
So if it's plausible for me to go there as well.
Yeah, and Solomon, you can too, if you also want to go and be
Yeah,
with your posse.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, as everybody's exiting, I see Julian, so I'm just gonna saddle up next to him and just make small talk as he's walking. I'm just walking with him.
Okay. You guys do that. So all of you head to the fort. Do you explicitly go to where you last saw Stella and Victor walking off to?
Yeah, I think it's time that we bunch up again.
Okay.
Excuse
Bless
me,
you.
sorry.
Bless you.
No, you're good. So yeah, you guys go ahead and catch on up to them. And as you do, Victor, Stella, you guys are like talking about agency stuff and like going over certain things and blah blah blah, as you guys will have a chance to do in roleplay, but for time's sake.
Right.
And you guys approach this wagon. So as you approach this wagon, let me find the wagon. It's big. It's a big honkin' boy. It's beautiful. It's got like this dark green kind of canopy roof over it. It's got shingles on it. It's made with a really sturdy wood. And Stella, you would recognize this wagon as Douglas's special stagecoach. Douglas would often, like if ever he had to go on really long journeys, he would hook up his 6 horses. And yeah, this is a 6-horse station wagon. It's huge. And it's got like 2 levels to it, you can see from the outside. And yeah, this is where like he would go and choose a couple of deputies to go with him. And this doubled as like, you never were able to see inside Stella, but this wagon is familiar to you. You've seen it a couple times. Where'd it go? I had it. It was right here. I had it. Where'd it go?
Holy shit. Guys, I just learned a new trick.
Huh.
Hmm?
There it is.
Click your token to move it, and as you go to move it, right-click, and it shows you how far you've moved.
Oh.
Right click?
Yeah, like, as you're holding left-click to move your token, right-click and hold it.
Oh my god.
Oh. Ooh.
I just
Neat.
learned a new trick.
Hell yeah.
Fancy.
That's awesome. So the wagon is a little longer than that. I couldn't find an exact picture. But and a little taller than that. But you get the general idea. It's made of like a really robust, sturdy kind of wood. The dark green roof. So what is the pecking order to you guys entering the wagon? Do you all just kind of enter it at the same time?
I assume Stella would, since
She's
she's
Yep.
since she's one
Shocker.
familiar.
Okay. Who is next after
Victor.
Stella?
I feel like
Victor
I'm
will-
probably at the back of the pack showing up.
Okay.
Victor will kind of follow after.
Okay. So do
Strange
you
for
all
Creed
just...
to be in the back?
So you guys
No.
see-
Sorry, I meant I follow after Stella. Sorry.
So you guys see these 6 horses, and they are like well kept. You could tell that Colt was prepping these horses for something. They all have like feeding bags, and the water trough near them is near empty. They're already all hooked up to everything, and they're strong. They're large, wider than your guys' horses. Poor Betsy, she's all the way back at Stella's place. But
Yeah, she's eating an apple.
They're large. You could tell these are like work horses. They're made for pulling, especially something as massive as this wagon. And from the outside, it looks very innocuous. Stella, do you open the side door and enter?
Yeah. Actually, I'm kicking it down. If I can.
So, you know what? Go ahead and roll me a strength. Okay. So.
What if we wanted to use this? Now it's got a broken door.
Well, hold on.
Oh my God.
Because breaking solid things isn't just you beat a 4. There are multipliers that go into it. And for this wagon specifically, Stella, you make it a little run up and BAM! Nothing.
Damn.
And
Well,
you
I'm
hear,
out of
like,
ideas.
you know the sound of, like, a can being dropped in an echoey chamber? Like that ching sound? Like a very,
No.
you know, you hear that. Do you want to try again?
She'll look towards the group real quick. And, you know, like, should I kick it again? Because I can.
Victor very quickly shakes his head for a second, like maybe this is not the time to do the kicking of the doors, as it were. And he kind of gently pushes her aside for a second, just kind of kindly motions her away for a second, and kind of inspects the door
Okay.
to see what's about.
Do a notice roll.
Meanwhile, Creed is joining the SWAT team,
Uh-huh.
which instead of Special Weapons and Tactics, it stands for
I'm gonna
Stella
Benny
Weapons and
that.
Tactics.
I love it.
Still, what? Breach.
God damn it. Okay. You know what? One more Benny.
Okay.
Under profanity.
Minor profanity.
Breach. Go.
There we go. That's
Okay.
better. That's better.
So, you're looking at this door, and you kind of like, it's unlocked. You see that, like, right off the rip. It's unlocked. There's a handle to it. It looks pretty normal, innocuous. If you put your hand on it, it feels kind of warm. And you're not entirely sure if that's, like, the sun bearing down on the wagon all day and the wood is warmed up because of that, or if it's for something else. But it doesn't feel malicious at all. It just feels like... if you listen to it, you can hear a very, very soft, like a sound from the wood.
Just a humming.
Yeah, just a very soft.
Victor
Yes,
will
that's
kind of
what
look
it's
to Stella and be like, the door didn't look like it needed to be rushed open, as it were. And he quietly goes to open the door.
Okay. So you...
Still goes boring.
So do you enter first then, or are you just opening the door?
I guess he will enter in first.
Okay. So...
Before anything crazy happens,
Uh-huh.
eye patch.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and do me your roll for that.
No, I haven't done that. I just pulled the eye patch down to be prepared.
Okay. So,
Oh
yeah.
boy, so he's not doing it just to
Right.
be like,
So,
well, I warned you.
time to fight. So, yeah, you do that. Okay, so you open the door and you enter the wagon.
Oh god.
And
I
on
like
the
to believe that people are just really confused by his eye patch. If you ever had to explain it, it's just his right eye is a bad eye.
Yeah.
So whenever he really wants to focus,
So,
he just covers it.
yeah. So as soon as you guys enter the wagon, you hear and feel like a woomph. As soon as Victor steps in, you hear this woomph, and then Stella woomph, and then Julian woomph, and then finally Solomon woomph, as you enter through the threshold of the doorway, and
What's
you
my
see.
woomph smaller?
Why
Woof.
is my wolf small?
It's just the sound of like you guys entering a space, and you know it feels inviting. Like as soon as you guys enter this area, it feels comfortable. It was sweltering hot outside, and as soon as you guys step in, it almost feels like it's air conditioned, which is weird for the Weird West in the time period that you guys find yourselves in. But it's comfortable. It's like a nice, 70 degrees inside. And, it's cozy. It feels good. You look around and you can see that there's a table with a map on the table. A map that you guys are, not close enough yet to see what it does. Over here you can see there's a slightly bloodied bench. And then on this table, you can see some medical supplies. On this cabinet, you see a few more medical supplies. There's like basic clean like jugs of water, some bandages, just stuff to like help. You get the feeling like maybe Douglas used this as a medical stagecoach while he was out and about on his expeditions. There's a desk up here with another book and some notes on some things written in Sheriff Douglas's hand. Over on this table, and this whole platform here, you can see there's stairs up to it. It's raised like a foot or so. This area is lowered. So, you can walk up here, and there's a little platform here with a rug. There's a bookshelf that's got all manner of, like, notes and documentations written by Sheriff Douglas. On the table here, there's 2 faintly glowing teal green stones that some of you might recognize as something important. A little explorer's pack here. And there's like various crates and things of supplies. Just things, some bits of dried meat and things just for a long road. You notice too there is a ladder leading up to the 2nd floor of this stagecoach. What do you guys do?
I think first things first.
I'm the realist.
Oh, go ahead.
No, he's making a joke.
Oh.
You said first things first. I said I'm the realist.
Oh, got it. Victor will kind of notice some of the writings that potentially could be Douglas's work. He'll kind of go over and look it over.
Okay.
I think he notices that in particular because he recalls that Douglas was the sheriff.
Yeah.
And he wanted to see what he knew.
Okay. Yeah, you do that. Go ahead and... Oh, I'm not going to make you roll because it's obviously just lying right in front of your face. So you look, and you can see, like, Douglas actually had notes on this group that came and overthrew him. He and his deputies, before the deputies left Dunmoore, were keeping tabs on this rowdy group of people. They never got a name, frustratingly. They didn't figure out what the gang was named, but what you have learned now is that it was in fact a gang. It was not an official sheriff, and none of the deputies were actually officially deputized. They were illegally impersonating lawmen.
Then he'll kind of go through it with his own notes and kind of be like, all right, well, it's good to know that my assumption was correct.
Yep, that it was.
And he'll just continue to look through the notes to see if there's anything else that he might need to keep track of from Douglas here.
Yeah, you actually see there is a map of Texas there. And it's kind of like a hastily scrawled together map. You're about to get your first handout. And yeah, you pick it up, and, it's like, you see, it looks to be on parchment paper. It's pretty sturdy. It looks relatively new, like it was finished pretty recently before Sheriff Douglas's untimely demise.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
So yeah, you have the map of Texas in your pocket now.
Oh wow, I forgot that Lubbock was that close. I didn't realize Lubbock was that close.
Oh yeah, it's a day's ride out.
All right.
I like to imagine that in the ad space on the map, even though the map is older than it, there's an advertisement for the church.
Yeah. Well, you can pencil that in if you want to pencil in like what I'm willing to do is for you guys, whenever you guys get maps, because I make them on Inkarnate, if you want to, I will go hand write in notes and things on your maps, whatever you want. Just let me know. And you guys can pass the map around and make notes so that everyone has the same kind of notes on their maps.
My note will be, "We are here."
Yeah, basically. But yeah, so you find a map of Texas.
I think. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. In this map of Texas, you see that there's things like you can see different kind of mesas and plateaus, potential canyons and stuff. You can see to the west, to the northwest. There's a little bit of a river there if you had kept on going. There's just like basic general landmarks and things. Not everything is exactly accurate as to where and what everything is, but you get a really good sense of like the geography of Texas. Yeah, it might be good for future planning.
Victor will not quietly, I guess. He'll just see that map and he'll take it up and put it in his coat pocket along with his notebook, since he's basically checked out the sheriff's notebook, I guess, unless there's more information that he can provide. Otherwise,
no, that's it. Other than that, it's like just basic notes and things on, ne'er-do-wells that they rustle up and they send away to prison. And you can tell that instead of inside the fort, Douglas really used this wagon as like his home base.
Okay. Then yeah, he'll notate some of the bandits and stuff that he's captured in the past, and maybe write it along for his documentation.
Yeah.
And for the agency, but other than that, he's good.
All right. Everyone else, what do you guys want to do now that you're in the big stagecoach?
I want to look around and see if I can find Sheriff Douglas's chili recipe.
You know what? You don't see anything from... I'm not even going to make you notice roll for this. Oh, actually, you know what? I will, because this will be funny. Go ahead and do me a notice roll.
It's a good thing I notice how to notice.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Not so with the snake eyes. Okay. So, yeah, down here, you have no idea. Like, that you don't see anything down here. And, there's just so much to see, so much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You have a really hard time figuring out where that chili recipe is. You're like, oh, what's on the table? Oh, there's so many things in the crates. You're like, oh, ew, why is that thing so bloody over there to the right of me? There's a lot of other things catching your attention to where the chili recipe is out of your mind for now. You don't even know where you would cook chili in this thing.
Okay, that's all I had.
Anyone else? There's a ladder here that goes up to the second floor.
Rest in peace, singer.
There's a second floor?
She'll climb up the ladder.
Okay. So Stella, as soon as you do, you are now on the second floor of the wagon. Over here, there are some dividers. And then the rest of you on the bottom floor just see, like, my pings. You don't actually see the... Oh, boy. There's a chest here. That's closed. And from what you can see, that's all you can see. The dividers are made of, like, a thin material, like a really thin sheet wood or something. Just something that's dividing this main landing area from the rest of the top of the cabin.
Stella will look to see if the chest can be opened.
Easily.
If it's locked.
Just click.
Should open it.
Yeah, you open it up, and inside you can see a change of clothes. Other than that, there's nothing there. You can tell, though, like, this is a pretty deep chest. Probably be pretty good for storing stuff in. But other than that, it's just gotta change your clothes. And
No, you go.
From where you're standing, you can see bedrolls and pillows. And another table over here with a candle on it, as well as 2 hunks of that same glowing teal blue rock.
Just 2 hunks.
2 hunks.
She's gonna go to the 2 hunks.
The 2 hunks.
Yeah.
Oh god.
You do.
And she's gonna poke at it with her gun.
You hear a familiar "oh" coming from the rocks as soon as you poke at it. And you notice if you look behind you, there's another chest there. You kind of get the feeling it's probably the same sort of deal as the first one. But over here, you see there's actually a small kitchenette. There is a table here, there's a range, there is a wash bin there so you can wash dishes or yourself. And there's, the cabinets and things over here are stocked with food, but it looks like there hasn't really been, in the past couple of days, you could tell, Sheriff Douglas didn't, he wasn't the best at throwing out rotten food. So there's a couple pieces of moldy bread, a couple pieces of moldy cheese, but other than that, there's, dried goods, dried meats, and beans and stuff in sacks and things that are more or less fine. And you also notice a dresser from where you're standing, as well as, some curtain rods and things that are blocking the rest of this little section.
Okay, she's gonna grab one of these hunks and put it in her little satchel.
Okay.
Probably the smallest one.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead and make a note of that so I know to change it on the map. But do you grab the big one or the small one?
The small one.
Okay. So, yeah, please make a note of that. Do you do anything else for now, or anyone else, too, that's in the bottom level? Do you care to head up the ladder as well, or...?
I haven't even started down here.
Yeah, there you go. So, Julian. Yeah, let's, so pause for now, Stella. Julian, what do you do?
So I'm gonna head over to this big table in front of me, and I'm gonna investigate the map on the table.
Absolutely. The second that you do, you see that it is not only a map of Texas, but the map of the United States. There are all sorts of main railways, minor railroads. You can see the cacophony of major towns, minor towns too, all over, as well as scribbles of different battleground areas and things that have taken place in the past. And it's astonishing. What you're seeing here is, it's pretty detailed. It's got, everything all lined up nicely, where the current territories are in the year that you guys find yourselves in. So not accurate to 2023 territories, but... Did you see that map pop up okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can even zoom in on it.
Yep. And yeah, this
Okay.
map...
Quick question,
Yeah.
Marshal.
Mm-hmm.
In the Discord, do you have everybody's channels labeled as their real name as well? Like I do for the D&D ones?
For the most part, yeah, but there's one...
Later today, we'll change people's to their character names.
Okay.
Someone, not going to mention who, just put, has a small hunk of green rock in Loda's notes.
Gotcha.
Maybe Loda does, who knows?
Gotcha.
Maybe she's picked up a slimy rock by the river.
So we'll
Also,
rename them all later, so
Yeah,
that way.
sounds good.
Also, I just realized that one of the channels that you made for me is misspelled.
Is it?
So yeah.
Oh, whoops. So I'll fix that later.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. Like I said. Or I mean to say it's not a big deal, so don't worry about it.
Okay. But yeah, so you now have a map of the United States in the Weird West. And the eastern part is not, this is just the Midwest and the western part of it.
Okay. And I'm calling Solomon over to walk up the stairs so we can go investigate the upper side.
Alright, I'll walk up these stairs.
Alright,
Okay.
so the first thing is I see this weird fucking head right here with what is that, antlers?
Uh-huh.
And I think to myself, maybe Solomon knows something about that. He's a weird dude. So
Alright.
I call him over.
Yeah, both of you, if you want to, you can make an occult roll to see what that is.
Okay.
I don't even have that, so I'll do unskilled.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Oh,
Oh wow.
skilled, and you still
Holy,
you
your wild die.
exploded.
Yeah, the wild die exploded 3 times. Jesus.
Holy
The
crap!
the odds of that are so low.
Oh my god. Okay, so you ask for Solomon's help, but you're like, wait a second. Wait a second. That what? And you like so you get a good look at this fucking thing, and you're like, huh. Uh that looks awfully familiar. Yeah, so this is it's a creature. You don't know its name. Neither one of you have in your histories have ever come across something like this or researched something like this because of its rarity. But you immediately know this thing is definitely weird. It's definitely supernatural. And Sheriff Douglas probably knew a lot more than he let on, seeing as he's got this thing's skull. Both of you get the sense that, like, this thing was very dangerous at one point, and Douglas had to have been an ultra omega Chad badass in order to bring it down and to, you know, bleach out the skull, clean it out, and keep it. But yeah, it is a nasty piece of work, something you guys would never ever want to encounter out on the plains.
I take out my knife and stab it.
Okay, you take out your knife and stab it, and it's nothing happens. It's just, you know,
Took care of that one.
yeah, yep, but yeah, well, yeah. Wait, you rolled a smarts
Yeah.
for stabbing?
No, I rolled a smarts to decide if he was gonna stab it or not.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, yeah, do me a strength roll, because you're... Oh, actually, no, fighting, because you're stabbing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you easily... Chook! And you splinter
Care of
off
that one.
Yeah, you splinter off a piece of bone. But, yeah, it doesn't move. It's painted. And even, like, the way it's painted, you have a feeling that whoever painted this did so with intention. It's asymmetrical. It might look symmetrical, but it's not. It's asymmetrical. And it's like, even being near the symbols on the skull itself, not necessarily the skull itself, makes you feel a little safer.
Julian
Step
looks
it
at
again.
Solomon and says, I've never seen anything like this. I bet Douglas was up to some crazy shit out on the road.
Yeah, it doesn't look natural, that's for sure. But, I couldn't tell you what it is.
Well, I do need to catch up on some other stuff, because you, or at least you, seem to know more than I do about all this supernatural stuff. I'm still
Yeah.
kind of skeptical.
I've dealt with forces of the devil for a little over a year now, so I've seen
Victor
a thing or
perks
two.
up. Sorry.
Oh, you're
Didn't
fine.
mean to-
No, it was
That's
good.
where I
was
was
just
ending
saying,
it anyways, was
yeah,
just I've
was
seen a
good.
thing or two.
Yeah, I think Victor, hearing that you've been dealing with stuff for a year, would kind of perk up at that as he's looking over the notes and everything. You've
And-
Well,
dealt with the occult for a year?
I've only, like I said, I wouldn't say occult or supernatural, just forces of the devil.
Victor will
well,
kind of...
hopefully you guys convince me.
You did stick your member inside of a ghost. I don't know how you can't be convinced.
That was not a ghost. Come on.
You also witnessed the things that were in that mine. I'm surprised you aren't more tempered by that
I
with your
mean,
expectations.
I was pretty up high there. I didn't see much. I think I saw maybe like a bit of bones moving around, but that could have been anything. I don't know what y'all saw down there.
Press F to doubt. Victor will kind of doubt both Solomon Creed's like saying that, oh, I haven't dealt with... You said how you specified, you said you don't you didn't deal with the occult, but
No, he
works of
said
the
he
devil?
wouldn't call it the occult.
Yeah, he definitely starts doubting that, but then he also doubts Julian's like
Would you like me to
recollection.
persuade you?
Persuade me, my dear father.
You can. You certainly can if you guys want to do tests on each other.
Alright, let's see. So it's let
I'm
me
guessing that
open up my sheet here.
Yep.
is that. Am I counter persuading or am I?
Yes, you are. So what happens is he does the skill against you, and you do the attribute that skill is associated with.
It's spirit.
Oh, it's spirit. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Give me a second to look through my stuff.
Or
though.
would it be smarts?
it's
No,
spirit.
persuasion is a
Okay.
spirit.
And you
Okay.
can see, like, to the right of all your skills, it shows you
Where's
the
my-
parenting
Oh,
attribute.
right there. Alright, so
Doesn't show that.
okay.
It shows my persuasion as a D4.
Oh yeah, it doesn't show it to you there, but if you unlock your sheet, you can see what it is.
Oh, unlock it.
Yeah, unlock your
Oh,
sheet, and
yeah,
then your
yeah,
skills
yeah,
you
yeah.
see.
Now I see
Yeah,
it.
so
Okay.
I'm gonna roll a persuasion, and I'm gonna re-roll that with one of my edges,
Yep. Okay.
and then I'm gonna add 3 to that total.
Yep.
All right, then I will counter with the spirit.
You gotta beat a 9. Okay, you beat a
And you
9.
did.
Okay, so how does that play out? You beat him.
So, Victor, hearing that, just kind of like seeing the past few times that he's encountered with, or encountered with the bone fiends, the creature, or just like several different instances that he recalls being with Father Creed. He kind of just like doesn't shake his head or anything. He just kind of gives a gentle nod as if like, sure, Father. And then he goes, I don't know. Something about you isn't saying, I don't know if I believe you yet, Father.
I like how the whole persuasion is literally that they're just calling it different names, but it's
Yeah.
the same thing. Though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah. I love it.
I mean,
I
he's
suppose I love
agreeing that you have.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love
But
it.
he
I
just
love it
doesn't
so
call it
much.
a cult.
I've been
Just calls it
smiling this
forceful
whole like little encounter you guys
This
are
is
having.
like-
It's great.
Yeah.
This is, what is the word I'm looking for? This is like, God, there's a word for it.
I just imagine
Anyway.
Victor's like Kronk, and Kronk's like, right.
Right, poison from Cusco.
Yeah,
Cusco's
Cusco's poison. Yeah.
Yes.
That's awesome.
It's like he straight up agreed with you, but just called it a different name. And you're like, I don't know if I believe you.
What a great interaction.
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
I was like,
didn't
all right,
think
I'll
about
roll with this. It's funny.
I didn't think about it. I was like, wait, I feel like he's trying to hide something. And then I just immediately was like, I need to fucking question him. No, I'm kidding. Anyway. yes.
Detective brain kicks in.
Yep.
While they're doing that,
Yep.
Julian notices the glow on his right as he
Yeah.
was standing in front of the skull. And he goes, He reaches into his jacket, tries to pull out his little detector, his handheld,
Uh-huh.
accidentally pulls out his copy of the Kama Sutra and says, wait, that's
Oh
not
my
it. Puts it down.
god.
It's
Takes
legit.
out-
That's an in-canon item he has on him at all times.
Oh my god. I
beautiful.
thought he was doing a bit.
No, that's on
It's
his
even
sheet.
better.
Even better.
So he pulls out his ghost rock detector and he turns it on.
Yeah.
What does the reading show?
As it starts up, and then if he's going near the glowing thing, beep 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 beep. Did like a very very angry sounding, like, yes, that what you're detecting, that is what this is.
I think, would Victor hear that as well?
Oh yeah, everybody would. That's downstairs. Actually, Stella too. You hear very faint beep 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 coming from below.
So he goes, cha-ching, and he grabs them
Yeah.
and has a little bit of a laughing fit, and he declares to everyone. He just kind of holds them up in the air. Gentlemen and Stella, if you hear me upstairs, if you see these glowing rocks, please hand them to me. Thank you.
Yeah. And yeah, so go ahead and make a note that you have 2 hunks of ghost rock. And I'll
Alright.
yeah, please make that note in the Discord so I know to update the map.
And just as a curious thing,
Yeah.
I know what Ghost Rock is and what it's
You do.
useful for, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, being an agent, you would definitely know. Especially an agent of your rank, you would definitely know.
Got it. I'm trying to think of how Victor would kind of react to just the declaration of Ghost Rock being his.
And you know, too, the kinds of people that really want ghost rock.
Be careful where you stash that particular type of material. Lord
Why so?
knows that people look for that kind of material. Not just
Don't
your
you worry.
type.
I'll just stick it far up enough where the sun don't shine and they won't see it.
While you guys are talking, everyone else around, you kind of hear like a sound, and then Wrangler sticks his head up out of the pocket, and he's just kind of looking around, you know? And then he moves his way, kind of like leaps out onto the table.
So do we notice his new look?
Oh yeah, you guys immediately see like the little snake from before now has spines again, but they look odd. They don't look like the other blood whips that or the blood or thorns or whatever they are. The blood wires, that's what they are, that you guys had seen before. It looks different. And it's got it's like a telescope that's collapsed on itself. And it's got little tiny streaks of that exact same kind of glow that those rocks just had on them. And he looks very happy. The little creature is slithering around on the table just as happy as he can be.
And he's not looking hostile or anything, because I think at that point Victor kind of almost folds back his jacket and just kind of pulls out his pistol, or not pull out, but he kind of goes to his holster for a second.
Yeah.
Unsure of what happened, and then he sees the snake. Especially now that it's got the thorns back in a sense, I guess.
But all of them are collapsed, so he just kind of looks bumpy right now. He's not as smooth as he used to be. And you can see like the buckles and the harnesses and things that kind of secure the spines in place, along with, you don't really know how deep in those new spines are to the body. You have no idea that they're actually like integrated into its nervous system now. But yeah, so
I
it's just
ain't
kind of
as smooth as I once was.
That's such a good song. But speaking of song, where's the music? I have like totally forgot to put any kind of sounds. Oops.
That's why I kind of got a playlist going.
Yeah, sorry. Let me whoopsies.
All good.
But yeah,
Got a
so
few spikes on me now.
So
Julian, you notice
Julian
this?
tries to reassure Victor a little bit, like relax, and has a little bit of friendly banter with Wrangler, like, "Boy, get your ass back in the jacket before I circumcise you again."
He looked.
Oh God!
You say this to your little fat, because he's still a little pudgy from the meal that he had yesterday, drinking from the deputies. So he's still a little pudgy. You could tell he's not quite ready for a meal yet, and he's just kind of slithering around. He found this canteen. It's empty, but he sticks his head into it, you know. And he's flicking his little tongue in and just trying to see if there's any water or anything, and there isn't.
You sure he's not gonna be any problem to us, Julian?
Nah, don't worry about it. You know, if you get that scared, just show him your badge.
Victor will kind of relax a bit, with his joke, and he's just like, right then. As long as you got a hold on that creature, you shouldn't have any problems. And he just kind of gives a gentle nod and goes to look for Stella for a second. Like, Stella, where'd you go?
I'm upstairs.
There you go. What do you guys do?
So Victor will kind of hear that and will kind of go towards the ladder, right?
Okay. Yeah.
The ladder that goes.
Yep, the ladder's right here, and you go up the ladder?
Actually, wait, before he goes, he kind of notices the blood on the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Can I check to see if it's like that bench is like for addressing wounds?
Yeah, go ahead and do a notice roll for me.
Right. That would be this one. Oh, fuck.
Do you want to spend a Benny, or do you want to be happy with that result?
I'll spend one more Benny.
Okay. Okay.
There we go. That's a little bit better.
Yeah, so whenever you look over this bench, the dried blood is very old. Like, somebody was hurt a while ago. This is, like, the best thing. You kind of, like... This is kind of the best option that Douglas had for, like, a medical, bed of some kind. It's just a regular bench. And then, yeah, as before, there are medical supplies you can see in a tiny crate. There's a candle for light. And it's really basic stuff, and it's not even that much stuff left. Just some bandages, some gauze, some clean water in this cabinet over here, a poultice. You don't really know what the poultice is made out of, but on the jar it's labeled salve, just S-A-L-V-E, salve. And it's a small jar of this poultice made up of various herbs that you have no idea what went into making this thing, but it's there. Just a good, like, on-the-road sort of medical facility, quote-unquote, that Douglas could help his deputies out, should they need it out in the field.
Gotcha. Victor will kind of notice that it looks more for medical procedures and for, like, a makeshift medical bed, and kind of go back to where he was going up the ladder.
Julian. Julian, do you leave Wrangler to slither around on the table?
Yes.
Okay, you do that. I will have fun with that. Okay, do you all head up the ladder?
Yes.
After I'm done
Yes.
stretching on it, yeah.
Yep. So after
Stretching.
Solomon, you may or may not notice, totally up to you. If, Julian, you see him kind of working his stuff on the ladder, and you guys make your way up.
And he rolled a snake eyes on notice earlier, so he's not noticing anything.
There you go. Okay, you guys have gotten up. As you now can see, there's the dividers here. There's a chest right there. Stella, did you close the chest, or did you leave it open?
She definitely left it open.
Oh yeah, if you guys peek in, you can see there's a change of clothes. And the chest is quite deep. It looks pretty good for storing shit in, as a mental note. You guys can also notice there's some bedrolls. And, it's pretty comfortably outfitted up here. There's a nice carpet up here that's easier on the feet. There's another chest over here that is closed. And Stella is over here. And she is just standing next to the table. You didn't see her do anything. She's just hanging out. You also notice the kitchenette over here. There's a range. There's the place to wash your dishes and hands. A crate that is at this current moment empty. But these shelvings here have traces of food, some moldy bits of cheese, moldy bits of bread, but then dried goods like beans and some dried meats that are relatively in good condition. And then if you guys peek in through these little draperies there, you can see an empty bathtub, and a dresser with a candle, a towel, stuff like that, little house plant. It's pretty comfortably furnished up here. And yeah, what do you guys do?
Well, I'll be damned. Seems like Douglas had a good outfit for right here. You would have thought that he would have been staying more in the fort. But I guess he was more of a traveling man.
Father Creed's gonna take it literally and start looking at the clothing, thinking he meant an outfit of clothing.
Yep, he does that.
I think you mean to say that we have a good outfit now.
Are you thinking we should commandeer this wagon?
Well, at first I was thinking we should take the horses to the local stable and give them back to the community, but I'm pretty sure they won't mind if we keep this thing, considering we saved the town and whatnot.
I mean, it's something to consider. Because I would hate to take something that isn't necessarily ours. Although I'm sure
And would
some
be
of the
a
folk
sin,
would.
you are right.
I wasn't meaning to sin, Pop, but sure, it was the Sheriff Douglas's property.
I wouldn't worry about it. After that speech that Solomon gave, I think they'd be glad to let us have this. Oh, you guys weren't
Speech.
there, right?
You can tell him about
Oh.
the speech.
I do remember that, by the way.
I would hope you would remember. This is like all of a sudden he's just blanks out, like, what did I just do? What did I just do?
Oh no, I meant he remembered that you guys weren't there because I totally didn't forget that until he just said it.
Oh, oh, I see.
Oh yeah, you guys should have been there. You know, he was talking up the whole town, and the amens were roaring the entire place, and oh, you should see what he's done with that old saloon, and I just felt his faith go inside me, and he just did things to me in there.
Stella's mouth is
Oh
like wide
my-
open. Like, whoa.
Wait, talking? Or what
Even my
kind of
snake was
talking?
rattling from hearing all that amens.
I'll be right back. You guys roleplay. Do whatever you want. As you can see, I've lifted the fog of war for the whole wagon, so the entire stagecoach is free to explore at your whim. And you guys can do whatever you want
All right.
in this thing, and I'll be right back.
She said we can do whatever we want without rolling. I find the chili recipe.
You know, funny that you mention it. It's a good thing you found a kitchen, huh? I'll be right back.
Victor will kind of eye Julian up for a second, just like, what do you mean by talking up the town?
Well, I actually don't remember much of what he said, but he said some stuff about. He said some
He
stuff
filled
about.
me up with his holy lie. Oh wait, I don't remember exactly what the words he used, but he filled me
It
up
was
with his holy
more-
lie.
It was more about the atmosphere and the you know, like it's not about what you say, it's about what you do and the. I think he was saying some stuff about how the town is liberated and the strength lies in the people and yada yada, and you know, it had a very faithful vibe to it. So
I
Amen.
see.
yeah, I was so into it. I don't think I was really paying too much attention to the words. I was just going amen, you know, like
Yeah, that's what I always did at church. I just yelled amen when everyone else did.
I thought that. Oh wait, he wasn't there for that conversation. Never mind. Victor will kind of look towards Father Creed and be like, "Is that so? You were
Yeah.
talking about freeing the town?"
No, just preaching the word of the Lord and tell them that a new dawn has begun now that the bad sheriff and his deputies were gone.
Just make sure your sermons leave out the details of anything occult.
I don't believe in the occult, son, so I wouldn't even talk about it.
Or whatever you call it with your devil, works of the devil, or whatever it's.
Have you read the Bible? It's full of forces of the devil. It's
You know what I mean. Just I don't know. I'm trying to play it
Oh.
off like you need to stop talking about the occult.
well, he's never once talked about the occult.
Oh, okay.
hold
Alright.
on. You seek to hide the nature of what's been happening here from people?
Yes, that's my job.
Your job is to keep people ignorant?
This is America.
This is America.
Don't you think they deserve
Not
to
as
know?
Gambino. Like, bust out.
No, that these occurrences are something of the abnormal. If people found out, they would be spreading anarchy, as it were, if people were constantly in terror and fearing of their lives. I bring the law down, as it were. While Father Creed brings down the law of the Lord, I bring down the law of America. Wow, God, that sounded really weird just
Yeah,
saying that.
You're turning into a politician.
Oh God, oh God. I mean, he does kind of
Politics.
a air of a politician, but
Oh, you're turning into
Anyway.
a politician. We must keep the people uninformed and dumb.
oh, great, great. I'm going against my own devices. Okay. But yeah, Victor will kind of just be like, that's the duty of the agents, is that we want to keep the peace in a sense and
Sorry.
ensure that the people are safe from these otherworldly and against nature causes.
Forces of the devil. He just whispers under his breath.
He kind of gives a look towards fucking Father Creed, just like, or the devil works, whatever works, floats your boat, as it were. God, my voice
Well,
for
All right.
Andrakis is pulling out too. Jeez.
Oh, hello,
Uh,
darling.
While you
Hello,
were
darling.
gone, Victor became a politician.
Oh, nice.
Briefly.
He said we must keep the people uninformed.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I didn't phrase it like that.
I mean,
We-
I
we
mean,
must
you
keep them
know.
compliant.
I mean, to keep, pandemonium from ensuing, I could see how that could work.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. I was saying, like, we got to keep anarchy from rising.
Yeah, exactly. you can't-
Uninformed and malleable to go with our orders.
Yeah, but uninformed is different than, like, panicking. Like, oh shit, and the whole, like, world collapse or country
Yeah,
collapse.
basically, he's just saying, like, we want to make sure people are informed that they are safe.
Yeah.
From those harms.
Yeah.
Well, how
must
would they
put
know they
fluoride
are
in the wa-
safe from the harms if they don't know what the harms are?
So are
We
you
want-
guys
We're
still
going
just, like,
to-
clustered around each other at the, like, are you guys running around, or are you guys just clustered at the top of the ladder there? You guys can move freely, by the way.
Yeah, we're kind of
we're all at
talking
the ladder.
politics.
Oh yeah, we're
Yeah. We're talking
Like
politics.
we broke out the cigars at this point.
yeah, we're just smoking up and talking shit to each other, just
Yeah.
like, yep.
Stella, what are you doing while the boys are talking shit?
Well, she was in shock about what Solomon was doing to Julian in that church, but
Oh,
I'd say
wow.
she's
Oh.
she's probably moved to the dresser after hearing all that. She doesn't care for politics.
Okay. If you search the dresser, actually, do me a notice roll. Let's see how well.
Another fine outfit.
Another fine outfit. Okay, yeah. As you're looking around, it's a sparsely furnished little mini bathroom. It's probably not wise to have like a huge, heavy bathroom area in a wagon, especially the second floor of a wagon. So, but no, it's nice. It's you can see it. There's another change of clothes. There's some extra boots. There's just stuff around for people that if they get their clothes shredded and they need to wash off their bloody whatevers, they can do that here.
Right. I guess she'll check this if anything's here.
Yeah.
Just somebody.
Same kind of deal, except then you find there's some more like additional wrappings that weren't down in the main little medical wing, quote unquote, of the little outfit here. And there's lots of sheets that don't look unlike the ones that are hung up all around for privacy. But the sheets, like, you get the feeling these could be used to stop bleeding. They could be used to, I don't know, throw it over somebody, the corpses, stuff like that. And you also find, like, ropes and things just, like, in that dresser. Yeah, other than that, there's, not much else. Just basic sort of stuff for traveling on the road.
such a simple man. Then she'll just walk out and I don't know, maybe look for some dried meat to eat real quick.
Yeah, and you
I bet
absolutely
she
do.
can't reach the top shelf, so she's really trying to reach it.
Man, I can relate. So, yeah, you do. I'm not even gonna make you do a notice. They're literally just on like a little platter on the shelf. Yeah, you find some beef jerky just there hanging out.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so you
She
can go ahead
eats
and...
it in one bite too.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, so you go ahead and no notes needed. Just, yeah, she horks it down. Delicious. Tastes
All
good.
the talks of politics made because I'm hungry.
Yup.
Quote
And
unquote,
any of you
Stella
guys,
and Loda.
you guys can notice if you
I
would
love
like to. Those of you that aren't as engaged in the conversation with your cigars and all that, notice Stella walking around, checking out the bathroom, checking out the kitchen.
I like to imagine that she found a stack of beef jerky, like Scooby-Doo sandwich sized,
Oh.
and just opens her mouth to eat the whole thing in one bite.
Yep,
Yep.
like a blood wire.
Totally would. But she'll grab the big green ghost or green rock to her,
Ooh.
and then she's gonna like side step over and she's gonna go, Julian, and she's gonna go and chuck it at him.
Oh, yep. Go ahead
Oh.
and do me a fighting roll. Let's see if you actually chuck it at him.
I feel like this might be dangerous. I don't
Uh-huh.
know why.
Uh-huh.
I feel like this is gonna be
Okay. Go ahead and Julian.
He said give it to him.
Did you notice her walking up, or are you pretty engaged in the conversation at hand?
Julian is balls deep in politics.
Okay.
Oh my
Go ahead
god.
and do me a, what is that? Fighting. What's the parenting? Strength, I think, to fighting? Or is that...
Let me check for what that's for.
I should know the answer to this.
Fighting is agility.
Agility. Go ahead and do me an agility roll there, Julian. So you hear, like,
So
you
he
hear your
hears
name.
the-
Yeah, that's all you get,
Yeah.
though. And you're going to be doing agility at a -2 because you were balls deep in politics.
Balls deep.
So he just goes, huh? Looks to the right, and
Yep.
there's something flying at him.
Yep. Oh! So that's
Oh.
9, 8, 7.
God.
It's still a success. So yeah, like you raise your hand up instinctually and like snap, you catch the thing like a baseball player catching it in his mitt as it was about to smack your head. With that very good throwing roll made by Stella. She's got an arm on her for sure. But yeah, you catch it, and you see you now have a hunk of ghost rock, and you can hear its very familiar ooh coming from your hand.
While he's holding it in his hand, I touch it.
Okay, you touch it, and you... Do you still have your eye patch down?
Damn it, I was really just wanting you to make the noise.
Ooh.
Okay, that's all he wanted to do.
Okay. So yeah, that's what you get. And yeah, other than that, does nothing, but it's a... Julian, you know, you've worked with Ghost Rock for a long time, and you know how explosive it is, especially when it is smacked or bashed or any kind of like blunt force is done to the Ghost Rock. You know that it explodes. So it was a very good thing that you caught this thing.
Woohoo! Good job, guys.
It is extremely unstable, Ghost Rock
I'm so
is.
proud of you guys.
So he catches it, and he processes what he's holding,
Yeah.
and he's completely torn apart by, like, he's conflicted. On the one hand, this is an enormous chunk of it, so he's very happy. On the other, he knows that basically the three of them could have died.
Easily.
Yeah, Victor stands there just like a gaff at that.
Oh yeah,
he
Victor.
caught-
You would know too, because of your job.
Yeah, Victor is a gaff of just that. One, Julian caught this rock so
Yeah.
instantaneously, and
Yeah.
then two, that he is holding an explosive payload right in his hand that could have gone off.
Yeah. And that his apprentice Stella was the one that threw the thing to
No,
Julian.
she has no idea what this
Victor
is.
just goes from looking towards Julian and just starts slowly panning over to Stella like,
Stella
Do
does
you
not know
realize-
anything wrong, yeah.
do you realize that you just threw
A rock. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
a very combustible rock towards Julian.
She goes, rocks do break, and she'll reach into her satchel and hold the other one. She's like, I can show you, and she'll like hold it really high in the air.
Alright, time to get the blast template out.
I'm sitting up in my chair for this.
Anyone's gonna
Victor-
stop her?
My notes, where's my notes?
Victor will definitely tell you. I would not recommend that, ma'am.
Oh my god.
I
Not
feel
as
like Creed's probably encountered these before, but I'm gonna pretend he doesn't know about it right now.
Okay.
yeah. Victor will definitely say, we've gotten
Oh my
your
god,
point.
I have such a good idea. I have such a good idea.
Okay.
We've gotten your point. No need to show us, ma'am.
Well, I could, and she'll. Oh my god. Oh my. I'm not gonna do it, but I was gonna have her throw the rock in the air and her shoot it.
Oh
I'm not
my
gonna do that.
god.
I'm not gonna do that.
There
Not
goes our
inside
new
the
safe
wagon.
code.
There goes our
Oh,
fucking
Yeah,
wagon.
goodbye wagon.
I really wanted to do
I hope you guys are ready to re-roll some new characters.
Yay!
You're welcome,
I was
guys.
starting to love Victor. I was really starting to love
So-
Victor.
So
I didn't do
Julian
that.
is holding the ghost rock in his hands. He's absolutely shaking. He literally peed his pants a little bit, and he just goes like, "Thank you, but please, please, next time, just walk over and hand it to me. This is really combustible."
It's a rock. They can
It is
break.
not just a rock, ma'am. Do you notice the glow?
She'll like hold her own rock up to her ear and hear the moaning and groaning and like, oh, okay. I thought it was like the wind.
Creed's cigar goes out, so he grabs one of the rocks and strikes his match against it.
Oh my
Do you
god.
actually?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I actually have something a little crazy to try out then.
Okay.
Oh no.
Go for it.
So Julian says,
We're playing with our
"Just a rock, huh?"
Here.
and he pulls out his prototype grenade.
Oh! Yeah, so you guys see, like, from his coat, he pulls out this round metal thing, and it has streaks of very faintly glowing teal, like, almost like lightning lines all around the thing. And it's slowly pulsating in his hand as he's holding it.
What in Sam hell is that?
Well, since Stella likes playing catch so much, how about I show her?
Oh no.
How about I show her what these little rocks can do? And I press a button on it and I throw it towards
In the
Stella.
wagon.
Okay,
Oh my
yeah,
god.
in the wagon.
In the wagon. Oh my
Okay, so
It's
I would
just
just
a
like to
vacuum
point out-
grenade.
Can I?
It's just a vacuum grenade, alright? It's gonna
Oh.
like take all the mats on the ground and like right
okay.
on top of her.
Don't know that.
Okay.
I
So
would like to point out before you get
Uh-huh.
through with your stuff there that I am wearing an eye patch covering one eye and a monocle over my other eye.
Okay, do you do the thing?
No, I'm just saying it for whenever blast happens.
Okay,
God.
so
Eyes are protected.
yeah,
Trying.
10-4 rubber ducky. All right, perfect. Good to know.
How big
Uh,
is this grenade launcher thing? How
So,
Oh, no.
let's have a little look-see here.
What is the range on that thing?
Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this?
It's,
In the
we're
fucking
testing out the
wagon.
prototype.
You're
It's
within
in
range.
In the wagon.
Yeah,
in
you're
the
within
wagon.
range.
In the
Okay.
wagon. That's the best part.
Okay, let's.
I
Oh my god, a
honestly didn't know
medium
that the
burst
rocks-
template. Are you fucking shitting me?
I honestly didn't know the rocks flew up out of character either. I just had her throw it. I was like, I didn't even know. I was.
Okay. Okay.
Oh no.
So go ahead and I'm gonna go. So because this is the first time, go ahead and make me a fighting roll just to throw it. I know it's not what it says in the thing, but let's just see how well you aim if you're like aiming at her.
I don't have fighting, I have agility.
I just wanna.
Oh no.
Oh,
He has
no.
unskilled.
Things.
So you're
He's
unskilled when it comes to throwing things. So go ahead and roll me an
Yeah.
unskilled.
At this point, he just wants to test the grenade. He's using the
Yeah.
opportunity.
and you guys are in such a small oh my god.
Oh no.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a snake eyes, but
No, it isn't. Okay, so you
Y'all
toss
fucking
it.
die.
You toss it. And let's see how large a medium blast template is.
Jesus
oh my
Christ.
god.
So you guys see Julian cock his arm back. He has this gently pulsating metallic and teal thing in his hand. And after you hear like a click from a button that he presses on the side. And then, boom, he throws it. Like, he hooks it. And it goes sailing
Wouldn't it
over
be
Stella's
agility,
head.
though?
No, for throwing stuff, it's fighting.
Okay.
I could just imagine Victor just seeing him just click
Uh-huh.
and start to throw, and Victor's just like, no.
It all happens in slow motion, by the way, for all of you. The second you hear click, time slows down as Julian he reaches back with his arm, and he like whoosh as the thing leaves his hand. It slowly tumbles over itself as it sails over Stella's head.
Is this actually 61 feet long?
Stella's like looking up and like shocked.
Wait,
oh my god.
The blast radius is 60
No,
feet?
no, he's measuring the wagon, and no, not everything is to scale.
Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, he in the medium blast template, like that. Oh my goodness. Okay,
I'm gonna have Stella ducking like in slow motion while
yeah.
this thing's getting thrown at her.
that's fine. Yeah, she can
Like,
duck.
oh,
A
like in a
medium
cannonball
blast
position.
burst template. Let's see. So that would be.
Oh my god, Julian, why?
But it's an implosion vacuum.
I'm
It's not a blast.
Okay.
Implosion?
It's so funny.
You can do a circle.
I just needed a general force of. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, like that.
All right.
Oh,
So
nice.
where do you do that? Is that under
In the
measure?
ruler. Yeah,
Oh,
and then you
circle.
change shape to circle.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So yeah.
Oh god.
Come on, corset, please help me out.
So yeah, so in like, let's see. So it sails over her head, and yeah, it just gets her, cause yeah, it's not to scale, but yeah, so this thing, it hits the top rung of this like divider curtain here, and the second it touches the metal. Go ahead and roll me weird science.
Oh, boy.
Blinded me with science.
I'm just almost
Oh my
imagining this
God.
wagon
So
just
funny.
sucked
Oh
in.
my god. Okay. So.
Time to get a new apprentice.
Whoa,
my
guys.
God.
Guess I'm ending my session early today.
Yeah, bye.
Turn in your sheet and leave.
So
to-
much for
Oh,
getting a
God.
new agent.
Okay. So.
It's not a blast. It's a stun power.
Yeah, it's not, it's not going to kill her. This is
I
actually
know,
made
I know.
specifically to be non-lethal. Okay, so because you got a raise on your wild die, Stella, I need you to make me a vigor roll, and your vigor roll is going to be at a -2.
I'm just.
Please.
Victor is just worried about this whole thing.
Okay. So what happens is you go like this thing boom 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 as it goes over your head, whoosh, and then tink as soon as it hits the side, you hear whum and like a large suddenly like almost like a mini sonic boom, right? Like the air kind of gets a little shimmery for a second everywhere within that blast radius. And you guys can see Stella is indeed caught in the radius, as well as like the box right here is caught and it shimmers for a second. Its image shimmers to the rest of you that are watching over at the back of the cart. The different curtains and stuff, they are almost stilled. They were kind of billowing gently, but then they were stilled in this blast. The pillows and stuff, you can see they kind of rise up a little bit off of the bedrolls, just for a moment. And the same thing happens to Stella. she's lifted off her feet for just a moment. And, but then she steals her resolve, and she's like, ugh! Like, she kind of braces herself, she flexes every muscle in her body, and she kind of... she rips mad ass. No. She kind of, like, curls up in a ball for a second, and then... Oh! As soon as the charge of this dissipates, you can kind of hear, like, a whoosh as the spell, the grenade is dispersed into the air, and she is standing. And the pillows, as they're suspended in air for a moment, they, like, flop back down to the ground in, like, a poof. Poof, poof. And yeah, everything is, even, like, while this is happening, the entire kind of, the stagecoach rattles a little bit, like, you can feel, like, the board, like, the wood boards underneath where this thing hit really didn't take too kindly to the stunning grenade. And yeah, but you succeeded, so you are not shaken, Stella, but if you had failed, you get the feeling like you would have been shaken really badly to the point of, like, incapacitation. Like, it would have brought you to your knees, probably to the floor. But yeah, it was not easy to shake off, and you did.
Whew, Stella is probably like a cat, like, right now, like, her hair is on edge. She's, she'll, like, slowly look behind her and then look at Julian, and she looks kind of pissed off and surprised. She's like, what the hell was... And she's, like, stuttering. Was that, dude? She's, like, pointing behind her now.
Victor immediately goes to smack Julian on the side of the fucking head. Literally, he goes to smack him on the side of the head.
Julian, and with all of this going on, you learned something. Your prototype was a success. It worked.
Yep.
So even though it might not have worked on Stella, it did work.
But I do say out loud, looks like I need to put some more Ghost Rock into it.
And then after that, he immediately just smacks him on the fucking side of the head. Do you have any idea what you just did?
To tested the prototype?
Yes, but you nearly endangered someone of our party's lives. I don't know what that grenade could have been. For all I know, it could have been an explosive.
You think I throw an explosive in here? I'm sorry, but it's fine. It's just a stun grenade.
He just furrows his brow. He furrows his brow and just puts his, like, hand to just, like...
She started it.
I did start it. She did start it. She didn't know any better.
I was just trying to show her what this Ghost Rock stuff can do, you know?
At this time, you hear bam, 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 bam coming from downstairs.
Like gunshot bam bam, or knocking bam bam, or just bam bam bam
just
bam?
a heavy, loud thud, 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 thud coming from downstairs.
Victor will just grip his, like, furrow his brow and just hold his head, or hold his, between his nose and his, nose bridge. He'll hold his nose bridge for a second. It's just like, he's just, in his mind, he's just like, I am with a bunch of freaking children, I swear. And then he'll go, I will go check on the door. Just no more grenades, Julian. I swear.
I will check on the door.
And then he'll go down the ladder and go check on the door.
Okay. Does anyone else follow
Julian
him? Or...
is-
Well, Dad said he was checking it, so I'm staying upstairs.
There you go. Okay.
Okay. Apparently I'm the dad.
Yeah,
of
the
group,
posse
right?
dad.
You may be the dad, but I'm the father.
All right.
The youngest father ever.
Yeah. Stella, Julian, what do you guys do?
Stella is just in shock. A part of her wants to shoot Julian, but she won't. She knows she killed a man with her shotgun, but
That's why I fucking smacked him on the side of the head.
she's gonna, like, tiptoe. She's gonna, like, fall to the floor and, like, roll towards the door.
Yeah. Aww.
And as she's on the floor, she's gonna reach into her satchel and give him the green hunk because she does not want it. Oh wait, no,
Oh,
no,
thank
she's
you.
gonna keep it. No, she's
Okay.
I retcon
Ah.
that. I have an idea for later. She's gonna keep that,
Oh god.
Okay.
and she's gonna like slide down the ladder.
Looks
Oh,
like
nice.
the game of catch isn't over.
It's not over. Revenge.
You guys are gonna play tag by throwing ghost.
You're gonna play dodge the grenades and dodge the ghost rocks
Yeah.
later on.
So does anyone else want to head downstairs, or Julian, you gonna stay up here with Solomon?
Yeah, I'm staying up here because I'm emotionally shaken from that smack.
Aww. All right.
Solomon is gonna search around the kitchen for a moment and see if he can find some sweet tea.
Okay.
Thought he was searching for the recipe.
I know, I'm waiting for that chili recipe. Alright, so Victor and Stella, you guys make your way down the ladder. And so you hear boom, 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 boom again. And it's coming from the door that you guys entered.
The boom, boom, boom was someone leaving.
Who? Yeah. What? Did Victor? Yeah, he just left the Discord.
Oh, did he?
Oh, there we go. Oh, he's back.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Type out. I was about to type out that my Discord just crashed.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
You guys heard a boom, 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 boom again from the door that you guys entered from.
Yep. Okay, then me and Stella will go to investigate the door.
Okay. Do you just open the door?
Yep, I opened the door.
Okay, you open the door and you see Jim Nightingale standing there. Is everything all right? I heard a weird sound coming from over here.
Victor will sigh and be like, yeah, just the usual antics of ensuring. Just, yeah, everything's fine.
All right. That's
We appreciate you checking on us, though.
Of course, I guess it's my job now as deputy. Do y'all need anything, or he just kind of stands there awkwardly? You can tell he has no idea how to handle himself as a deputy.
No, we're fine. Do you have any questions of your own?
Whose stage is this? He kind of looks around and, you know, he bends down for a second to look under the stage and then looks back up to you. Strange, it's got 6 wheels on it. Not often you see a stage with 6 wheels.
Wouldn't he know it was the sheriff's?
Wouldn't he know that it was the sheriff's?
Good
question.
Would I know this is the sheriff's now?
Yeah, Stella, you knew.
Okay. She's so smart. Good
Well,
job, Stella.
And Stella and Douglas were they were friends. You know, Douglas was one of the only people that ever believed Stella with her jackalopes.
For real.
But yeah,
He's
get the
gave me
feeling
this paw.
maybe Jim and Douglas were not as close, or maybe Jim barely ever left the gunsmith. Who knows?
I don't know if you wanted to say it, Stella, or do you want me to
You could say
relay
it.
them? Okay. Well, this used to be old Douglas's stagecoach. It seems like
Oh,
used it for traveling out
oh shit.
further and staking out. It seems like.
He kind of like he's on his tiptoes, which really for him like he's on the low because there's steps leading up to the base level of the stagecoach. Even with him being at the bottom of the stairs, he's eye level to you. So whenever he, raises up on his tiptoes, he's seeing a little over, tiny bit past your head. He's kind of looking inside. Is it what's it like in there?
Victor will kind of question himself whether he should let him in, but then he just hesitantly just motions in and moves aside to let him in
Okay.
for him to see.
So, yeah, I don't have a token for Jim specifically, but yeah, Jim walks in and you guys, both of you, Stella and Victor, hear whoom as soon as he steps inside the stagecoach. Just like what happened before when you guys all stepped in. And he even, He kind of raises a huge hand to his ear for a second, looks around, and looks to you, Victor, for a second, as if he's confused about something. But he doesn't mention it. Like, he thinks better, like, maybe it's just been a long day and I'm hearing things. So, he's a little more, like, skeptical. So he kind of looks around and he's like, oh, it's cute, it's quaint. It's a cozy little thing, ain't it?
Yep.
Hmm.
Would you... I know that you're just now learning of this, but, being the new deputy, do you think you'd be okay if we procured this, stagecoach?
Oh, what? I don't... I'll be frank, but I weren't that close to Douglas. I don't care, necessarily. It's not like I haven't got anywhere to go. I personally don't think I need a stagecoach, seeing as I'll be staying in Dunmoore to protect it, right?
Can I hear any of that conversation upstairs?
Yeah, that's, so the planks that separate the top and bottom floors, they're sturdy and thick, but, yeah, you can hear muffled sounds. Like, you can hear Jim's voice. You can't make out exact words, but you can definitely hear Jim. Like, you pick out him that you
Can
talked
I
to
say
earlier.
I heard one exact phrase just so I can make a joke?
Yeah, of course.
So to rewind a little bit in the conversation, and when he says, I'll be frank, Father Creed's just going to shout down, I thought your name was Jim.
He kind of looks up for a second. He's like, is there a top level to this thing?
Yes, there is. And he points to the ladder and he
Oh.
motions to the ladder that goes upstairs.
He, you notice Jim kind of squints his eyes and looks at the ladder for a second. I would break that little thing if I tried to get up there, so I'm just gonna take your word for it. And you can see Jim's, like, staring up at the ceiling now. Kind of, like, up here from where the voice came from. Little does he know that Father Creed is standing up right over there.
Well, if you're alright with it, then what about you, Stella, since Douglas
Stella's
was
still got
your
like a
close
wide
friend?
eye to her. She's like, yeah. Clearly not over what just happened to her upstairs.
Mm-hmm. Still, you alright? Jim kind of looks her up and down.
Yeah. She like coughs a little and just smooth down some hair.
Victor
and
definitely,
coughing
yeah,
out
he's
behind
just
her.
kind of realizes that he's witnessed and
Uh-huh.
he doesn't want Jim to get concerned.
Uh-huh.
Don't worry, we're working on things here upstairs. We're checking out the stagecoach. And maybe we found things that were unfamiliar to us.
Go ahead and do a persuasion roll.
Oh God, no.
From upstairs, you just hear Father Creed.
Looking for the chili?
And then that.
Oh, wow.
And then, okay, yeah, I
Wow.
don't need to do any sort of
Okay.
re-rolling
Yeah, so
or
as soon
anything.
as you say this, immediately Jim dips his head. Of course. He remembers who he's talking to now. And, you way outrank him. So he just dips his head and he goes, alright, well, I'll, leave you to it then. It seems as if, again, I didn't really know, and sorry, Stella, if I'm overstepping. I know you and Douglas were close, but, I don't think Douglas would mind much. He'd probably be happy that a group of y'all that saved Dunmoore would be taking this off his hands. And he kind of, like, backs out of the wagon, you know, where he came, and as he does, you hear boom again as he leaves the threshold where the open door is. Like, the door doesn't really matter. The second he steps through the doorway, that boom happens again.
Victor will kind of, before he leaves back towards the fort, he kind of goes, "You'll do all right, Jim. You'll be fine."
He kind of, he offers you a smile and dips his head in genuine appreciation at the support.
Yeah, he was just trying to reassure him that he'll do a fine job as a deputy.
Yep. Leave us alone. We're hanging out in our wagon.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
No, I know. But yeah, so, yeah, Jim leaves. And he closes the door behind him. What now?
I kind of looked at Stella and I'm just like, you sure you're all right?
Yeah.
After that?
I'm fine. You know, she like adjusts her belt. I probably got shaken up a little bit. Pulls her pants up higher. Thinks I'm gonna definitely blow that man up one day.
All right, and then, yeah, I don't know. I guess we got a wagon.
You can hear a little.
Stagecoach.
Dusted it too, yeah.
You're shifting coming from some of the boxes over here. You just hear the very slight creak of like of wood.
Victor eyes the boxes carefully. Did you hear that?
Stella's still in a little bit of a shell shock state. She's gonna shake her head no.
Did Victor remember if Julian left his snake out?
I don't know, does he?
You know what? I'm gonna say no
Okay.
at this point. Victor will kind of look to Stella and kind of give a gentle motion towards the boxes and kind of
Swap reach.
yeah, basically
Push it.
swap reach. He kind of goes to his holster and kind of get his hand ready as if not wanting to be first initial to shoot first, but just in case.
Yeah.
He will go over towards the boxes and inspect the noise.
Okay. Do you care which of these three? So there is a small barrel, there is a medium-sized barrel, and then there is a large crate.
Do I notice which one was the one that was making the noise?
Do a notice roll.
Okay.
Yep, you can see even that the lid of the large crate is slightly ajar.
He will go towards the crates and gently move it over to see what's inside.
Okay, do you move it like with your gun, with your hand?
I'll move it with my free
your
left
finger.
hand.
Okay. With your finger?
But his right hand is on his holster, just like ready.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the second that you kind of like, so you take your free... Are you wearing a glove on that hand?
I don't know if he's wearing gloves. No, I would say he's holding gloves.
Okay. So, you can, as soon as you move the lid, you feel something strike at your arm. You feel like jaws clamping onto your hand.
Oh.
And let's see. Let's see. So you can feel you feel the top and bottom half of a jaw strike out. And, he does not get, he is not a wild card, so he does not get wild dice. So don't mind that wild die, he rolled a 2. But it just gums, you feel no teeth, but you do feel like the smack, you can hear it, and you hear like a coming from inside the box. But it didn't hurt, it did no damage.
Oh, okay. I was gonna have Victor just be shit, fucking curse out.
Yeah. So upstairs you guys hear, shit, like a very muffled exclamation coming from down the ladder.
Does he now know that it's Wrangler?
Yeah, it's familiar. You can see it was a very black little snoot that came out and tried to bite at you. And especially the second that you realized it had no teeth, you're like, oh, okay, it's Wrangler. And you can see now, if you peer into the box, you can see a coiled up little blood wire with makeshift, like, armor-like prongs, and all of his spikes are flared out. You can see that there's, like, kind of like a lightning bolt kind of racing up towards the tip of each of these spikes. They have streaks of small, now to you extremely familiar, faintly glowing, like infusion of ghost rock into each spine.
Bite the hand that feeds you, damn it.
just kind of hisses and coils. It's slithering in a corner. Like, it's not super trusting of anyone but Julian.
Julian, make sure you watch over your blood wire.
Julian, you hear, Julian, make sure you watch over your blood wire. Just muffled coming from down the ladder.
I'm surprised it doesn't recognize Victor as the one that gave him the blood in the first place.
Yeah, right?
Father Creed listens closely, and he can hear Julian still just whimpering in the restroom next door.
He's cleaning up the piss from peeing himself when Stella threw the ghost rock at him.
Yeah.
But yeah, Victor will kind of just leave the snake in his box because
Yep.
apparently he's taking up residence.
Yep, that's his box
And
now.
kind
Yeah.
of he'll like shake his hand, even though he didn't get bit. It's just kind of like still the act of getting attacked or like almost bit just kind of caught him off guard. Like he was almost about to shoot it.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I thought whenever he shake his hand, he meant he was shaking the snake's hand.
Aww.
I was like, wait, what?
That's so cute.
It's like, oh,
Yeah,
it's your box now.
buddies.
Shakes hand to agree on it.
Fine. Yep. It's your box now. Sure.
But yeah. So now you've found Wrangler.
But Victor will kind of go to Stella and be like, so what sort of things have you learned or gleaned from our agency? He kind of looks to Stella.
She'll like shake her head a little bit, try and fully escape her little mid-shaken arc here. And she'll be like, well, I know that they really liked me shooting them guns, you hear, and, I'm a big advocate for jackalopes, and she starts stroking her chin. Yeah, actually, I don't really know that much now that I think about it. I just, I got a letter one day, saying, town of mine needed some help, everyone left, and she starts going on a rant about everybody left. It's like, and, I prove myself worthy with the shots I take. I never miss. Could have shot that grenade, but I did not.
Victor kind of just nods and along and is like, okay, so it sounds like you're not familiar with what our agency is, but they trust in your abilities, is what I'm hearing, right?
She salutes. Yes, sir.
That's so cute. I love the saluting.
Victor will kind of just, so to make things short, our agency is essentially a private organization that was given authorization by the government to investigate not only law-breaking and banditry, as it were, but we're also investigators. We're the eyes and ears and the hands of the law of the government, making sure that things that go bumping in the night don't cause a stir and don't cause issues for our people, especially out in past the Mississippi. So we are responsible for taking care of any corruption and supernatural that happens around in these parts, where the normal hand of the law cannot reach. And he kind of gives a brief summary of like what the agency kind of is about.
Mm-hmm.
She goes, I just really needed a job, and it seemed like the perfect job, But she'll take all that information and be like, so I really can't tell anybody that this shit, that these things are real, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, I know I'm sworn to secrecy, but can I tell you about it? She'll point at you.
Anything that you find that is supernatural or otherwise, occult or whatever the father would say it's called, those things that we try to hide from the normal everyday man, we want them to trust in our judgment as well as trust in us that we would take care of what needs to be done. We don't want any anarchy or issue of fear. We are the ones that reassure the people that they will be saved from these supernatural beings and supernatural evil that will happen in our land. So we try to make sure that the people they're not as informed on those matters that they need to. We'll let them know that we are here for them. But when it comes to those supernatural, we don't want all eyes, ears to know about that
Alright.
matters. If that makes sense.
As you guys are talking, you hear as Julian comes down the ladder.
Stella gives a wink and a 2-finger salute this time as she goes, there's only 2 people I want to prove wrong anyways. And she'll turn towards Julian and dream about blowing him up here in a minute.
Oh god.
Julian, say it. There's snakes in the barrel.
There's a snake in my boot.
There's a snake in my grate.
Your snake's
Hey,
in the barrel.
He lives here too now.
Yes, I realized that, but he nearly bit me. You might want to put a tighter leash on it.
There's a little snake head, a little blood wire head poking out from the crate and flicking its tongue. As soon as it heard Julian's voice, it poked its head out and is now flicking his tongue.
Aw.
Cute.
You know, how about you just stay out of his way? You know, he
Oh,
just-
whoa.
I
he's
beg
just-
your pardon.
he's just relaxing here. He's not harming anyone. Here, look, I'll show you. He's such a good boy. And I pick him up.
He looks overjoyed. Like he just relaxes. This is the first time too that since you can tell that Wrangler really likes the wagon. Like he's a big fan of the wagon. And as soon as you pick him up, all of his spines, you can hear a very faint click 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 as they're going back down to, but you do notice that his spines were out whenever you approached him. But now he's retracted his spines and he's laying in your arms peacefully.
So I noticed that I'm telling Victor, did you scare him? You made him hard. Look at it. You made my snake hard.
Get it, Benny. You made him hard. Actually, everyone too. So, all right, Julian, you get a Benny for that, and then everyone, including Julian, get an additional Benny because of all the shit you guys did upstairs. That shit was so funny. I haven't laughed that hard in a week. That was great.
Oh, God. The
So I pick him
troublemakers.
up, and I go back to Victor, and I just kind of shove Wrangler in his face. Look, he's so cute. He's harmless. Why are you so scared?
He's flicking his tongue very, very peacefully at you, Victor.
You get gaslighter.
And I get real nice and close to Victor, and I say quietly, if you ever smack me again, I'll tell Wrangler to crawl up your ass and put his spikes out.
Victor,
Oh, I almost choked on my tea.
Victor, is that actually in character?
Yes.
Victor will look to you, or look to Julian, and just kind of give a very, very pointed glare.
By the
And
way,
be
you
like,
can-
I
you
like to
control
see you
Wrangler.
try.
Oh, I wouldn't have to try shit. That's all Wrangler.
Wrangler looks very pleased.
I'll lube him up so he goes in there real easy.
Actually,
God.
while you're talking, Wrangler goes from your hand. He slithers up your arm, and he drapes himself over your shoulders.
I hate so much that's named Wrangler because I'm so used to responding to Wrangler that every
Yeah.
time you say it, I'm like, wait, what did I do?
That was Ori's idea. I loved it when I'm like, what do you want to name your snake? And he's like, Wrangler? I'm like, oh yeah, that's 100% his name.
Snake Wrangler. Just make Snake Wrangler.
But yeah, so Wrangler is now laying very peaceably across your shoulders, Julian.
I think Stella's jealous that his snake can move and the one on her hat.
Yeah, you
They're
have
held
like
their
its
hat.
brother or sister, like a family member's carcass on your hat.
Yeah,
She's like,
probably
"I
At
wish
doesn't
least
mine
like
you
moved
didn't
like
go-
that.
Yeah.
I wish mine moved like
At least you didn't go
like
full
that."
psychopath and fucking dice it up. What
Right.
the fuck?
He's respectfully wearing it, you know.
Oh my god,
Motherfucker
that's
made a
true.
snake salad.
I don't know. Parading it around your head as if like a trophy versus dicing it up and burying it is
Oh.
kind
Stella's
of.
gonna
That shit
headbutt
is
somebody
psychotic.
Oh.
with the snake's body. She's gonna headbutt somebody with it.
Oh my god.
Should make the snake notice
Yeah,
to see
well,
if it.
there's probably a reason why it's not very trusting to any of you besides Julian.
Oh, Stella like goes in the pet it. He's like,
Kind
I've
of, it is
Fed
Wrangler
you stupid snake!
moves back, and you can see, like, where you were about to try to
Another
pet it
hat
on its head,
decoration.
the spines on its head you hear, like, tit as they come back out. They're not harming Julian, but the spines are poking outwards now. On his underbelly, there are no spines. So anywhere where his underbelly is, that's, you know.
Guys, please stop teasing it. You're making it hard.
my bad. She'll back away and touch her own dead snake on the top of her hat.
And Julian excuses himself to go look around this area again.
There you go. And yeah, you can control Wrangler, so you can take him with you.
I can?
Mhm.
No, I can't.
Oh, you should be able to. Oh, let me. What the heck, Wrangler?
What the hell?
What the hell? Yeah, it shows that you have.
Wranglers are hard to control.
Wranglers are hard to control. Can be edited and
Yes.
controlled by Julian.
Especially when they look like betters now. Just wait till I find a pet.
How about now? Can you move him now?
My pet's dead.
No.
What the heck? Let me try putting him in your journal. Okay, how about now?
No.
What the hell? I'll control him for now. But yeah, just
Yeah.
assume he's with you. Actually, until you set him out, he will go away. So he's just on your shoulders.
Yeah, okay. I came down. I mean, you guys like finished conversations, but I came down to go through this pack here on the floor, and also kind of skim through all the books, like checking out the titles and stuff.
Yeah. It's more records, documentation on stuff in Dunmoore. It's just a lot of, like, this is where he collected... So he would write about stuff on the desk, and then this is, like, his filing cabinet. This is where he would put all of his stuff pertaining to Dunmoore, and, you know, even, like... He even has some stuff on the residents of Dunmoore. You can see that there's, you know, lists of people where he talks about, like, Jim, Dr. Jana Richter, Alan Gruddy, Rufus Thompson, Patricia Nightingale, all of the people that are there, and then a whole bunch of names that that you don't recognize. Names that Stella would probably recognize. There's a bunch of people that used to be here. Their names are crossed off. Everyone who has left, Douglas was keeping tabs on of his people, and anytime they would leave, he would, you know, sadly cross them off and list reasons why they're crossed, like moved, died, moved. Stuff like that. You would see that next to all these names. And you can see Stella is listed there, as well as her family, her mother and father and any siblings, and the mother, father, and siblings are crossed off the list with moved written next to their names. But Stella's is not crossed.
Yeah, she's a fodder. Too easy.
Yeah. But so now Julian, you've learned that, like, Stella's family isn't here, and now you know why they're not here. At least so far as Douglas knew. But
Okay.
and you can see something interesting. Go ahead and well, let's see. Do me a notice roll.
Oh, damn. I always struggle to find it.
That's okay. Okay. So as you look through the list of names, you can see next to Dr. Jana Richter, there's a question mark. And there's a sidebar, as it were, of notes next to her name. It reads, Dr. Jana Richter, unusually pale, gaunt. I never see her eat. I've never seen her drink, not once, even when the saloon was open. I've never seen her there. Her and her husband came and their kids, this was ever many years ago, and she hasn't aged a day. Her husband ages, so do her kids, but she looks just about the same as when she moved in. And that's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna note that down for myself.
Yep.
And I also want to just quickly run through this pack on the ground, see if there's anything of value in it.
Okay. It's like your basic traveler stuff. It's what all of you guys have. Just stuff for out on the road. It's another pack of those supplies. So if anyone were to lose theirs, there you go. You have another pack of trail supplies.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
We haven't heard from Solomon in a while. Solomon, what are you doing?
Cooking chili.
Checking for the chili recipe.
Are you just cooking? Because you got to see if you even got the stuff for chili.
Well, he's not actually cooking chili.
Okay.
He was just upstairs looking around everything.
Do you want to look for anything specifically? Because you're kind of making note of all the stuff in the kitchen.
He's actually gonna go back downstairs.
Yeah.
Or no. Yeah. He's gonna go into that room.
Okay. As soon as you do, what do you do?
He's gonna look for any secret storages.
Okay. Go ahead and do a notice roll.
I notice where my notice is.
It'll get easier with time. Okay. So you look around, and you don't see any kind of secret storage, but you do see a door. There's a door right here that leads out to the main seating area where the driver of the stagecoach would sit. So it's an easy way to get in and out of the stagecoach. You don't have to go all the way around to the side door. Other than that, though, Douglas didn't really... You get the feeling this was kind of Douglas's special place. And if he had any hidden stuff, it would just be hidden from his deputies. But he was an honest man, so he didn't have anything hidden. That wasn't in, bookcases or notes or all that.
He has some kind of monster mounted on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he's got secrets.
He might, but maybe not in this stagecoach.
So, since he doesn't know what it is, he's gonna open that door and look at it.
Okay. So you open the door. Do you step through?
Yes.
Okay. Whoom. You get the feeling, you kind of hear it just reverberating in your eardrums a little bit as you exit the stagecoach. And once again, as soon as that whoom hits you, the warmth of the Texas heat hits you like an oven. And, you look around, and all 6 of the horses are still saddled up. They're ready to go. The seating, you can see there's a lantern right there hanging out for easy light for the rider, whoever's controlling the stagecoach. And it's a wide bench. You could fit, multiple people, 4 people sitting side by side across the length of the bench. This region here, this area, is held up by 2 smaller wagon wheels, and it swivels freely from the main body of the wagon. So it makes for exceptional turning. if the horses are cooperating. Hey, you see that the reins are lying there? They're ready for use.
He grabs the reins.
Okay, you grab the reins.
Without warning anybody, he... Yeah!
I love it. Okay, do me
God,
a
no.
riding roll.
Yeah, totally skilled in riding.
Oh no.
So you crack the whip. Yeah! And the horses, they look concerned. Like they don't, like the way that you cracked the whip wasn't right with how they're trained. So they kind of like look amongst each other, and then they start moving. Inside, all of you feel the wagon lurch, and all of you are lurched backwards a couple of feet as the wagon begins its moving, and you guys can hear everything going. But yeah, the wagon is now in motion, and the horses are moving. They're just moving forward. It's not at a breakneck speed. They're just kind of like trotting forward, away from
What
the
the?
fort.
Like, where they were startled, did they lurch hard enough that things inside of the wagon kind of shook or fell over?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, they lurched and everything shifted a couple of inches southward.
Alright. He pulls back on the reins to try to stop them now.
Okay, go ahead and make me another riding roll.
Totally skilled in that.
Yeah. Okay. So you pull back on the reins, and the horses once again are confused. They don't slow down right away, like good trained horses would, if you knew how to work the reins. So they kind of like, they speed up a little bit, they kind of swerve a little bit, and on the inside, you guys can feel and hear, like, things shifting and swerving just a little bit. Like, the horses are a little confused. They're not working in tandem like they should. But eventually, the wagon does come back to a complete stop. And you've moved, I want to say, like, 10 feet forward.
Alright.
The hell is
He just goes back in then.
Okay, you do that. As soon as you enter through the threshold of the front door, you hear that whoom.
Did
and
anybody see him
immediately-
even go out there?
I don't know. Did you guys see him go?
I was kind of
Since he's
well.
up the stairs away from them.
Yeah.
Victor was kind of speaking to Stella, just kind of like talking about the agency and stuff until Julian came over.
Mm-hmm.
And then I imagine that as they're kind of talking stuff, when Julian returns, they just suddenly just feel the jerk of the
Yep.
wagon move, and Victor's just like, "What the hell?"
Yep.
And then he kind of looks towards the upstairs area of the first floor, as if looking for not Victor, but Father Creed.
Yeah.
And then just all of a sudden, as before or after it stops and sees Father Creed, "What the hell were you doing, Father?"
Nothing.
Right.
So he's gonna look around the room he's in and see if anything is different and out of place and noticeable now that he couldn't see before everything shifted.
Okay. We'll keep with your success notice roll initially for you looking around. So yeah, you see everything is shifted a little bit to the south, a couple of inches. But other than that, you notice. Have you done the thing yet?
No, but I could totally do it right now then.
If you want to, it might be a good time to do it.
Yeah, he does it.
Okay,
so-
go ahead and roll me a cult, or your
That's not a cult, that's just
whatever your what
that's
to
not a
roll.
roll of anything.
Oh, it just does.
Yeah, it just does.
Okay. In that case, let's definitely have you. Well, you're looking through it now, so we got to make sure it works.
See? You can hide that after you're done looking at it.
Right, but your thing, remember, you have to see if it breaks every time you use it.
No, that's just if I'm detecting. Or if I'm just
Uh-huh.
using that. I'm using the whole big boy version, which are two separate things. I thought that's how we'd been doing it. I mean, I'll do it. I don't care.
Yeah. Yes. Every
But that's
time.
not how we had been doing it. How we had been doing it was if I'm just looking, it's that. But if I want to actually cast the whole thing, it was just yes.
Anytime you're detecting, we need to make sure and see if it breaks.
Well, so you need to be more consistent then.
Well, from now on, and you remember that this is your ability, So every time that you throw that out, like I said, actually, this is a great segue. Everyone keep tabs on your own abilities, on your own weapons, if they have pluses to anything, on your own edges and your own hindrances. I have way too much to keep track of to also then keep track of everyone's special, because all of you are so vastly unique from one another. So please, as your DM, keep track of your own stuff, so that it's, 4 less things I have to keep track of.
Right.
No worries. It works without fail, just like it always has. Looking around, you can see along the outside edges of everything within this stagecoach. So like all the outer walls, all these logs and things, the stuff that makes the main structure and the outside perimeter of the stagecoach, especially the doorways. You can see a very faint bluish glow to all of them through your monocle. It's almost like it's like a ward of some kind. Like some kind of, it looks like a protective ward or a boundary of some kind. It would explain why the inside is so much more comfortable than the outside, when in an actual stagecoach it would probably be pretty hot, seeing as it's an enclosed thing, with Texas sun bearing down on it. And, air conditioning isn't exactly a huge, widespread thing yet. And you notice, too, looking at the skull and the painting that is done over the skull, the paintings, like the markings themselves, are glowing with that same blue light. But it doesn't feel malicious. You just feel like this is a ward of some kind that's put on the stagecoach.
Okay. That's all I got then.
Okay. Alright, so as the posse kind of reconvenes all together, everyone is there, Wrangler's there. What do you guys do now?
I think Victor, after finishing his discussion with the 3 and then now 4 of, or I guess, yeah, the 2 of them, now the 3 of them, you kind of go, is there anything we need to take care of in town before we shove off, potentially? Because I'm sure there's other matters that we should probably attend to.
I could think of a few things. We haven't checked the sheriff's fort entirely. Maybe there's something in there left by Colt.
That's true.
Yeah. And we could also, I don't know if you guys been, but I haven't been to the general store. Maybe they got some stuff that could be good for us to take on our journey. Get into the carriage. And lastly, I was just reading some of that Solomon style supernatural shit on that bookshelf over there. Something about the doctor lady, I think. Something about her being weird.
What do you mean weird?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Well, hold on. I have it written down here. It says the sheriff was keeping notes on her about how she's unusually pale, does not seem to eat or drink, and does not seem to age compared to her family. This was in his notes.
Well, she's just got like good genes, I mean, always look that good.
Well, that only explains some of it, but that's not really my territory. I wager maybe Solomon knows something about that.
Or would I know about that potentially? Marshal, would I have heard rumors of anything of a person that would be showing those signs of features?
Yeah, you have a general idea of like the things that the agency has allowed you to know and have updated you on, because they update you on their findings for the Weird West. It's still like a pretty burgeoning field, the agency and the rangers in turn, but you have come to understand that typically people that are undead seem to kind of stop aging after a while. Oh, there's something kind of strange about that. You've heard of stuff like this before. And same, Solomon, you also in your year of dealing with your demonic things, it is quite strange to you as well that somebody is just not eating or drinking and is not aging at all. That's not really the will of God. You know that human beings do need to eat, drink, and age.
Maybe there's more to this doctor than meets the eye.
Yeah, and you're welcome to go look at the original notes. I'm not just making this up because she kicked me out of her place.
Bringing a snake into my doctor's office.
I mean, it was highly unprofessional of her, and I said I'm never going back there, but maybe we could go back there and see what's that about.
Yes,
I'd
I
like
think
to
it would
go
be
have a look
best.
at that.
Tella just looks super confused. Like, what?
Say
Maybe
less.
My
All right.
whole life.
Alright, so you guys are leaving the wagon. You're gonna head back into Dunmoore proper?
Yep.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, swing by the sheriff's fort first because it's the closest.
Okay. Alright, so as you guys step out, un momento, por favor. Alright, so all of you step out. It's still like midday in Dunmoore. And the wagon has moved. It's no longer right next to the sheriff's fort. Now it's a little bit of a ways away. It's, you know, it's still like out of the main street. But yeah, all 6 horses are just kind of standing there and they're waiting for the next command as you guys all exit. And each one in turn, you hear the vroom, 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 vroom as you all leave. Even little Wrangler gets a vroom. And then once more and you guys might have even forgotten about it. Yeah, the sun, as soon as you guys step outside, it's like the heat and the sun come bearing down on you. Whereas inside the wagon, you are very comfortable.
I haven't been outside in so long, he says.
It's been like 30 minutes. I was dying
like
in there.
30 seconds to go for him because he was held on the front of the wagon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Dunmoore is yours. What do you guys do first?
Sheriff's fort.
Let me,
Yeah, I guess we'll go to the
let me
sheriff's
tell
fort.
you what I do first after I do this.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I'm
god.
going straight to the
my-
doctor's office.
Okay. So.
Wait, what? Oh no.
Yep. All right. So Solomon, you guys see him walk with a purpose to the doctor's office. Everyone else?
God damn it, Solomon, where you going?
Where
Oh,
you going?
I love the doctor. Wait, she's gonna follow after him.
Okay.
She's
Stella
gonna,
and
like,
Solomon.
I would have loved to stay with you
Turn on
guys,
my
but
feet.
I have to check that on these kinds of things.
Yeah. You know what? Give yourself a Benny because I know what you're doing. I know. It sucks, but you're role playing your character.
Shit.
And everyone, you did give yourselves. Everyone got a free Benny because of the shenanigans in the top of the wagon, right?
I believe so, yeah. That was that one Benny.
One.
Oh, good.
I have too many right now. I can't.
I'm just trying to decide if Victor would kind of follow after, but I think he would trust Stella enough to handle the situation, but
Okay.
I will add that
Wait,
as
hold
you
on.
see him
He's-
walking, he's unsheathing his knife.
Yep.
Hold
Stella
on.
is
oh,
dead
hold
her
on,
roster.
hold on.
Not her
Hold
roster.
Yep.
Yep, Victor, seeing the hit, she's getting her. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do a notice roll to see.
Okay, Julian, you notice this? Victor, you notice this?
Oh yeah, he's definitely like concerned now. He's gonna be like,
Okay.
oh shit, I need to go with them.
We're going to the doctor's office.
Okay.
Stella's
Yep.
hand on her holsters, like, you're not hurting her.
Atta girl. Alright, so all of you head to the doctor's office.
Yep, we all head to the doctor's office instead.
Solomon,
ding,
stop,
ding.
you deranged priest.
As the door opens to the doctor's office, the bell goes off. You can see Dr. Jana Richter is standing there at her desk, like she usually is, and she looks at you all with a, an uninterested expression. You could tell it was a long night for her. Some of you might have seen her earlier in the morning when she, because again, like, when it comes to their dead, Dunmoore really relies on, like, the doctor's husband, and then anyone else who wants to help. Usually the gunsmith helps move bodies because he's so strong, but you could tell it was not a great night for her. She's looking a little rough around the edges, but that said, she just still looks the same, pale, skinny, very skinny, tall. She has an air of grace about her. But she doesn't even greet you guys with a hello. She just looks and nods in your direction. But to Stella, her expression softens a little. You could tell, like, she likes Stella.
Well, unluckily for her, I just detected a moment ago, so...
You did, and, because it was a success, Solomon, you can see, now that you're getting a really good look at the doctor, you can see that her face, like, she's wearing a lot of makeup, and you can see past the makeup. You can see that she has a fake nose. You see her nose is concave, and there's 2 holes where her nose should be. You can see that one of her eyes is actually a glass eye, and in its place where an eye should be is a rotted hole. You can see that she looks even more gaunt than what she appears, and she has no idea you're doing this to her. She's just looking at you. And everyone else, it's Dr. Jana Richter. She looks like a woman that's wearing makeup, but it doesn't look like any more than, like, normal. To the rest of you, she's extremely well put together. And you all notice, too, you take a second, the whole place really smells of herbs. It did like this as well. It always has. Her doctor's office has always smelled very strongly of, like, sage, oregano, lavender. Anything that is really strong, pungent smelling fills the whole office. How can I help y'all?
So would he know what she is based on this info yet? Or no?
Yeah. Solomon's dealt with these before. You know she's a Harrowed. And, she is a very long undead Harrowed. Like, she's been undead for... She looks
Victor?
like... Victor, not at this current moment, you don't know. Because she is put together herself so nice, and you can't smell the corpse that she is.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, not yet, but... And she's... How can I help y'all? Stella? And she nods to Stella.
Stella, still a hand on her holster. She's like side-eyeing Solomon, who I bet has his hand on his knife. She's like, oh,
He's got his knife out.
Oh my! She's pointing she's gonna have her gun like kind of out, ready to shoot any moment to shoot Solomon's hand because she's.
Victor is very eyeing Solomon as well, kind of just like hoping he doesn't do anything stupid, but watching carefully.
Hey, doc, hey, doctor.
What's her name again?
Her name is Dr. Jana Richter. Jana Richter.
Doctor,
And you guys...
your husband or kids around currently?
Of course. Bill? She kinda...
Oh, I don't need to speak with him, I was just wondering.
Already at her saying, Bill, the same lumbering gentleman, not nearly as huge as Nightingale, but yeah, her husband opens that back door where before, if you guys were at the doctor's office, you would have seen that's like their body prep room and their main surgery room. But yeah, he opens the door and he kind of steps through and he gives a wave to Stella and he looks to everyone else.
Look, I'm sure you would prefer, but we should have this conversation away from everyone else.
What do you mean?
You know which conversation I mean.
She eyes Solomon. You can see like her eyes squint, and she looks to Bill, and Bill's eyes squint at Solomon. Bill goes, "No, anything you need to say, you can say it with me here too." And then both of the Richters, stare at Solomon.
Well, he's going to be thinking for a moment so somebody else can do something.
Victor kind of goes, Solomon, is there something that is troubling you?
He's trying to think of a cool, funny name for this, so give me a second.
Uh-huh.
I gotta come up with something.
While he's thinking, yeah, Dr. Jana, she looks over to the rest of you, and she looks at all of you as if, like, with the same kind of discerning, like, do they know? Just like they looked at Solomon.
Stella's like still staring at Solomon.
The doctor noticed this. So she's slowly piecing together that this is like just a Solomon thing, not the whole posse thing. Is there
Julian,
something wrong? Is somebody needing some medical assistance?
Yeah, Solomon might need a new finger soon if you don't put that knife down.
Oh, you mentioned the knife.
Ooh, yeah. This
And-
fucking guy's knife's out.
Immediately, you see Bill's hand reach for something under the counter.
You,
Hey, now, let's not get hasty.
Wait, I did roll snake eyes, right? I did.
You did.
So,
Oh.
yeah. He just looks at her and says, Alright, then. We both know that you wanted them back from the Beyonders.
She stiffens up. I don't know what you're talking about, mister. I don't even know you, and you don't know me.
Oh, I know you. I know your kind all too well.
You hear something click under the counter.
Victor stiffens.
He leans over and whispers in Victor's ear. I believe you've... Hallow? I always forget. I believe you folks
H-A-R-R-O-W.
probably called him as Harold or something.
Get out of my office. You hear from
Did he-
behind the counter.
So, at hearing the word Harrowed, now am I kind of
Yes,
familiar?
fully aware. You are totally on the same playing field here. You immediately know what a Herod is.
Alright, let me look this. Is it okay if I look it up now on my end?
I mean, you can, but it basically Herods
Or
are...
if you want to give me,
Yeah,
if you wanna
Herods
give-
are... They're people who are brought back from the dead. They sustain lethal wounds. They are 100% dead. They have to do things like drink a lot of alcohol or take a bunch of formaldehyde to kind of like pickle themselves. It explains why the doctor's office is smelling so strongly of herbs. It's to hide her corpse smell. Every Herod has their kill wound somewhere on their body that never fully heals. Like if you were to get blasted in the gut by a shotgun and become Herod, eventually the wound would close up enough, but you would still see like a hole where guts should be. That is, depending on the wound too, it could be easy or hard to hide. Obviously, like, if a kill wound was on the cheek, then the Herod would have, like, half of their face blown off, and that's way harder to hide than, like, a gut wound or even, like, a missing arm. You can hide that under a cloak or what have you, but, yeah, they are 100% corpses. Herod are, possessed by Manitous. A Herod only comes about once somebody with great accolade, great strength, great, like, some kind of exemplary feature in them is something that a Manitou would want interest in. And the Herod is, once they become Herod, they have boons granted to them by the demons that possess them, of course, but they are in a constant battle back and forth between control or dominion over their own bodies. Every so often they have to, try to resist the demon from taking over. And so far as you can tell, Dr. Jana Richter is an upstanding citizen. She doesn't seem to have an ounce of dominion against her yet. Eventually, all Herod fall to their demons in one way or another. It's just a matter of when. Some Manitou can last years and years and years, decades, with Manitous residing within them. Some can only last a couple of days before they are totally overtaken by the demon.
Fuck. God damn it, the moral quandary going on now.
Yeah, she's a doctor. She has exemplary medical skills.
And she hasn't done anything to warrant being...
And she's the only doctor in town.
She's the only doctor in town. What do you guys do?
Victor hearing...
Know this still.
No.
Victor hearing this, he's immediately on edge, but then he looks to Solomon and is like, now I think there's a perfectly reasonable way to handle this.
Get out of my office, she says again. And now you see Bill has pulled a shotgun from under the counter, and the hammer is pulled back. It is ready to shoot.
Ah, fucking hell. This is... oh, god damn it. So, I know that they are possessed from what the information is.
Yeah, like they're still themselves. Like, she's still the doctor she was in life. But now, every so often, with things that you guys are unaware of, as to how exactly that works, even the agency isn't sure yet, as to how they win or lose against the Manitou residing within them. So you now can understand, Austin Colt was possessed by a Manitou as well. He was also harrowed.
I'm trying to think of how I would want to process this as Victor.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same.
Yeah, it's like...
Because, yeah, he's gonna go after her, but
Yeah.
then the guy is normal as far as he can tell.
Yeah. Yes.
So
Actually,
he
yes.
can't- So, morally speaking, I can't just go after him.
Mm-hmm. And he's defending his wife.
And I think Stella would shoot you.
Yeah.
No idea what's going on.
So you guys are in a Mexican standoff right now. There is a shotgun pointed at you guys. I take it Solomon Creed has a knife in his hand.
Oh yeah, he's holding his knife.
And Dr. Jana Richter standing there, still as the grave, staring you all down. And twice she is said to get out of her office.
I have some input.
Yes, you
Go
do.
for it. Oh god. I'm curious what what Julian's gonna say.
Julian nervously lifts his hands up like, oh, hold on now. Hey, remember me? You kicked me out with my snake. Look, I don't know what's going on here, but Solomon, she hasn't done anything to anyone yet. So how about we try to talk this out before y'all start blasting each other? Yeah. Well, surely there's some sort of explanation for whatever's going on here, and we could learn from it.
Yes.
At what Julian says, you could tell, like, trying to be the voice of reason kind of, like, gets to the doctor a little bit. And she puts a hand over the barrel, just on top of it, of her husband's shotgun. What do you want to know? And she's looking at all of you, but particularly Solomon.
Well, Solomon doesn't want to know anything.
Yeah, but she doesn't know that.
Just tell us, like, what is going on, guys?
We just want to know, I guess, in this circumstance, if there's going to be any concern as he points to Solomon, since it seems like there's some discrepancy, as it were. We understand that you have been not a danger to this town, but knowing...
What? I'm the only doctor in Dunmoore. You understand how many people I've had to bury these last few weeks? How many more I haven't had to because of my services? All I ever done for Dunmoore is do right by it. I'm a doctor.
Oh. I understand your skill is unparalleled. But there is a danger that you've known yourself, I'm sure. Why else would you be alive in this case?
God gave me a second chance. And she looks to Father Greed. Because she was there
ain't the
during his
God
sermon.
in ya.
He gave me this chance so that I could save Dunmoore. Why do you think Bill and I haven't left yet with our kids? We could any day. But we stayed here. To help.
So do Herod not know that it's a demon?
No, they know.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
they
she's
know.
just trying to bluff the shit out of us.
Maybe.
Or she's just dumb.
Maybe. There's a
More
lot
like-
you guys don't know.
More like Dunmoore.
Don't shit on my town. Like,
Um,
I'm wondering, I got at this person that helped her, like, chicken pox here, guys. What's going
Yeah.
on?
what was her name again? I'm sorry, I keep
No, you're
losing.
good. Dr.
Jana.
Jana? Yeah, Jana Richter. Rachter. Dr. Richter.
Miss Richter, or Mrs. Richter.
Dr. Richter.
Dr. Richter. I know for a fact that that ain't the truth. And you know for a fact that ain't the truth.
Believe what you want, but Stella, how long you lived here, darling? Your whole life?
Yeah. She's like,
How long you
Yeah.
known me for?
my whole life.
Yeah, the Richters have been here for a long time. And like, and you're starting to realize too, like, man, she really does look good for how long she's been here. But,
Man, she's stunning. Damn.
have I ever done anything to harm anybody here?
She shakes her head. Like, no, you haven't done anything.
She waves a hand to Stella as if to say, like, see? And then
That
she
we
releases...
know of.
She releases her hand off of her husband's gun, and once more he's pointing it at all of you.
Solomon, what's going on here? You want to kill this woman because she's anorexic and too white?
Well,
Oh my god!
Stella nods to that. Like, what the hell, man?
Well, see, now I'm at another conundrum of, do I explain it
Yeah.
with Mr. Agency Man breathing on my neck?
Uh-huh, literally right next to you.
Yup, literally right next to you.
Yeah.
He's on kind of your side, but at the same time, he's like, I don't want to just outright kill this woman.
Well, that's why I try to give her the chance to go outside.
Yeah. Well, she had her husband right there, and you asked for if Bill's around. She's like, Bill.
I didn't ask
knowing
you
that's
to-
suspicious. You made it
Yeah.
suspicious.
That
Don't
stun
be
grenade could have been
suspicious,
handy
don't
here.
be suspicious.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
the
that's
perfect
totally-
use.
Oh, I wonder why. You know, he decided to use it on his own people.
Alright, deploy the Wrangler unit.
Deploy the Wrangler here.
Wrangler, go.
Throw the snake.
Yeah, I'm in a tough spot myself. Like, oh.
Yeah, that's part of the story, guys. Is what would your character do?
Well, we both know what Solomon would do right now.
Mm-hmm.
I already can tell what he's probably gonna do.
I can't help but I rolled snake eyes.
As you guys are kind of,
I
we're
can't
still
wait to shoot his finger off.
Oh god.
Mexican
Okay.
standoffing once more, and for the final time, Dr. Richter nods to the door. Now, if you'd be so kind, leave my office.
I can try. I'm gonna try something crazy.
Okay?
Oh no, I don't like this.
I'm gonna try my teleport ability to get right next to Bill and grab his
What?
gun.
What? Oh, they're
What?
doing it. I'm doing it.
Okay.
Oh no, oh no.
Okay, you
I'm
know how
gonna
this works. The throw, and then the let's see how well it works.
Oh,
What-
I was
what do
thinking
I-
of
oh,
doing a
okay.
persuasion thing, kind of just doing something.
It's gonna turn into a shootout in here.
Oh,
Damn.
yeah.
Oh,
Alright,
no.
so that's okay. So fighting for the throw, and then we'll do weird science to see if it deploys correctly, especially because you're tossing it instead of like nicely burying it and,
And he's a big guy.
But yeah, so you have
n-
the other anchor point secured on your person. So yeah, you will be able
Wait,
to.
do I need the anchor point for the? I'm not going back to my base. I'm using the
No.
actual power.
Right, but you need to have an anchor between your person, so you, and the anchor you're throwing, so that it knows what to teleport. Does that make sense? Like, so it doesn't
Oh,
accidentally
okay.
teleport, like, the whole building.
Oh, that'd be even better.
Okay.
Do that.
I thought I can just do it to where I want to go, and the whole anchor thing was just to my lab.
No, that's the true, like, that's the immovable anchor, right? But you have
Okay.
technically two moving anchors, because one that's on you whenever you're using this in, like, combat or for utility, and the one that you, like, you can bury it into the ground to stay stationary in place so that it doesn't move while you're going back to your lab and back. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah. Um, or Victor, do you want to just go with the persuasion thing you say you were gonna
Yeah,
try?
basically
Bill.
what I was gonna do is I was trying to diffuse the situation and just be
Mhm.
like, how
'Cause
am
just
I
think
gonna say
too,
it?
it might not just be you guys versus the doctor and her husband. It might be all of Dunmoore versus you guys. And, because you are attacking a member of Dunmoore.
I'm just trying to figure out how to word it to where it would sound
Like appeal to Bill.
right, but also at the same time kind of just like appeal to the doctor. I think he'll just kind of give it a little sigh and be like, "We understand that you've helped the city of Dunmoore. That's why I'm trying to be kind to you in a sense, because I know that you've been tremendously helpful to this town, and you've done no wrong. But I'm here offering my own aid to assist you in this matter, perhaps.
And what kind of aid exactly would that be? An aid I'm not asking for, by the way.
And I'm offering it to you as of right now.
Which is?
And that's the problem, is I don't know how I can help.
I'm
All
waiting
right,
for you
I'm
to...
gonna do a persuasion.
Okay, on what? And you will be incurring negatives because you are talking at these people that you've already shown to be hostile against.
That's fine.
So it's gonna take a lot.
That's fine.
If he's doing that, I'm using one of my abilities.
Okay! Go ahead and make your roll first then, Victor.
Oh, I think I have to use it after the fact, I
Do
thought.
you? Because I thought for supporting you have to do it first.
Oh, is it?
Wait a minute. Oh.
Oh yeah, no, it
Yeah,
applies to their
supporting.
next action.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Yep. So, what do you need me to roll? Additional skill die.
Persuasion.
So just additional skill die. Okay.
Yeah, just... Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, holy crap. Okay, yeah, that's
Oh.
a success with 2 raises. So,
Alright.
that totally negates the negatives. You were gonna go at a -4 penalty against the
Well, there
recruiters.
you go.
So
There
now
you
it's,
go.
you're just doing a
Solomon.
basic
How-
roll.
Now I'm getting a plus 14 to whatever I roll. Got it.
No, but go on.
Wait, what?
I think she's
Oh.
trying to say is that my success negated whatever
Gotcha. So I just do a plus
negatives.
3.
Yeah, you're just doing a normal roll basically without any
Yeah,
negatives.
plus your normal 3.
All right. So what I'm gonna tell her is I'm gonna say this before the persuasion, just so it sounds cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be like, I ought to strike you down here and now in the name of the Lord. But since you have been so kind to this town, and I want to see it prosper, you and your kin pack up today, and you ride out of here, and you never come back.
Oh,
Because if
Oh,
I ever see
no.
you again, I will unleash the Lord's vengeance on you.
all right. Go ahead and roll persuasion.
Oh God, I wasn't expecting that, but you know what? I already rolled, so
Bill and Jana look at each other. They look at each other for a long minute.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
Are you sure?
Or do
'Cause
I
you
need
succeeded.
to? Is it a success?
Yeah, because you got a +3, remember?
Oh
Well,
yeah, you
I
do
want to
have-
re-roll it anyways with my edge.
Oh, yes. Yeah, by all means. And then choose the higher one.
Try to do better.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go. That's a little bit better.
Yep. All right, so
So it's
yeah.
a raise now.
After hearing this, Bill and Jana look at each other, and then they both look to the back room. And you guys didn't really notice it before because it was, you know, it was pretty tense, and you guys were all focused on each other. You can hear two kids playing. Stella, you know these kids. It's Stan and Judy, or Stan Richter and Judy Richter. They're young. Solomon, and Julian, you both would have seen these two kids at the church earlier today. And, so these parents are looking at their children, and they look to Solomon, and Bill lowers his gun. And, Jana if she could cry, you'd think that her eyes would start to well up, but that same very strict look that she always has about her, and, her being harrowed might explain why she seems so strict all the time. She sighs. I hope you know you are killing Dunmoore by sending away their only doctor. I hope you understand, there, Father, that the next time these people get sick and die, or if they ever need medical attention, I hope you know their deaths are on your hands. But we'll
There's
leave.
other doctors that ain't corrupted by the devil.
Sure,
More people will come. We're
Sure.
gonna rebuild this town better than it ever was.
of course. Yeah, see, with all the influx of people we got in Dunmoore these days. Yeah, of course. No, of course, you're right. And she kind of motions to Bill, and she whispers something to him. He glares at Solomon, daggers. And then he goes and raps on the door. Knock, knock, knock. And you can hear the kids playing stops. And he's like, kids, go and get your stuff. Get your stuff, we're going on a trip. And he's like, you can tell in like the fatherly way, he's trying to be upbeat for his kids and not, let them know that they're getting run out of their own hometown that they were born in. And the kids are like, well, we don't want to go. You can hear the boy and Stella,
Oh man, the tugging of the heartstrings.
yeah, Stella, you can hear Stan. He's like, but Dad, I don't want to go.
Oh, God.
I still gotta learn how to shoot from Stella. And, and you can hear, too, the little girl, Judy, the door kind of creaks open, and you see a little girl. She's cute. She's got pigtails, and she's young. She's maybe 6 or so. And, she's looking up, and she kind of looks at all of you. She doesn't even, register, because her dad's holding a gun, but that's not, that's not something that's unseen. Stella holds guns all the time. And she doesn't even see Solomon with a knife. She's so short and tiny, and the counter really blocks a lot of her view. She can just see the tops of your heads, really. But, she's like, Dad, where are we leaving? And, he just kind of shakes his head, and he goes, oh, we're going on a vacation. We're gonna go see the sights, and your mother and I, we're gonna take you, and we're gonna go on a great adventure. So I need y'all to pick up your things, and we'll be back before you know it. And, the kids are like, okay, and, even Stella, you see, Stan kind of peeks his head now out from the doorway, and he sees you and waves. He's like, ah, Stella! And, before he heads back inside, and, yeah, you can hear, clattering and things as the kids are, grabbing their things and toys and things, and both the parents, the Richters, once their children are safely back in the back room, they glare daggers at your whole posse. And even to you, Stella, they seem hurt.
Stella is just so confused. She has no idea what's going on.
Poor Stella.
I imagine she's very sad. Her eyes are watering. She's like, I don't even know what's going on right now. Why is everyone leaving me?
And
Victor. Oh, go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
no. You first.
Victor goes to tap Father Creed on the shoulder and is like, the deed is done. Let's leave them be.
Yeah, he'll drop one final word and just say, "Don't look at this as being run off. Look at this as me showing mercy." And then he just leaves.
Jesus.
Okay, ding ding ding. The bell goes as Creed leaves.
Victor kind of tips his hat, knowing even though that it's respectable, he knows he's not probably welcome as much as anybody else in the party at this moment. He kind of just tips his hat, follows after Creed, and motions for Stella to follow after,
As soon as
and Julian as well.
As soon as Victor tips his hat, you hear Bill go, "Fuck you."
Yep. I expected much. He kind of mutters to himself and
Yeah.
nods.
Julian feels bad that he told the posse about, the sheriff's note, and he approaches the doctor slightly, not too close, and he says, "Look, they obviously think that you're going to be a problem. Is there anything you can say to convince them otherwise?"
Bill and her are like, they stared you up and down, Julian, because in their minds, everyone, minus Stella as much, but still, she's now part of the posse and is seen as such. They kind of look you up and down, and the doctor shakes her head. "I have done nothing but help these people for years, for as long as I've been here. And I thought I was getting a second chance to do good and continue to do good by Dunmoore. But I suppose that ain't the case. Some Riley pastor out of nowhere comes in, makes a church out of our saloon, starts planting his messages everywhere that weren't asked for, and then runs us out of town. Good luck. Good luck, Dunmoore. You're gonna need it." And then she looks at Stella and shakes her head, and she goes, "Stella, I thought you'd keep better company than this."
Oh,
Oh, ouch.
ouch, dude.
And yeah, to Julian, she
Tilts her head down.
poor Stella. I'm sorry.
I haven't done anything wrong. I don't even know what's going on. Having all this down.
To Julian, yeah, she looks back to you and she goes, "You keep an eye on that pastor. He's gonna get you in a whole world of trouble. I am the least of y'all's concerns."
Well, I'm sorry. I
Out of head out.
Well,
Yep.
pulling his pants up a
pretty
little
much.
higher. Well, my
Pretty
job's
much.
done.
My job is done.
I tried to really, kind of see how we could try to convince him that you're not a problem, but if you just want to be pissed off, yeah, good luck to you guys. And then he
We'll be
heads
just
out.
fine. And then she does the shooing motion to you to, again, without saying it, she's saying, "Get out of our office."
Get
Well,
out.
what used to be your office.
As I walk out, I take out the snake real quick and I say, "Hey, remember that snake? I actually gave him a little upgrade." And
Oh
I
my
walk out.
god.
She was about to say something, but then ding ding as the door closes. And yeah, she was like, she looked at her husband for a second, like, "What? Was that snake wearing a little armor? A little spiky armor?" But yeah, it's so now it's just Stella in the doctor's office.
Yeah, she's like, I don't, what the hell? Like, no one's explained anything.
Victor, no, go ahead.
All she knows is that, they just kicked her doctor out, and she's like, "Oh, my town's doomed. My home, my hometown. What the hell?"
And you would be the only one that would know this, Stella, because you've lived here all your life. No one else is a local of Dunmoore, but what the doctor said was true. You guys never see doctors pass through Dunmoore. Like the last time a doctor passed through, she stayed and started a family here, and now she is leaving. And she looks very solemn, and you can tell now that now it's just locals in the doctor's office and none of the outsiders are in the office. Her shoulders slump, and you can tell you have no idea how she's not bawling right now, but her face looks very sad and sullen, as if she would be crying if only she could. But she kind of turns to Bill and she leans into his shoulder. you've seen this before. It's not often that the doctor shows that she is vulnerable, but, you know, she definitely is, and she is heartbroken to be run out of town. But they're prepping their leave, and the kids are already, I mean, Dunmoore is a really quaint town, and people don't have a whole lot of stuff. That really, like, the buildings, their homes, and their establishments that they work is mostly what they have. So it takes them no time to get their stuff, and because they live at this office too in the back. And yeah, it's gonna take the kids no time to wrap up their toys and blankets and pillows and all that and get ready to leave. They have their horses at Martha's stable, and it's a very bittersweet goodbye that they bid you, Stella, before they turn and head into the back room to help their kids get the last of the stuff.
As they're like, I guess they're like walking out the door now.
To the back room,
Or
there.
They walk towards the back, and they're not gonna
Yeah.
come to the front anymore.
Yeah, not for a minute.
Stella's just gonna like, it's gonna start like, she's like wiping her eyes off a bit. She's like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't like this. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
first the sheriff, and now the fucking doctor. Like,
Yeah, in the span of
so
just a couple
confused.
days, Stella's lost a lot of people.
Oh my god.
She lost Zeke and doesn't even know about it.
God damn.
Yeah.
Who the hell is Z? You know?
I have this eyeball.
Why
Why
do
is
people
this?
keep saying his fucking name? I don't know this guy.
Silas, that believed her about the jackalope,
Oh,
he died.
everyone. Oh,
Yeah.
my friend.
This makes for a great backstory.
Let's say Stella. Betsy,
You might become a superhero. at some
Yeah,
point.
you're gonna be the next, like, Batman.
Stella's goes from kicking down doors to shooting down doors.
Yeah.
She shoots first instead of
She don't
shoots
miss.
Solomon. Yeah. She don't miss. Damn it, she don't miss.
Is there anything else that you would like to do, Stella, in the doctor's office before you leave?
Does she see any of these like open herbs or anything?
Oh yeah, they're all over. They're hanging in like these huge hanging pots. They're all over the counter, like around the outside. They're stuffed in damn near every single crevice, and they're dried and fresh variants of just about anything that you could ever want.
She is going to. Is there like a purple one or something?
Oh yeah, there's tons of lavender. Like especially lavender is all over.
She'll take like a lavender thing, and she'll like look at it through like her glossy eyes, and then she'll like kind of like hold it kind of close to like her chest, and then breathe it in, and like she's gonna stick it in her bag as a remembering kind of way.
Yeah, go ahead and make a note of that you have a sprig of lavender from Dr. Richter.
I'll put it in the right channel this time.
And you have a feeling too that the doctor would be pleased that you would want a keepsake from her. She's always liked Stella.
Oh my god,
But-
Stella!
Hard to express it when you're dead.
Yeah.
She's lucky I didn't take a keepsake from her as well.
True, yeah, her head.
I kind of wish that happened, because, yeah, I would have totally shot Solomon. I would have gone for his hand. That would have been a cool shootout.
It would have, and even for a called shot, you're so good at shooting, you probably, the odds are good that you would have gotten it.
Hey, don't call a quick draw for no reason. But after
Good
she takes
God,
that
I would have been like in
lavender-
a.
Yeah. Victor would be like,
crisis
oh
averted."
my god.
Although it's still a crisis because we don't have a doctor anymore.
No doctor.
And we have to explain this to the town too. Like,
Yep,
fuck.
and the deputy.
Oh God, the deputy.
Oh yeah, we just ran your only doctor out. Sorry.
For no reason or anything. She's just
Oh.
ugly as hell.
She's a stanky bitch. She's had to go.
Just leave that up to Creed.
Yeah.
Oh no, I am not trusting Creed anymore.
He will persuade them.
The posse
So-
will remember that.
Now that we're outside, I have a bone to pick with Solomon.
Okay, by all means.
I think Victor would have a bone to pick with him too.
Stella also
consequences.
does. She's
All
gonna-
right, you guys
God.
find yourselves in the middle of the
Hanging up on
street in
Solomon.
Dunmoore.
Fuck you, Solomon.
Father Creed, what the hell was that for?
You saw what she was.
I didn't see a damn thing until you mentioned the words hollowed.
Exactly, but now you know.
I think that could have been more handled a little bit more subtly, if I were to be honest with you.
Well, just be glad I didn't do what I went in there to do originally.
I guess I could be thankful for the Lord that it didn't happen that way.
I showed mercy. Don't expect that out of me every time, though. Main reason is because I heard them little children in the back. And, he looks a little sad when he mentions little children.
Oh.
I mean, Victor definitely feels a little saddened about that too. Like,
Yeah.
it tugs at him personally that he, that she had a family and everything, and that there was a risk to it. So he's definitely feeling that sense of like just sadness as well.
And then the realization washes over you all, knowing that Bill fucks a corpse every night.
I was thinking about that. How the hell did she have kids? Like,
I guess she had the kids before she was harrowed.
Yes. She became
Oh
Harold
my
after the
god,
kids were born.
I'm
Harold
on the
cannot produce
floor
kids.
right now. I'm on
that's what I
the
was thinking. I
floor
was
right
like,
Give
man,
yourself
how
a
did she
penny,
have
by the way,
kids?
Give yourself a
Yay!
fucking penny for that.
I think we were all thinking
Oh.
it.
I just
We
said
were
it.
all
Yeah, you all were thinking it.
wondering.
I mean, it was in my mind, but I didn't want it to be in the forefront. But
Wait, can you say as Marshall? Did Bill keep hitting it after? Like,
Oh, 100%.
Oh,
oh
my
shit!
Yeah,
god!
100%.
Every night.
Oh, yes.
2 times a night sometimes.
Uh-huh. I mean, they wouldn't have to worry about her getting pregnant again.
Knock 'em dead, really.
Literally.
That's good.
and
Yeah.
she wasn't eating anything, so anal was a possibility.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, totes, yeah.
Do you guys want to hear the other names that I had as slang terms that
What?
ChatGPT totally didn't give me?
Oh, yeah?
Risen Riders, Ghostwalkers,
Ooh.
Back from the Beyonders,
Ooh.
Revenants,
Ooh.
Soul Striders,
Revenant.
Woo!
Ooh.
Haunteds, Death Touched, which was what I wanted to
Oh.
use, but I thought Back from Beyonders sounded pretty cool.
I like Death Touched.
Phantom Fellas or Femmes,
Phantom
Oh,
fellas or
nice.
femmes.
I love that.
Goner Getters, that they've, gotten back from being gone,
Yeah.
or Undying Drifters.
Remnants is obviously really
And Revenant, it was just too official sounding
Yeah,
for
2 on the
Yeah.
other
nose.
breeds things.
Yeah.
That's true.
Bone Daddies
Bone
and
Daddy.
Metal Nope Ropes, and now Back from
Nope
Beyonders.
Ropes.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So now it's Julian's turn to take a shot at Solomon.
Yep.
So how are we going to decide to go to the fort together, and then I see your ass start walking towards the doctor's office, knife in hand, like some sort of demented individual, as if we didn't just agree on where to go. And then this entire secrecy about this entire situation, like, can you guys talk to us? Explain anything?
Yeah, so
Like,
like,
how
what the hell is going on? Please.
how
They're
are you
kind
gonna
of-
be giving speeches and then doing this?
Well, I said it all in the speech about clearing out the darkness and the forces of the devil. I'm just continuing my work.
Oh my gosh.
Victor kind of looks to Stella and, he kind of says, "Your doctor, unfortunately, was one of the Harrowed or Hollowed."
Harrowed.
Harold. I do
Harold.
assume that no one in the town is around us right now, right?
Correct. Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone is just
Okay.
busying themselves with their own buildings.
Okay.
So
Just
yeah,
making sure.
and Victor will kind of look to Stella and kind of be like, "She's one of the Harrowed, which is a creature that was risen from the dead for a purpose."
By
as
a
it were.
demon.
Ah, Bill,
He
you
gives a
wanted the
stick-
fucker.
He's like, I'm so into that.
Victor kind of gives a glare towards Solomon for saying what he says, but he kind of nods. They are
Why?
risen. Why?
Go ahead. I was gonna say, why would a demon be a doctor and help people?
Exactly. Yeah, Stella's like, yeah, she's known her my whole life. She's done nothing wrong.
If
Bit of a
in
bitch,
my
but-
own in my own studies, in my own histories and our records, it seems like the demon just finds, or before I say anything out of turn, would they know that they find people of particular skill and inhabit them, or
What
do I not know that?
What the agency knows right now is that anyone who is brought back, they are brought back with some kind of purpose. Usually like farmhands, stable boys. When they're dead, they're dead. And there's even a lot of people, like notable figures, politicians and stuff, where like they say, "Oh, my death was greatly exaggerated," whenever they seemingly just come back out of nowhere.
Holy shit, Teddy Roosevelt's gonna be alive.
Mm.
Or he's gonna be a herald.
Mm. But
Wasn't he? Anyway.
So, yeah, it's not exactly known who exactly is targeted by Manitous to be brought back, and you don't really know how the process works, but you know that the agency understands that Manitou's bad and zombies bad, so they kind of put the
Like-
two and two together.
Do either the agency or Creed know that most of the time the Manitou eventually wins over and the good person, no matter how good they were, become bad?
Right now in history in the campaign, yes. So far as the agency and Creed would know. Now the agency is gonna know more than Creed. Creed's one man.
Oh, yeah.
The agency is a huge agency, but yeah, the agency specifically understands that most of the time these guys are bad. And now Creed, every time he has ever come across a Manitou, they have been sinister. Like the word, like Austin Colts.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time.
If you would like an accurate representation of what eventually becomes of someone in such a state, look no further than the graveyard where we just buried that imposter sheriff just earlier today or yesterday or 7 days ago. I don't know how long it's been.
One day.
That was
been
just
one
put
day.
over there yesterday.
Yeah.
You remember when you saw that thing leave from its body, that evil-looking spirit? Same thing's in that doctor right now, waiting to take her over.
You hear a clap,
She
clap,
may-
clap, 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 as like a very full Betsy who's been eating apples all day is finally like making her way.
Rejoins the pause.
Yeah, clap,
Oh,
clap,
Betsy.
clap, clap. Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, he just
Go on.
explains, you may think she's good now, and she very well may be. But one day, she's gonna be just as bad as he is. Was.
Victor
Sounds
kinda-
unlikely, seeing it's been so long and it hasn't happened. Maybe this was a special case.
Well, you remember seeing, Wait, did Julian see him age up afterwards? Well, I guess he probably would have seen the body.
Yeah, everyone would have seen the body, and the body was
So,
like
yeah.
really like 90 years old. Like,
Yeah, you remember how much he aged once that spirit left him, so it shows it might take some time and hold on you. But it'll eventually win you out.
I see.
at this time, you guys hear of a door opening behind the doctor's office, and you can hear the shuffling of feet and two kids kind of laughing to each other. And the footstep sounds are making their way slowly towards the stables. They are staying, so not on the main road. They're just making their way to the stables.
Downtown,
Yeah.
walking fast.
Faces passing
Um,
around.
But yeah, Victor kind of just nods along to what Solomon says, and there's no telling when or how they just inhabit any corpse that they like. And they could be good for all intents and purposes. They could have been good folk in their living times. But it's only a matter of time before there's a chance that they lose their control, as it were.
You reckon her husband even knows that? Does she even know that?
No, she knows. She knows. She knows.
At this time,
Exactly,
you guys
he
hear the
kinda
sound
nods.
of two sets of horse hooves from around here, and if you look down the street, you'll see the Richter family Father with the son in his lap, and then the mother with her daughter in her lap on horseback. And the doctor kind of casts a look back, and so does Bill. And you can see, like, the horses each have large, like, crate saddlebags full of, like, some pots and pans and just things clanking around inside. Like, they're really geared up to, like, leave. And, yeah, the doctor just kind of casts one more glance to Dunmoore, and she looks very sad. But she's putting on a brave face for her family. And they kick the horses and head south.
Alright, as soon as they're out of view, I go into the doctor's office to investigate it.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Stab.
Go for it.
Completely just stab and then twisting. Just twisting
Yep.
it. Oh, God.
Yep.
I feel the gut wrench.
You've successfully run the Richter family out of Dunmoore.
Stop it. Stop it. No, I'm kidding. It's okay.
Good. I
Alright.
hope they meet bandits.
So you open the door. Ding, ding, ding. Do you just leave, like, mid-conversation?
Yep.
Okay. He does that.
This motherfucker.
You guys see Solomon just leave. You guys are all, like, leaning into him, and he's just like, whoop, whoop, and he leaves. Do any of you follow?
I'm gonna shoot that man.
Father.
It's gonna go loot the doctor's office.
I'm competing with
Father
Julian
Creed,
to
I
see who
swear.
Stella shoots first.
He is shooting somebody.
Julian sees that Stella had been crying and he goes, "I'm sorry, Stella. She was too white and skinny and whatever he said."
Oh my God.
Whatever
She didn't have
else
that thicky
Solomon
icky.
said. Yeah. So it had to happen. I'm sorry. And he taps her on the shoulder.
Nothing had to happen, you know.
I think. Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
No, I mean, you were continuing what you were talking about.
I was just
Julia.
saying nothing had to happen. She'll cross her arms and pout. Fucking piece of shit. Father. I hate that guy.
Alright, Creed turns the doctor's office into another church.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
no, no.
Interlude
No, I'm
time.
kidding.
Victor.
Actually, he
will-
does, and then he has 2 of the 3 properties with houses on them, so he's going to start charging more for rent.
Oh my
Oh,
god, he's a
no.
Monopoly church baron. Oh my
He's
god.
the Monopoly Church Baron, and then once he gets a third building,
He
he's gonna
does
start
wear a
building
monocle.
hotels.
Oh god,
He's
he
gonna-
does. Oh my god. He's what
He's gonna start building hotels.
Mr. Peanuts in the future based off of the visage of Solomon Creed.
Oh
Yep.
no.
Well, no, he's just, he's going to look around and see if he can find anything shady.
Okay, so which room are you starting in? There's 3 main rooms. So there's, well, 4.
Is there a basement?
No.
Is there the back room? Whichever room is like the mortuary-ish room.
Yeah. So the main, like, doctor's office, that's where she, does regular checkups and all that, just in the main office where the counter is. Then the door that Bill walked through, that is their surgery room. They prep bodies there, so that's kind of like their morgue, as it were. And then a door beyond that is the main, like, living area for the family. There's, like, a little mini living room, and then 2 doors beyond that, so there's 5 rooms, really, is the parents' room and the kids' room.
Alright, he's just gonna go look around the morgue area and see if there's anything weird in there.
Yeah, do a notice roll.
Oh,
And as you look around, you see that it's really picked pretty clean. They took they probably didn't have a whole lot to them, but you notice, like, as you're looking around, you do pick up some extra bandages. You can go ahead and +1. just to
I'm
roll
not worried
with-
about like finding anything loot-wise.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
looking for weird things.
And you still have your thing active, I take it? It's probably not. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
probably still active. Yeah, looking around, you can see that there is a faint aura of something odd, like that kind of familiar green, misty sort of aura that you saw way back in the cave, in that tent in the cave.
Yep. So I just give it a little bit of a.
You have a little slurp. It tastes like Harrowed. So, it's kind of, you get her essence, because she was here recently, but is no
so it's
longer
just
here.
her. Okay.
Yeah, it's just her.
Mainly, what I'm looking for is to make sure all these townsfolk had actually been leaving, and she wasn't doing some kind of crazy shit in the morgue.
Oh my god, that would have been so cool if I thought to do that, but no. So far as you can see, everything is very inert and fine. All of the deputies' bodies that were here were properly dressed and, like, preserved and sent, to the graveyard.
Okay.
So yada yada. She was doing what doctors do.
Okay, I was just checking to make sure she wasn't, like, stealing body parts from
Yeah.
other folk and then using them to fix herself up
Oh,
Frankenstein-wise.
that's so cool. I will be yoinking that idea for the future, but no, Dr. Richter was genuine.
That was the only way I could see her actually doing evil based on everything else.
Yeah.
Mm.
But no.
Yep. She's still
Blood,
forced the
body
devil.
parts.
Yeah, force the devil! Do you go into the living quarters at all?
Nope.
Okay. Does anyone follow him into the doctor's office, by the way?
I would look to Stella and kind of be like, let's go to the sheriff's office, the sheriff's fort, and explain things, perhaps.
Yeah, her
As
arms
if,
are still
like-
crossed. She's like
As
on mute. She's kind of pissed.
as if trying to bring or change her mind, or not change her mind, but just kind of like distract her mind in a sense.
Okay. So do you two head to the sheriff's fort?
I mean, Victor goes, but obviously not everyone has to follow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I walked back out and joined them at this point.
Okay. So the posse's reconvened, and everyone wants to head to the fort?
Yes, that was head down walking,
Okay.
kicking rocks.
Betsy kind of senses that you're upset, Stella, and you kind of feel like a pat to your shoulder as she noses your shoulder.
Best horse. For real. All those apples she fucking ate this session.
Oh yeah, she's chubby. She's eaten so many apples.
She eats as much apples as you do dread meat.
Only Loda and Betsy could be together. They'd have a feast together.
Oh my god, yes. So you guys make it to the fort, except for Solomon, who stands in the middle of the street.
I've just been theater of the mind here.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
Alright,
We're
so
not playing Power Wash at the same time.
I'm aware. I noticed when I gave you your food. So, yeah, you guys get to the sheriff's fort, and you see, Jim is he's, like, whistling to himself, and he's happily, like, straightening up things, and you could tell that, like, Douglas kept things nice, but the deputies and Austin Colt that were here kind of messed everything up. He's, like, fixing tents and, getting ready for the future deputies that will be taking his place. And he's just straightening everything up. He sees you guys approach, and he waves a hand. He's smiling. He's
Oh
like,
God.
Good afternoon
For
to
now.
you. How y'all doing?
Good morning to you.
Good morning
No.
to you. What can I do for y'all?
How's everything been over here in the fort?
Great. I found something that y'all might like, actually. You want to see?
Raises his eyebrow and gives a nod.
He, like, gestures. He, like, beckons you guys to come into the main tent of the sheriff's fort. Do you guys follow?
Yep.
Yep.
I follow.
Alright. So, so once you guys get in, it's a very modestly furnished place. There's cells on the inside, and really the tent itself is a tent that is over a wooden building, much like a regular sheriff's office. In the tent, you kind of get the feeling the tent is for air conditioning purposes, just to keep things cooler.
You guys better hope he's not supernatural too.
I'm gonna kill him.
You're gonna kill. If he does the same shit,
In
it's gonna be
fairness-
Father Creed dead on the floor.
Creed's never inspected Jim. He's a very large man.
Yeah, I know.
But,
You keep giving me hints to check him, and I'm just trying to ignore it.
I know. So, he leads you guys inside, and he's all smiles. He walks in, and he opens the door for you all, as you all get in. And once you're in, you see, like, there's 2 huge cell blocks that are, they've got, like, the bed and regular cell stuff. There's a desk. There's a random paper strewn about that Colt was sifting through earlier, and you can tell Jim hasn't really had the chance to clean up, and he even, like, he kind of blushes and closes his eyes with a grin as he's rubbing the back of his neck. I'm sorry, I haven't really had the chance to clean up in here too much yet. I'm getting to it after checking on y'all in the wagon over there. I decided to anyway, and he like pulls a box out from under the desk, And wham! He slams the box onto the desk. As you guys are looking at this box, it looks pretty inert. And he kind of like, he opens it up. So you hear like a as the box opens. And you see there's a beautiful knife inside. It's got inlaid within it an orange gem. There's like a topaz looking rock at like the back of the hilt of this thing. And
Is topaz the yellow one?
oh no, jade, sorry. It's green. I think topaz is yellow. I think you're right. Yeah, there's like a really rough jade stone there. It's beautiful. The wood too of the knife is carved in intricate patterns. It looks like an artisan made this knife. The knife almost looks like it's for decoration, not really for use. But
Creed says, "That's not a knife. This is a knife," and then pulls his knife out.
okay.
Bowie
I'm
knife.
joking.
Roll initiative. So you guys look at this knife. It's beautiful. It doesn't look, it's got intricate carvings along the side. It's a very lovely knife. And he presents it to you guys.
It looks satanic.
I don't really know what to, I don't really know what to say with everything, deputizing me and saving Dunmoore. Thank you. I know that all of us here are real appreciative of y'all, and you're welcome in Dunmoore anytime. You're heroes, really.
Speaking of saving Dunmoore,
He looks at you and he's smiling.
the Lord works in mysterious ways, Deputy.
Of course it does, Father. Couldn't agree more.
And it so happens that one of those mysterious ways is that the Lord has called the doctor on to somewhere else. So, Doctor, and he looks at his notes. Richter. I know, I was just playing it funny there. Dr. Richter and her family have had to go on to help others more in need now that Dunmoore is
His expression
turned
changes.
into a place of glory. But fear not, my son, for I
He
know
tilts his head.
people in the city would love to come out here and help out of this, get in on this booming town as it's growing back up to glory.
Boom. Boom.
Persuasion!
Wait,
All
what?
right.
What's going on?
Persuasion for what exactly? To believe your story?
To make him believe that things are going to be okay.
I'm guessing you guys already explained the whole. Oh, the
Yeah.
doctor is leaving
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
of
said-
welcome back. Yeah,
I said the
yeah.
Lord works in mysterious ways, called her on to help other places that needed it more.
Because the way the persuasion, you can't make him suddenly see your side of things. You can be like, oh yeah, I'm so glad you ran off our only doctor. That's awesome. But so
Right.
No, I'm
you're-
just persuading him to see that things are going to be okay.
Okay.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
Just because I had a particular way, but then I didn't realize that we were gonna have the situation brought on, so that's my fault. I should have timed it a little bit better. Victor would kind of be like, remember what our discussion, or I don't know if you remember the discussion with the agent the other day.
So Jim is now looking between Solomon and Victor, and he looks very confused. He kind of like holds the box, and he kind of like pulls it a little closer to him and closes the top of the lid.
Oh, he took the knife back.
Yeah, he's like, because he doesn't really know what to make of what you just said.
Oh. Well, shit. I thought
So-
that is.
Wait, to which one of us?
To Solomon.
Since Zach already had a plan, but he had to go to the outhouse, I'm just going to rewind mine and let him do his thing first.
Oh no! I mean, if you had a way that you were gonna go about it,
I was just
You can still
doing
make
it
your
because it came up
persuasion
in
roll,
conversation. But we'll let you do
okay.
your way first, and then from there,
Okay.
mine might have to happen.
Okay. Well.
we'll see what happens.
Okay. So reverb.
There you go.
Victor will kind of.
Okay, so he's very
He kinda-
happy. He shows you guys the box and this beautiful knife.
Calls
is
us
inside.
heroes, said we
Yep.
saved Dunmoore.
Yep.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Can't tell you how appreciative I am, and all of Dunmoore, really.
Oh God! Just sticking a knife, and
Mhm.
stabbing multiple times.
Yeah. It's funny he's presenting
okay.
you guys a knife too.
Victor kind of gives a little sigh and nod, just kind of like that is a fine piece of wear. Will, he pulls off his hat and kind of just puts it at his side, or not at his side, but his chest. No. God, I would be so heartbroken.
Patty!
Victor kind of go.
He
Do
sees
you recall?
He sees you taking your hat off, and immediately his expression changes.
And he shuts the box again.
No, he's got it open still. This for now.
I would recommend that you take a seat first, Mr. Will.
Ooh. Will, who's Will?
Oh, sorry.
Jim.
Jim. That's what I meant
Nightingale.
to say. Jim, Mr.
Nothing
Nightingale.
wrong with Jim.
Take a seat. Why? Why? Is Patty okay?
Patty is fine. Don't worry. It's another situation that we've got to talk about.
What's wrong? And he straightens up again, and you can see, like, once more you're reminded he's a mountain of a man.
Do you remember the day that we made our assault on the deputies in Austin Colt?
Yesterday? Yes.
Yes. Sorry. I don't know. I'm very just words. Anyway.
I get it.
Do you recall? Did he actually have a conversation with the agents at all? Because I remember that you mentioned that the agents went around and kind of cleaned up, but they also kind of like. Because standard protocol is that they go to.
They cleaned up, and they told the people directly involved, so like Jim would be one of them, to keep quiet. Like, there was no gang that came through Dunmoore. There is no such thing as Austin Colt. Like, it was just a really unfortunate, a band of ruffians came through, but were dealt with, and now they're gone. And that's all it was. And Jim agreed. Like, yep, that's what happened.
Okay.
And they killed the doctor.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay, so do you recall your conversation with a fellow lawmen, as they were?
Yeah. The ones that were cleaning up with the ruffians that came through. Anyways.
So, yes. And he kind of just gives a little nod and kind of just like, well, it turns out I'm giving this information to you as a need to know basis.
Okay.
Because I trust in you that you would uphold the laws of this town as much as you were.
Right. He's
I
very
know,
wary now. He's like, he's closed the lid to the box.
Oh no, the box is closed.
It seems like Austin Colt wasn't the only issue in your town.
He looks at you as if to please continue.
It seems like your very own, one of your own townsfolk was one of the afflicted, as it were.
He raises an eyebrow again.
Alright, I'm watching his reactions now.
Mm-hmm.
And because I'm giving you this information as a need to know, we had to exercise extreme caution around this situation, and unfortunately, the casualty of such an action was the fair doctor and their family.
What happened to Jana and Bill? They all right?
They're fine.
You said casualty.
I know
I did say casualty. So.
I did say casualty. I'm trying to use words and be fancy because that's how Victor is, but I realize that might be. He says, wrong turn of phrase. Sorry.
They ate too much squirty cream.
I fucking hate you.
So at this moment, Jim's like, what is going on? Is everyone okay out there?
The family is fine. They nothing's wrong. They are safe. The unfortunate thing is that one of Jana is a afflicted person, and we had to.
She's sick or something?
Yes, he kind of
Oh.
gives a quick answer.
Oh.
She's afflicted, and we had to exercise a certain degree of exile on their family, as it were.
Exile? She's our only doctor!
Think of it as a quarantine, if you will. If we would have kept her here in town, that affliction could have spread to the rest of the fine town folk.
Victor gives a nod, and he says,
He's looking
If-
between the two of you. And, like,
if
to him, he's seeing two strangers roll out of town 2 days ago. And one of which is an agent, one of which is a pastor. And now they're telling him that their only doctor has been quarantined. He's like, immediately, you can tell. He turns his head back a little bit, tilts his head back, and he's squinting. It's like, is this legit? He kind of gives that reading in his face.
I know it's hard to believe, Jim, or Mr. Nightingale, I should be more formal. But unfortunately, we have to take situations seriously for these kinds of matters. As I've told you, that you are aware that certain degree of caution is to be done for these situations. And he flashes the badge, not trying to be threatening and be like, I'm an agent, don't fucking doubt me. He's just doing it as like, I know this sounds confusing, but you have to trust me, in a sense. Like,
You
He's
can
trying
see
to
the
use it as, like-
frustration building in him, of him, like, not understanding, and because you've been tiptoeing, as you should, you've been tiptoeing around the issue, and he's just like, what the fuck has happened to the doctor? The
Let
doctor.
me explain it to you like this, my child. Imagine, if you will, a small town with very few people living in it that's working on rebuilding, okay? Okay?
He at that, he crosses his arms, he sets the box down, and he goes, you talk to me like I'm a kid one more time.
Son is a term of endearment in the religion, and you know that.
And he's, like, looking down on you, this
Alright,
behemoth.
so anyways, imagine, if you will, that town that's in a way of rebuild. I'm just going to put this into a perspective for you. Imagine, if you will, that one of the members of that small community would develop something like tuberculosis or cholera, right?
He squints.
Would you want someone afflicted with such a disease that could spread amongst us rest of you healthy folk to be around?
No, I suppose not, he says, and he kind of scratches the side of his head. What? Speaking of tuberculosis, what are we gonna do if any of us get sick?
You see, I'm going to go to one of the big cities, and I'm going to find a doctor and bring them back here. So you don't
and if
have
he
to worry
doesn't,
about
I
that.
will.
He looks between the
And
two
if
of
he-
you.
I'm just saying, what Dr. Richter had wasn't tuberculosis or cholera, don't you worry. But it's a unknown thing that we need to exercise more caution with, as Victor here said, and quarantine her and her family. That way, no one else here becomes afflicted by the same thing, if you get what I mean.
He waits for a moment, hesitation, and then his
No
shoulders
breathing.
drop a little bit, and then he nods slowly in understanding. I suppose y'all help Dunmoore. I can't. You could tell, like this is the first time in his life he's been, like, kind of pseudo in charge of, like, the well-being of a town, and he doesn't really know how to take it. He doesn't really, like, you get the sense if you guys were dealing with a sheriff that knew all of his people and knew all the business of everything in his town, this would be a lot harder of a sell than it is, but he nods along, and he has no reason to doubt you guys because you've saved Dunmoore, so he just kind of
I was going to say, My next line was going to be something along the lines of, I wouldn't be here to hurt the town. I just built a church here.
Yeah, well, there's bad churches too, and cults, but that's neither here nor there. But it's so he
Cults, you say, and he pulls out a cult peacemaker.
he nods.
Cult
All
peacemaker.
right, well, the only town I know of that's nearby is Lubbock. Y'all fixin' head that way now?
Very soon, yes.
He looks to Julian and Stella, who at this moment have been very quiet.
I imagine Stella's still got a gun to the back of Creed.
Like
Yep.
poked up against the small of his back.
Yeah.
Stella, Julian, you guys want to weigh in?
Sorry, I was thinking about that hottie back at the brothel. What were you saying?
Y'all are fixing to be on your way to Lubbock, right? That's the only town I can think of that's anywhere near here.
Oh, yeah, if I'm staying with these crazy bastards, it'll probably be that. I mean, we're due to make a group decision, but we also need to have a talk about group decisions because one of us just did something pretty stupid.
If I get telegram from anybody, what's the name of y'all's group that I can say to them that they're on their way to Lubbock? What's your
we
posse
haven't even
name?
came up with a posse name.
Yeah.
Give me a moment.
He looks to the four of you expectantly, and especially Stella. Like, he's looking to Stella with a mixture of pride and sadness, because he knows that, you know, the Dunmoore's little bird is about to spread her wings. And, you know, losing anyone in Dunmoore is hard.
He just got a double dose of just like losing people.
Bam,
like
bam. I was about to say.
Yeah.
Shit.
And yeah, knowing now that, like, Bill and Jana and their kids are not here right now, Dunmore's gonna be on its own when it comes to treating people.
And they won't have the best gunslinger.
Nope. Yeah, they're losing one of the best gunslingers Dunmore's ever known, and they've lost their only doctor. Dunmore's lost, and they lost their sheriff 2 days ago.
God.
So yeah, Dunmoore is hurting. But hey, they are no longer afflicted by fear of the unknown outside. They are in a process of rebuilding. This is just
And
like,
we've got a sheriff coming from Lubbock soon.
yeah, hopefully, if you know,
Well, no,
he doesn't get killed
and-
on the trail.
And the
Yeah,
brothel is booming ever since I came along.
True. True.
Yeah, the revenue
Patricia,
has increased.
Yeah, Jim's wife is rolling in the dough right now.
She got $5 for fucking 2 minutes of work.
Yeah.
So before anybody else can answer Mr. Nightingale,
Mhm.
Creed just pipes up because he was the first one to come up with something that says, just say the Redeemer's Vigilantes.
Where's
The
Vigilante?
Redeemer's Vigilantes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All of you write that note in your notes. So you are the Redeemer's Vigilantes.
Subject to change, of course.
Yeah, but he's like, okay. All right.
Ticket prices may vary.
Right. I'll let him know if I hear anything. Telegram
Objects in mirror are closer than they appear.
I'll let him know you're on your way.
I'm just
And
trying
he
to make her
gives-
laugh. That's
He still had one huge, bear claw paw on the box. And he goes, well, if you're traveling, I don't know what y'all got for hunting knives, and he once again produces the box and opens it up, and you can see this beautiful, ornate dagger that's hanging out.
you open the lid back up, that means we're in the good.
We're in the good.
Who takes it? If anybody. Because you can also say no to it and leave it.
That knife looks demonic. I'd rather not have it.
Victor kind of shakes his head like I wouldn't be of the mind to take it, but
offers
he
to
looks to
Stella and
Stella.
Julian.
Stella, it's from him, right? Like,
Mhm.
or
Well,
Oh, it was the
he-
the
sheriff's.
sheriff's.
It
yeah.
was, yeah. You guys don't know if it belonged to Douglas or Colt.
Ooh, Stella might take the chance, but she sees that Victor is wanting it as well.
I thought Victor
Oh.
said no.
Yeah, Victor said no.
Oh, well then, Well,
I was basically looking to you to see if you
yeah.
wanted it.
And Jim was
Stella
offering
will
it to
take it if
Julian
no
and
one
Stella.
else takes it.
I think it would be more appropriate that you have it, Stella, considering I don't live here and this is kind of your thing.
She'll take another momentum of this town, whether it's one she wants from the sheriff or someone else, but she'll take it.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and slide this into your notes
Turn in my
here.
notes.
Actually, I'm gonna throw it into your important.
Oh boy.
Do you do anything with the knife whenever you get it? By the way, this as soon as you grab it, you can feel like a very light little coming from the handle. Almost like, is it the wind rustling through like the ornate carvings in the dagger or something more?
Uh-oh. Dojin's demonic.
She'll like weigh it.
It feels good. The weight is
goes,
good.
I can't wait to have Creed with this.
It
Not
feels
kidding,
like it's
but,
weighted like a throwing knife.
Okay. It can't be that different from shooting, and then she'll stick it in her satchel.
Okay. Yeah, Jim watches her stick it in the satchel. And he nods. Well, I don't want to hold y'all up. Please, if you're sending a doctor, please be quick. I don't know. I'm worried. We've always had Jana, so I don't know what we're gonna do without her now. I hope she's okay. He kind of like looks off to the side and frowns.
The Lord will protect his flock. He will not let anything happen to them.
Sure hope so. We could really use some of that protection. Dunmoore's been without it for a long time. And he kind of turns and heads back into the, like back to the fort proper, and he goes back to straightening up everything and cleaning up.
That was before the dark side defenders were in town.
The dark side. Our name changes every single town we're in.
Every time I say it. Also got Eternal Watch, Ghost Stalkers, Midnight Marauders, Spectral Sentinels, the Twilight Trackers, the Dark Side Defenders, the Mystic Pursuers, the Weird West Wardens,
Ooh.
and the Eerie Enforcers.
Alright, so you guys are now out of the sheriff's fort. What do you do? The day is still yours. It's like, I want to say 2 in the afternoon.
Well, I reckon we should probably stop making our way to, looking back Texas. Or Lubbock, if you will.
Anyone else want to weigh in?
I will,
We're heading out right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Saddle
did
up.
promise that man I would go get a doctor, so...
Stella is.
I did
well,
say that I would help him get that doctor too.
Stella's gonna just. Nightingale! Oh, Nightingale, where are you? Gonna go and try and hug him.
Aww.
Oh.
Yeah, he hears this and he immediately like scoops Stella up in a big old bear hug again, and he
Y'all ever seen that play Big Hero 6? That giant thing hugs little child?
yeah, that's
You
basically
mean the
what
Ballad
this
of Big Hero
reminds me
6?
Yeah.
The Ballad of Big
I think
Hero
we
6?
can call them plays in the Weird West.
Yeah, the play. Yeah, exactly.
There's plays and...
The Big Hero 6 play.
It's almost like there's a motion pictures coming out eventually soon, but
But
And this play will one day be adapted to one of them moving pictures.
so yes, Stella, you get scooped up and you feel the reassuring hug of Jim, and he's like, Stella, I'm so proud of you. It's like, girl, it's about time you left. It's so sad to see you go, but I don't think there's anything left in Dunmoore for you, darling. Little bird's
She'll,
gotta spread her wings.
Yeah, she's like face buried in this guy's chest,
Yeah.
and she's like, you can kind of tell she doesn't want to go, but she is pretty excited to go. It's very big conflict of emotion here.
Oh, yeah.
But when she pulls back, it's obvious her eyes are puffy, and she'll like
Oh.
move her hand and tap him on the chest, like.
Yeah.
There's 2 little circular wet spots on his chest.
Yeah, there is.
He grins. He gives her a good, reassuring pat in the back. You're gonna be alright, darling. And he leans in and whispers, if those boys ever do anything to hurt you, though, you let me know and I will kill them.
Not if I steal your kill again.
he claps you on the back again. That's my girl. Go make us proud, girl.
She'll do a 2-finger salute and be like,
He does the same.
I'll bring back some more family for you. And
he pouts for a second and is like, oh, and he nods. I'd like that very much. Well, Dunmoore ain't going nowhere. Feel free to come on home anytime you like. Come visit sometime.
she said, of course, this is my home. I ain't living anywhere else but here when I'm old.
And he sees you've got Betsy. He gives Betsy a good pat. And, she seems happy for the attention. And he, kind of murmurs to the horse, you take good care of her. You defend her with your life. And Betsy seems to understand.
With my life. I'll die before this horse. I was dead earlier. It was horrible.
Wait, was he telling her to protect the horse or the horse to protect her?
He was telling the horse to protect Stella.
Oh, Stella totally took that the wrong way. Okay, I did. I thought you said, Stella, you need to protect this horse in your life.
No.
And
He's telling the horse
yeah.
that she needs to protect Stella.
I thought it was the other way around. I was going with it. I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, and I take it you're on Betsy now, probably at this point.
Yeah, she's leaning on Betsy.
Yeah.
Looking at the town.
Yeah. Don't worry, it'll be here when you get back. We'll be rebuilding. We'll be extremely busy while you're gone. Don't worry, Stella.
Yeah, I hope so. And she just climbs on the horse and hides her face in the mane. Oh, stupid
right.
doctor. Why am I following Creed? I hate this guy.
So, with that, he steps off and he looks at all of you. And he gives you each a nod in respect, and he turns one final time and heads into the fort. And you guys are left to your own devices in the square of Dunmoore. You can do whatever you want before your journey. You can also choose to take the journey to, I guess you guys want to go to Lubbock?
Yeah.
Because you can go literally anywhere.
You said Lubbock's the closest, bigger town, right?
Yeah, and you can check your map, too. You can see for yourself as well. Lubbock is, unfortunately, the only one that is pretty close.
Yep. It is the closest we'll ever get to a town.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys are going for a long ride if,
So, before they leave, Greed's gonna go to his church and gather up supplies and such.
Yeah, go ahead. He does that. Anyone else? Last minute Dunmoore things before you leave Dunmoore?
So much. Stella's just gonna go door to door, crying in everybody's
Aww.
crying like, oh, she got.
Yeah, she does.
Taking momentums. It's general storage. I don't know. What would you take?
Oh yeah, what he happily gives her. Rufus gives her the biggest piece of beef jerky he currently has in his store, and everyone's crying too. They do not want to see her go. Most of them
Creed sees her going door to door, and he says, "You do realize we're coming right back, right?"
I've never been away for this long.
Yeah, everyone is
She's
also
never left
weeping.
town before.
Yeah, everyone but the innkeeper. He's I'll see you when I see ya. And but even so, he still slides her. The innkeeper gives Stella $5 silver.
Hell yeah, baby.
And
that's why I did this for money.
And Martha's weeping.
Wow.
She is oh, she is so sad. She's first it was Jana and Bill, and now you're leaving.
Oh, it'll be forever. And it's just back tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm finally back.
It's been so long.
What does the doctor say about her leaving?
Ooh, God.
The doctor's gone.
I know.
Oh, what a dig. What a rude dig.
That was great. But yeah, Patricia, whenever you get to the brothel, her and her employees they all bear hug you, group hug, They all love Stella. And everyone else too, you get the feeling Stella is a very beloved member of Dunmoore.
They're probably sad to see Julian go too. He's their only customer.
Yeah, they're oh yeah, they are sad to see
The
Julian go.
Crying.
Yeah,
Shy girl's you were the best experience I've ever had.
Yeah, exactly.
And then
He's
the other
"I'm so
girl's
good at
I
keep
can take it or
free."
leave it.
Yeah.
The other guy was
Yeah, the shy girl Julian, if you ever go up and say your goodbyes to, she'll kind of look at you hey, you want to go for a round two real quick before you leave?
Oh
the
my
road.
god.
I think you should do
That
it.
would be like him hearing that would be like, she's my soulmate.
Oh my god.
If you want to,
The
do
2-minute quickie.
do you want to partake of the brothel one more time before you get on the road?
Yes. I also wanted to go through the general store.
Yeah. Do you want to do general store first or brothel first?
I'd probably do the brothel last, yeah.
Okay. So you're in the general store. You're talking to Rufus.
Howdy, Rufus. You got anything? Anything for
Howdy.
me? You know, yeah. I'm one of the. Hold on. I'm one of the people who helped save this place. And we about to hit the road.
No, I got a speech impediment. It's fine.
Okay. You got anything free for me?
What? He just
free?
goes and asks
What?
free.
Free? I run a business here. I can't be giving away things for free.
Well, I mean, I saved this place. Can't you give me a discount at least? Because we want to fill up
Got
our.
a veteran's
Oh my
discount?
god.
That's awesome.
First Stella goes around, does the whole goes around to see your town and hopes to get items out of it. And then now Julian's going to the general store and like, give me free shit, please. I saved
I
your
had this
town."
idea before she did it, actually.
He looks you up and down. What exactly were you thinking?
I'll take food, supplies, anything we can fit in our carriage that might help us out. I mean, we're kind of doing you guys a service here. I mean,
Oh my god.
So Rufus, he wears really thick glasses. Here, let me get a picture of him. So he wears really thick glasses. He's very nervous. He's nicely dressed too. But yeah, so as he's doing this, he kind of like glares, but it's not for very long. You can tell he's definitely like a beta male. He's very timid.
Oh
He's
my God.
very, I suppose. One second, sir. And he kind of ducks behind the counter for a minute. You can hear like clink clink of glasses and jars and things, and the shifting of boxes and wood against wood. And, just general, he's moving around. You get the feeling he's kind of buying time. Like, it's taken a little bit. But eventually, he reappears with a jar of, like, a cream. And he puts it on the counter. And then he grabs a couple of candy bars and puts them on the counter. And then he grabs a bag of beans. Like, black beans, and sets it on the counter. And it's a pretty hefty-sized bag, like, good enough to where you guys would be set for a couple days, food-wise, if you just eat beans. And, so he points to the glass jar, and he goes, this here is, this is some burn, ointment. Something you could put if you get burned on a campfire, or if you're messing with candles, and he stops for a second, like, he's having a hard time with this. It's burn cream helps and he kind of looks at you for a second, and he realizes, like, oh shit, I'm talking to a man that's face is covered in burns. He's like, ooh, maybe this is not the right thing to give him for free. But so he awkwardly, like, looks, he has a hard time now looking you in the eyes once he realizes you have burns. So that's for you. That's free. He slides the 3 candy bars. There's 3 chocolate bars. So,
Keep them coming, Rufus. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah.
god.
And then
Oh
he
my lordy.
pushes the bag of black beans over, and he kind of sits up straight, and he nervously straightens up his vest and tightens his tie a little bit, and pushes his glasses up on his nose. I'm sorry, but Dunmoore hasn't gotten supplies in a long time. That's the best I can do without putting out the town. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you for your help.
You're very welcome. Have a great day. His voice kind of cracks at the end as he's,
Oh my god.
and he's like, and he once again straightens up his vest and
We're robbing this town blind.
Poor
And
Rufus.
Julian heads out. He says, "I tell you what, Rufus, you could use to have a little bit of good time in the brothel. So at the end of the day, swing by there. They'll help you out."
he's immediately flushed bright red, and he's like, that's as you're walking out the door, you just hear him stammering to himself. He doesn't really know what to say. And do you head to the brothel?
Yeah. Now we can wrap things up.
All right, so you got your bag of beans.
Wrap things up.
So you got your beans, and now, so you go and brothel time. Who do you choose? So now you've had both of the girls, the employees under Patricia Nightingale's employment. Who do you go with?
I'm gonna put in the extra bucks for the 3-way special.
Oh shit! Well,
Oh my
Patricia
Give me
does-
2 rolls.
Oh, there we go. So okay, so you get both girls. All right. So go ahead and mark off. We'll say, what was it, $5 per pop. These are expensive whores. So you'll be paying
Yeah,
$10.
is it silver dollars?
Yeah, go ahead and mark -10 to your silver dollars.
Okay.
And then let's go ahead and roll on your brothel table.
So that'll be 4 minutes in total.
We'll see. So one, PC feels like $1 million. Oh no, you feel like $1 million. So you get... So the 3-way was so good that you get a +1 to the rest of your vigor rolls that you make today if you have to make any.
Vigor rolls.
And you know what? Because we're doing it later in the session, we still have like an hour to go, but you can have this plus to the next session. So you can have plus
Amazing.
vigor rolls to the next session. Make sure to make a note of that so I don't forget. And you
I'm
also
in the
got it
action.
for free. So go ahead and +10 to your silver dollars. They gave you your money back as
They
a
gave
thank
you the money back.
Yep.
I almost want to
Man.
imagine like it was so quick that they were just like, at this point, just keep the money.
No, the girls thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Even the first one that got gypped the first time. But yeah, they were like, they are gonna miss Julian.
I know Julian's like balls deep in the action. He thinks to himself, "Damn, Victor is missing out, man." I told him he's missing.
At this rate, he might go to another brothel without how things have been going.
Yep. But yeah, so you leave the brothel when you're all done. You feel like $1 million. Julian, yeah, you feel like you could conquer the world. You're like, this is the
Yeah.
best day ever. Everything
And he
is
gets
amazing.
a little emotional with the girl. He's like, "I'm gonna miss you."
Yeah, the shy one.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does the same. She's like, I'll still be here whenever, don't be a stranger. Just come on back. So,
All right. Yeah.
yeah. All right. So, anyone else? I know that Solomon is getting his stuff together, and I know he's AFK. So, if he isn't back by the time you guys are ready to go, he will just have been with you guys. He's got his supplies, and he's ready to go whenever you guys are.
I think Victor will just go grab his things from the inn, and just kind of move it into the carriage.
Yeah.
And he'll just kind of take a moment to just like ponder for a second. Like in his mind, he knows that he's doing the right thing, but in a sense, like seeing the wife, the Richters,
Mm-hmm.
just seeing that kind of situation firsthand, it just hurts him.
Yeah.
Because at one point he did want a family,
Mm-hmm.
and then at the same time, like, he's questioning, like, I understand I'm doing the right, like, this is his mind, not out out saying it out loud. I know I'm doing the right thing, but it does just, at what cost?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not just
And-
black and white.
Exactly. So he's kind of like, there's no way that there's no telling when that she would snap. And I want to say that we did the right thing, but it just feels so wrong. And instead of keep pondering it in his mind, he just starts writing in his notebook. So he'll just take out his notebook and start writing report kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
So like if he has to send the letter again,
Yeah.
he would write a report down saying that Doctor was unfortunately one of the harrowed,
Yeah.
and
And for the letters, you can just make you can mention it, and you can mention that you have a report there, and then we'll go from there. So the letter itself isn't the report. I'm not going to expect you to write out huge reports. That's insane. But just say like, I've included a report on Dr. Richter, and that's more than enough.
yeah, he'll just put a couple notes down, like he'll kind of recall what Julian mentioned before.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm guessing at that point he would go to the notes that the sheriff had on the doctor, and kind of jot those down in his notebook, and also for his future report and everything, and just kind of explain like we took care of the situation, obviously leaving out the fact that she's still alive, well, alive, quote unquote,
Mm-hmm.
and could be trouble later, but at this point the town is safe from that issue, and it was taken care of. And once that note's down in his notebook, he'll kind of just start getting the horses and everything ready to go for the carriage, and he's trying to figure out how we're gonna do this with all the horses and everything. With the carriage.
So yeah, you guys, it's gonna be like in Red Dead where you can whistle your horses and they'll just walk alongside or trot alongside the caravan. And for them, they're not carrying like heavy loads. If you guys are riding on the wagon, obviously your horses just have their own weights to deal with, so it's easy for them to keep pace. And all of your horses will staunchly follow wherever you guys go.
Yeah, either that or they would be tied to the carriage in a sense.
Yeah, like in long leads from behind.
Exactly, yeah.
But you guys can assume that each of your horses are at this moment loyal to you. So if you whistle, they know your whistle. You all had, we'll say during the 12 hours of rest, you all had a chance to like really get to know your horses.
Level 4 bonding.
Yeah, exactly. So they are they are loyal. So, what's the riding order? Who is on the stagecoach? Who is on a horse?
I kind of want to say I would take the stagecoach.
Okay.
What time of day is it?
It's like 3 o'clock now.
Karina's gonna be in the stagecoach trying to nap.
Okay. And once you get inside the stagecoach, you get that woomph sound and feeling that reverberates through your chest cavity. And it feels nice. It feels like air conditioning. It's comfy. You can go ahead and crawl upstairs to the top floor and pick yourself a bunk to stay in if you want to.
So he's actually testing something.
Okay.
With this nap.
Okay, let me go ahead and grab some things. Everyone else, are you riding on a horse or are you riding? So we have, Victor is driving the cart, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Creed is, the cart is a large thing, so. Creed is sleeping, but his horse is following.
I don't know how others are skilled in riding, but Victor would kind of give an air of he knows he's done this before.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty obvious from earlier that I am very unskilled in riding.
So go ahead and I'll leave you guys on the same. So Julian, Stella, do you guys choose to ride your horses or do you want your horses to follow and you ride in the stagecoach?
She's all old Betsy.
Okay, Julian?
I'm gonna head into the stagecoach.
Alright, so Julian in the stagecoach. And then, Stella, do you want to ride, like, alongside the stagecoach?
I think she's, like, kind of lacking behind a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Aw.
Aw, okay.
He's
Poor
stuck
Stella.
out there with no conversational partner now.
Yep, I'm just sitting alone.
Well, you guys that are
All
on the
by
stagecoach, you
myself.
can sit in the driver's seat, too. Like, the bench is wide enough for 4.
But air conditioning.
True, it is really nice.
It is
Julian, do you
really
want to
nice,
be
but-
inside with Solomon or outside with
Hell
Victor?
yeah. Yeah, I also want to talk to Solomon.
Okay.
Well, he's trying to take a nap. So
Go bug him. Go bug him.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick to Solomon's ass. He's gonna get no privacy.
Okay, so you guys get the horses ready. Anyone who's on the stagecoach, you all whistle for your horses and they all perk up. And they're all following the wagon now dutifully. And you guys are on your way to Lubbock, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're on your way. And so you're on the trail, you know, just doing your thing. Stella's lagging behind on Betsy. Betsy can still feel that Stella's not doing so great. So every now and again, Betsy kind of leans her head over and kind of looks to Stella from the side of her eye just to check on her.
Stella's just, I'd say she's just staring at probably the lavender thing. Lavender she stole. Or not stole. Well, she did steal it, but you know.
Yeah.
She's just looking at that, probably, head down.
Okay. And everyone else, what are you all doing? Oh, actually, first, Victor, go ahead and give me a riding roll. Let's see how well you're handling these horses.
Oh boy.
And as time goes on, if one of you decides you're the driver, eventually, okay, that's a success. Yeah, you're like, yeah, and you know, the horses go at your command. They're like, oh, someone knows how to ride. And so they're like, just, you know, they're well trained, and they do what you say. So you're just going along, clap, 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 as you go throughout the day. And now, what are you all doing? You guys are in travel mode, so you guys are just making your way through.
downtown.
Yeah. And then eventually I'll be moving your guys' tokens, and I'll tell you guys whenever it gets late enough to where you might want to set up camp, or you can continue pushing on if you want to into the night.
I just now looked back at the map and went in the Oregon Trail.
Yep.
It's an Oregon Trail.
Speaking of,
Uh,
but yeah, please continue.
But yeah,
Yeah, I
like I
think-
said, Creed's definitely just trying to fall asleep, so I can test something.
Okay.
Victor's just kind of just he knows that Stella's kind of just wanting her own to be quiet with her own thoughts, I guess, in a sense, and feels sympathy for her because one, she's leaving her town,
Mm-hmm.
and two, she just witnessed like so many people either die or just get, you know, get lost in this town.
Yeah.
And now they're leaving, so it's just like he feels some sort of sympathy, but he kind of understands, so he's just like trying to get himself in a good mood in a sense, but not obviously. He's kind of somber about it,
Mm-hmm.
but he's just moving, just doing the riding thing, just every once in a while making sure the horses are going at a steady pace and just moving the carriage along.
Yeah, and steady they do. You guys just continue on. Lubbock is around a good solid day's ride, so you guys will be spending the night out in the wilderness. Yes, right now it's late afternoon. The sun's bearing down. It's hot, at least for those of you that are outside of the stagecoach. And inside, what is happening on the inside of the stagecoach?
He is napping.
Yeah, sleep finds him. Well, sleep finds him eventually. And but you know,
Now, my testing is that warding, does it help?
it does not.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Now I don't
Okay.
care if he naps.
Okay.
He's still gonna try,
Oh yeah,
obviously, because he is very tired.
yeah. Go ahead and make me. Let's do a spirit roll on this. See how well your sleep is. Test your resolve. Okay. It feels like it's been a long time since Solomon has allowed himself to rest around other people in this kind of like, it's kind of an intimate space. You guys are in a stagecoach together, and you know, one of you driving, so you're putting your faith into the man driving the stagecoach. You're putting
And the
your
crazy
safety.
old scientist staring
Yeah.
at me while I sleep.
Yeah, he's like, but you know, yeah, you're putting your faith in these people, but it's proving so far, even with everything that's happened today, the interesting choices that everyone has made in Dunmoore today. You find sleep relatively as peacefully as you possibly can. And again, it's comfortable. The bedroll that you find yourself in is comfy. It's, it's not bad. You've definitely slept in shittier places than this.
Yep.
Julian, what do you do? Wrangler is still curled around your shoulders, happily.
Well, I noticed that that Solomon has gone to sleep, so I can't really talk to him yet. So I basically just kick my feet up, and I play with little Wrangler a little bit,
Uh-huh.
while I'm reading books and whatever, anything that I can find to read
Yeah.
inside the stagecoach.
Oh yeah, if you want to, you can, you kind of... So Julian kind of gets himself over to the desk that used to be Sheriff Douglas's desk. And he kind of relaxes, puts his feet up. And you can tell there's some dirt on the desk, and you get the feeling like the sheriff himself used to do the exact same thing. So you've kind of fit really comfortably into the shoes of Douglas.
Julian thinks to himself, I'm not telling any of these fucks if something else is weird in these notes.
Yeah. But yeah, and you just
And,
thumb through.
He also starts, he also continues his kind of research into the stun grenade.
Yeah. Okay.
So he details the effect that it had, and he tries to make like whatever adjustments he thinks would be good for the prototype.
Yeah. So the next time you successfully make a stun grenade, we'll say that it works a little more efficiently or a little sturdier. Like it's a little... You've moved past the prototype phase. Now you're starting to perfect it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that works. Yeah, just kind of go along, and so that's the inside, unless anyone else inside the stagecoach wants to say or do anything.
I mean, other than maybe like taking a drink of water or wiping
Yep.
his brow just from the heat,
Yep.
I think, yeah, that's about it for Victor. He's just riding along.
Yep. You suddenly, out of nowhere, I want the two of you outside. Stella and Victor. Do me a notice roll.
Stella is imagining being.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh,
back.
she's back.
Poorly back.
What was that, Julian?
Guys.
Oh, I thought Stella was like not here, but she's back.
Yeah, I remembered I can't pee.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, Stella, you're still looking at the lavender. You're still, you give Betsy a good pat, and she's happily, just carrying you along. And you're a featherweight to her. You're so little and dainty. Betsy could carry you for days on end and not feel a thing. And so you're just having a moment with your horse, bonding. You get like level 5 bonding up in this bitch between Stella and Betsy. But Victor, you're kind of watching, and you being an agent and at the rank that you are, you're no stranger to keep sleeping with one eye open, and even when you're in times of relaxation, you kind of keep a wary eye out. You're good at this. And you notice way off in the hills, far off in the distance, there's a figure standing way far away, just unmoving, nothing, just standing there. You could swear it's a man. You can see there's a hat of some kind. He's clothed entirely in black, but he's way too far away to make out any kind of details about him. He makes no motion, no movements. He says nothing as you guys pass on by. And he's far away. He's like over here, way, way far away.
Victor will kind of eye this figure for a brief second, and then he kind of will slow the horse down, or
Okay.
the carriage down a little bit,
Yep.
and
the
kind of look
carriage.
back towards Stella and be like, Stella, do you see what I see out there? And he motions out towards the mountains and then looks back over to see if it's still there.
Stella just sighs and she'll like look up, and I imagine she probably doesn't see anything. Right?
Yeah, so Victor, you took your eyes off the figure to kind of like, whoa, pull back on the reins and keep an
Yep.
eye on the horses, make sure they're not, freaking out or anything. And you do, your riding roll from before does still apply for this. I'm not going to make you do riding unless something wild happens, like a quick change
Right,
of
right.
pace or, But, so, yeah, the horses ease up. The whole stagecoach goes "Rrrr," as it kind of grinds to a halt. It's a heavy, big stagecoach. And as Stella catches up and she looks over, both of you notice the figure's gone. And Stella, for you, there's just rocks and, just nothing. But now also for you too, Victor, you just see rocks. That figure is gone.
Well, I swear that was.
Actually, can he do a riding roll anyways for something for me?
Sure.
Okay, sure.
When he stopped?
Beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah, even
I'm
better.
still asleep.
It's like butter.
Yeah, I'm still asleep.
Yep.
But yeah, Victor will kind of look surprised and just be like, maybe this heat is getting to me. And he's just like wiping his brow again and looks to his canteen and just takes another drink. Sorry, I thought maybe I'm seeing things.
So yeah, probably. A whole lot of nothing out here.
Yeah. And he kind of thinks for a moment and he's just like, part of the job with being an agent, unfortunately, Stella, is that you can't sit still for very long. I've learned in my own history, or my own experiences, that settling down is not, unfortunately, something that an agent can do.
Stella like tilts her head side to side, like I've been settled down for a long time. I'm ready
I can
to
tell.
get up and go, but I'll still miss those people. Even if
Of
we are gonna
course.
come back, it's just not gonna be the same.
I know. That's kind of
Especially when someone's kicked out.
yeah,
Can't
and
wait
you
for
see,
Stella to learn the ways of the agency, so when she sees why that happened.
I know, it'll be cool. Yeah, damn,
like
she was a
Character
zombie?
development all around.
but yeah, Victor will kind of just give a sigh and just be like, I know that it's not necessarily easy to see what we see and what we know. But you'll come to learn that some things need to be taken care of in a sense. And in reality, that situation could have been a whole lot different. And I think in this matter of circumstance, it turned out for the better. So at least now, those two children still have their mother and their father.
And no home.
Ah,
It's the road.
Homeless.
Now they're
yeah.
homeless. But
Can't wait
she'll
till
be
we
like,
ride
yeah.
past all their bodies on the side of the road.
Oh,
my
God. Stop
And
it.
It's just the dad and two kids. There's no mom.
Yeah.
Oh, where's Dr. Trio?
She ate them.
Oh God. But
Their bodies are like a tube of Go-Gurt. That's what their bodies are like. A
Give
used
yourself a
Go-Gurt.
penny for
it
that,
turns
Stella. That
out
was great.
it
I love the
turns
visual.
out that they actually suck up the life force.
Mm-hmm. Delicious.
Yes, I am a doctor for a reason. I should be a chef.
Gross. But yeah, Victor will just kind of be like, yeah, I know that's not an easy situation to deal with, but the agency deals with this all the time. We have to make the hard choices.
Yeah, I'll learn it from you, Victor. She'll give like a weak half-assed smile as she looks at Victor.
Victor will kind of give a half smile as well, as if like, I know what you mean.
I believe in you to teach me. Nightingale kind of liked you. I like you.
I'll
already
do
kinda
my
do.
damnedest to teach you.
Don't get too excited.
Creed's
Every
gonna
part of
do
me
his
just wants
damnedest to turn
shoot.
her into a holy hunter.
Every part of me just wants to shoot all the cactuses here. I feel like she's like, it's like on the edge of her seat. It's like,
Oh,
this
yeah.
cactus.
Untouched. They're beautiful. They're like
Oh,
pristine.
no.
Yeah.
I could scare
Virgin
these wagon
cactuses.
horses.
Yeah. Oh yeah, shooting near those horses. I mean, they were sheriff's horses. I bet they're fine. I bet. Yeah, probably.
Let's not test this, please.
No, she's sad. It's fine. She'll shoot later in town.
Oh,
At this
God.
time, you can see that the sun has begun to set now. It's just starting to crest over the tops of the mountains.
Oh, so it's been a couple hours then.
Oh yeah. This map
well
is
then,
a long.
yeah, I'm definitely awake by now. He doesn't sleep at like 30, 40 minutes at a time.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
No. Just the Solomon's awake.
Oh, I was just gonna say that as soon as the sun's hitting the tops of the mountain, he's gonna be looking at Stella like, we should get some rest. Maybe we'll let Father Creed take up watch. And he starts pulling the cart or the carriage to the side of the road to park and set up quote unquote camp.
All right, Stella, do you follow?
Yep, they do.
Okay. So you guys have pulled the cart off to the side. The horses obey. Yeah, I'll just go with your riding roll from before. They obey you easily. They turn nice. The wagon has exceptional handling. Like it is, the 6 wheels definitely help, and especially the 2 at the front that pivot. And like the main compartment that you're sitting on twists a little bit as you turn left and right to give a little more control to the horses. That's beautiful. As you easily maneuver yourself in like a pro. Like you've been driving wagons your whole life. No problem.
Pivot.
But
Yeah, no, yeah, I'd imagine in an alternative life he would be a carriage driver. No, I'm kidding.
yeah, I'd be good at it. But yeah, so you guys inside, you feel the carriage come to a complete stop yet again.
Yep, that must have been a longer nap than I thought since we're... Oh, wait, that's not the voice. It must have been a longer nap than I thought since we're here already.
Victor will climb down from the carriage and go inside and be like, we're taking a quick stop and break to rest for a little bit. Father, would you be so kind to keep the first watch?
Now-
Certainly.
Do you guys plan on riding while this happens? Or, like, do you guys want to continue traveling while the night presses in? Or do you want to stay in one spot?
Oh,
That is the question.
You guys have a basically traveling base right now with your stagecoach.
oh, I guess technically, yeah, they could just take turns. So, yeah, I guess
Totally up to you
maybe
guys.
I guess we didn't really have to turn off and stay or stop. We could just let somebody drive after the fact. I guess rewind that maybe. I don't know. So
if
I
you
think
want to, you're welcome to stop. If you would like to stop and like have everybody be rested throughout the night inside the stagecoach. But if not, if you would like people to take watch and drive the stagecoach while you guys make your way to Lubbock, you can do that too. It's again
I mean,
totally up to you guys. Whatever you think is best.
I
Either
think-
is the right answer.
I mean, out of character. I mean, it doesn't matter to me either way.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have a traveling base
Yep.
at this point, so we could technically just be like, "Oh, somebody take my watch," quote unquote, and take turns riding the carriage out. So,
That's how quick
It's
you
up to
guys
you.
want to get to Lubbock. If you care, then, if you want to, like, really haul ass and get there as fast as you can, then obviously the quickest approach would be just you guys take turns, and everyone is a driver for the stagecoach, but everyone that does drive has to make an additional riding roll. And bearing in mind, too, any of you who are affected by, tiredness, obviously, like, riding and paying attention and stuff, it will eventually, like, you'll get tired with it, with having to drive the stagecoach. You will need to rest every now and again. Which also...
Hang on, I just took a nap.
Yep, which also introduces the eating and drinking mechanic that I have in my campaign. You guys didn't need to worry about this while you guys were in towns, because I assume you guys are taking care of your basic needs. I'm gonna assume you guys took a shit, like, every so often you guys went to an outhouse. Every so often you guys got water, got food. But when you are out on the trail, I will not assume this. And if you only eat, like, once in the morning, and then a whole day passes and you haven't eaten, that will start affecting your rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, you need to make sure your character stays fed, watered. Those are the two things that I make sure you guys keep track of.
Mm-hmm.
And I will be mentally keeping note of whenever you guys eat and drink. So now it's, like, evening, it's dinner time-ish. The sun has fallen behind the mountains. It's not dark yet, but it's definitely twilight.
Okay. Well, I think at this point, yeah, instead of he'll rewind, I think Victor will just take this chance to just keep riding and let everybody else kind of get their rest. I don't know.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't know how else everybody is with riding, so he'll just assume to take the mantle of riding or taking the carriage and kind of just snack, drink as he's sitting out, and then until he feels really tired, then he will start to be like, hey, does anybody want to take my turn?
Yeah. And you can also, there is a door that, so like I'll show you guys the wagon really quick again. So there is a door that connects the main riding booth, like that seat, to the rest of the wagon, so people can actually deliver the rider food and drink should they request it.
That's what I figured, yep. But yeah, I think at this point, Victor will just keep going, I guess, in this case, since it hasn't been that long.
All right. Stella, would you like to continue riding Betsy, or do you want to head inside the stagecoach?
She'll probably go. Probably been a minute. She's sweating a storm up. Not really, but she's definitely gonna go inside.
Okay. That is the thing, too. Heat does play a big part in Deadlands, but since you guys left, and, you left once the sun was starting to lower itself, now the temperature's coming down. And now, especially because it's sunset, it's going to be nice and cool out. Okay, so Stella heads in, and Betsy is just following. So now it is Victor by himself outside, unless anyone wants to join him outside. Either on a horse or sitting next to him on the seat. And you guys can, like, filter in and out of the wagon at will. Like, you can, while it's still moving, if people want to, like, go from inside the stagecoach to outside with Victor, you can. You just go use that door next to the seat.
Don't all rush at once.
Okay, assuming that no one is coming out. It is Victor
Ella's,
alone.
She's getting her bearings right now.
Yeah.
That's fair. I figured that she would be wanting to get some kind of rest herself.
Yeah. Okay, so do you begin?
Reed's just anxiously waiting to see what Julian needed to talk to him about.
Yeah.
He saw him staring at him as he was falling off to sleep.
And then he wakes up and then he just sees Julian just staring at him. No.
I think
And he's
Rory
still
might be
just
okay.
sitting there waiting.
That's alright. Alright, so we'll continue the same riding roll. I don't want to make you do riding too much. So, with a crack of the whip, yeah! And again, the horses start up again.
I guess at that point it would just be like he would go off to the side and let Stella get in.
Yeah.
And just kind of hitch her horse to the carriage, and then you would go back to riding, I guess, is what that would be.
Yep. And ride you do. So you guys are continuing back along the path to Lubbock. Yeah, basically.
Yep. Clapping of hooves against the dirt.
The clapping of cheeks.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah, so
You got
continuing. You're making your way. And it's a beautiful evening. The night greets you. It's cool. It's all the humidity in the air that really isn't there just dissipates into the atmosphere, and the lowering of the sun lowers the temperature to where you're thankful that you have your coat on. It's nice.
Mm-hmm.
The light of the lantern that flickers in the middle of the like above your head, in the middle of the seating area. You know, the candle. You can really notice it now that it's becoming darker. And the horses just plod along like there's nothing going on. But I am gonna need you to make me another notice roll.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Whew, okay.
Yep. Alright, so you're just going, and you're relaxed. You kind of lean back. You're getting the hang of this now. It's been quite a few hours that you guys have been on the trail at this point. And it's like, this feels good. Like, it's, you know, it's more comfortable than riding on horseback. It's not nearly as bumpy. And then you're like, and you kind of look out to the mountains. They're all dark. It's just a very, like, it's just desert at night. You can hear kind of owls hooting in the distance, and you see bats flying around to different saguaros, and you even notice that some of the flowers of saguaros, so like the long cactuses with arms on them, they're starting to bloom in the moonlight.
So what a swirl is?
As the moon filters down on them.
No, like, genuine question. That's what they are, is a long cactus?
But yeah, see like these cactuses here that have the arms
The
sticking up?
people-looking ones?
Yeah, those are saguaros.
Never knew that.
Aw, well now you do. They're my favorite cactus.
Mine's the giraffe cactus.
The teddy bear? Yeah. Get a bang for that. So... yeah, it's, you notice, Victor, that figure's back. And closer. As you're passing by, you pass by some rocks on your right-hand side. And... he's there again. At least you think it's a he. You're not entirely sure. But once again, not really close enough to discern any details. But you're a little nervous now. Like, that you're not seeing things. One time, coincidence, okay. But the second time that this thing has reared its head, it's, unsettling.
Which did... Or no, it was Stella that saw it in town, wasn't it? Never mind.
I think it was Stella and Julian?
Maybe. I know I didn't see it.
Victor, did you see it out of the mines at night?
I saw it. I think Julian saw it.
Yeah, I don't think I saw a figure.
Okay, so it was Julian and Stella, not Victor. Okay. But this is the second time, Victor, you've seen this figure now today. It's been a few hours since the last time you saw it, and you know you passed it hours ago. You didn't see any horses, you didn't see anything indicating that the thing could keep up with you. But there it is again. And it's not moving. It's staring at you. Very much staring at you. You can even see it does have a head under the hat, and the head is slowly turning as the wagon passes by.
She?
Am I able to I'm guessing because it's night, I can't really gleam off any more details.
Yeah, not really.
From my spot. Yeah.
No, it's just like the mines. Whenever you guys left it, it's hard to see. There's moonlight. You can see the moonlight is highlighting the brim of its hat. It is wearing a hat. But other than that, that's all you can make of it. And that its head is turning as you're passing by.
Yeah, I think Victor will just kind of note it that it's definitely not just a mirage or something that he's just feeling the heat, especially now that it's cooler.
Yeah.
He's like, that is something to keep note of, I guess.
Oh yeah.
And then he tries to make a little bit quicker on the reins.
Yeah. You crack the whips of the reins, and yeah, the horses, they like buck up a little bit and they pick up the pace. And everyone inside, you feel the stagecoach lurch forward a little bit as it picks up a little more speed.
And then I guess at that point, Victor will kind of just tap on the door or tap on like the wall against the wagon.
Mm-hmm. Guess you're like a
That's right behind him.
knock, knock, knock on the
Yep.
wall. Do any of you investigate the knocking?
Creed will check it out.
Okay. Do you open the door and stick your head out?
Yeah.
Okay. So you open the front door. As you do, Victor, you see Creed stick his head out. You can see his ginger appearances as he, looks you over, and what do you do?
Victor will kind of keep his eyes on the road, because that's good riding technique, and he'll kind of just act nonchalantly as he's just, directing the coach. I feel like we're being watched, Father.
Yes, the
There's
Lord is
a-
always watching us.
Not in that sense. And he kind of gives a quick little glance over before he goes back to looking towards the trail.
The second you glance over, the figure's gone.
Feel like we have some unwanted attention, as it were. And he really puts emphasis on the unwanted part.
You reckon it's that doctor lady?
No,
Trying to
I don't think
get
it's the
some
doctor.
revenge?
Oh, I don't think it's the doctor. It's some other figure.
Oh, I should specify too, you guys are headed northeast. And the
Got
doctor and
it.
her family went south.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. He still says, you reckon it's
Yeah.
that doctor
Yeah,
lady?
yeah. 100%.
He shakes his head and he's like, I don't know what it is, but all I can tell you is that it's watching us as we're riding here. And he kind of motions with his head towards the side where he saw the figure. And he's just like, it hasn't made any signs of wanting violence, as it were, but it's keeping an eye, close tabs on us. And it's very suspicious.
Oh, at the mention of all that, Creed goes back in and shuts the door. And he grabs his hat and then goes back outside.
Okay.
Okay. I was about to say, like, he just goes back in and just like, okay, sure, yeah.
Yep, time to
alright.
nap.
Yep.
Now
So
he goes
he's
in and
out
grabs
with
his
me?
hat, and now he's sitting out on the thingy
Okay.
bench. That's the word I was trying to think of.
Yep. I'm going to grab your token really quick. So yeah, now we have the father and Victor hanging out. Just hanging out down the street. Same old thing.
Creed
we did
hears
last time.
about something possibly spooky he's in.
Yeah, spooky.
Spooky. Just gotta say the word spooky, and he's just like, yep, I'm out, I'm in, let's go.
Yep.
Yep. It's almost like that's a major treat for him.
Yep.
Almost like it's part of his story.
It's like that's his whole existence at this point.
All right. Julian, Stella, what are you guys doing inside the stagecoach?
She's probably eating some of that dried beef
Mm-hmm.
and drinking.
Oh, yeah.
Oh wait, did I ever make that chili earlier?
No.
we ever just
You
not on
never, you
that?
never checked for the recipe, and you never checked to see if you could find chili ingredients.
Never mind. I was gonna tell her to eat chili.
Yeah, I mean, she can make chili. You know.
Poorly. not, I've never made chili before.
Oh god, do we not have a cook?
Oh man, is there even like a cooking skill?
I, don't
I
know
would
if there is or
assume there's a
not.
cooking skill.
I'm sure there is though.
Yeah, I assume the same.
I hope there is, and that none of us took it.
Well, if anything, I would say that's probably under survival, because I
You know who I bet's a great cook? Ike. Ike's in that stagecoach. He can cook for us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you guys haven't heard of Ike. You have no idea where he went.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you guys have no idea where Ike went.
Damn it! I was hoping we could still use him
Damn.
as a
No.
shield.
Aw.
Unfortunately,
I mean, I
no.
do have a survival check, so if anything, I could make a quick cook, as it were. So that's all the only skill that I have that would probably help in this situation.
Attributes and skills. Let's see. Is there? There's like gambling. There's like hacking. There's no cooking.
Like I said, I think that's under the survival.
Yep.
Yeah, how to find food, water, or shelter, and tracking. Yeah, I think survival would also be cooking.
Yeah. he's not a stranger to cooking for himself, but it's gonna be a strange thing to cook for everybody else, is what it's gonna be.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah.
But alright, so Stella, while you're kind of rummaging around with these dried meats, you feel a little vibration from the holster that you put the dagger in.
Ooh, I must be getting excited.
Oh, I got a message.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I guess she'll drag it out.
Yep. Yeah, you drag it out, and yeah, it's vibrating just a little bit in your hand, and you can hear the very faint sound coming from it again, just like when you first got it.
Oh, it's a lightsaber.
Well, moaning means blowing, so I'm not gonna throw this anywhere.
Moaning means blowing?
Yeah, that's your new phrase. That's what she's gonna call Ghost Rock. I don't know, she's gonna, like, shake it a little, I guess.
Okay, shake it like in a slashing kind of motion in front of her.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you do that. Go ahead and... Huh. Go ahead and make me a strength check real quick. Let's see how well you hold on to this thing with its funky handle. So you're just grip strength.
Ooh.
Okay. Okay. So you're shaking it up and down. It goes poing as you let go of it accidentally, and it lodges itself
Whoa.
to the roof.
Oh, damn it, I'm short.
Were you up on the second floor or down on the bottom floor?
Probably, like, the bottom.
Okay, so it's lodged up there on the ceiling. Boing! It just kind of sits there for a second, and then push! It bursts in a cloud of black smoke. And it reappears in your hand with a plume of black smoke.
Oh.
Just as if you had never thrown it.
Hey! Oh my god.
Fox?
It's
Stella
a throwing knife.
throws it near Julian.
Go
Not
ahead.
at him, but near him.
Oh
Okay,
no.
make me a fighting throw. Or a fighting
I-
roll.
Just enough for the smoke would, like, get in his face.
Yeah, yeah.
Poor
Oh my
AFK
God.
Julian.
Oh, thank goodness.
Julian makes a feminine Homer Simpson scream.
You guys outside hear a very muffled coming from inside the...
Victor just kind of strains out, like, what the hell?
And yeah, so the knife lodges itself near Julian, not enough to hurt him, not even to hit him, but enough. Julian, you hear the poing of the knife, and then push as the knife bursts into black smoke, and then once again reappears as black smoke inside Stella's hand.
That's pretty cool. So,
What
okay.
the fuck?
Okay, she's gonna be a little bit of a Julian here. She's gonna throw it on the floor beneath her, and then as soon as it hits its target, she's gonna count and see how long it takes for it to return.
Okay. I'm not even gonna make you roll for that because it's literally just right at her feet. So chunk, it lands into the wood, and you notice too, in the places where the dagger has hit the wood, there are marks of the dagger. So it does pierce, and it's left its mark wherever you were throwing it. And once again, you wait, and around 3 seconds after it leaves your hand, 3 to 5, once it has stopped moving entirely from the initial throw, boosh, it bursts into black smoke, and then shoop, right back to your hand.
Hell yeah. She's just gonna keep playing with it for a bit.
Yeah.
Just throwing it at the floor.
Yep. Every time it recalls right back to you. It doesn't matter where you throw it. Doesn't matter how far you throw it seems. It always comes back.
I can just imagine.
I dabble in dark magic now.
Shit.
What were you saying, Victor?
I was just saying, as soon as Julian says, what the hell or what the damn, and it's just like, mind your profanity.
Yeah, you're
Just
muffled.
a
Mind your
bash.
profanity.
Mind your profanity.
So Julian, what are you doing as you see Stella throwing knives all over the place and watching them poof and recall?
Well, I was just chilling, but now I'm fascinated with how that knife works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a scientist myself here, Julian.
But after almost pissing himself, he puts a pin in the knife, as in, we'll come back to this later, and he heads out to the driver seat area so he
Yeah.
can speak to Solomon.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, you guys hear the boys outside. You hear, "Er," and then you see that Julian steps out of the front door.
Victor kind of sidesteps to give space for the people that are out on the front, so that they can take a seat, or so that Julian can take a seat. He gives a little tip of the hat. Julian?
Julian,
Hey, fellas.
big.
Oh shit. Looks like he's been working on like a raid that enlarges, or
Yeah.
that would have
Is
been
there
handy
something-
at the brothel.
Oh man.
Is there something we can help you with, Julian?
Well, I just wanted to speak to you fellas, and Solomon in particular. It was really unlike you, Solomon, to just kind of take off with a knife in your hand and start going towards that doctor's office. Well, what's up with that?
You see, when the force is the devil afoot, there's no time to dilly-tally. Must be taken care of post-whip.
Well,
Post-haste. Or something like that. I can't remember the word I was going to think of there.
well,
I would have.
it would have been nice if you tried to bring us into the loop first, because, you know, me and Stella were pretty upset when everything went down and we didn't even know what was going on. We're a group now, you know, that can't happen again.
I will try to be more courteous when it comes to your sensibilities in the future, Joel.
Mind
Yes,
you,
that
I'm not
would-
an expert like you on all these, I don't even know what to call it, religious stuff, devil forces, whatever.
The occult.
Forces of darkness.
Okay, yes, that. So, you know, just help us piece things together before you go and do. I mean, you don't gotta consult us about everything, but if you make a drastic decision like that, you know, it would be nice to know what's up.
I would agree with Mr. Sinclair here. We gotta work as a team, if in a sense. And as much as I was not a fan of the circumstances that we had, it would have been better if we planned through our actions, as it were, versus going head first into danger.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Stella shot you there, seeing as we both didn't know what was going on.
I get what you did, Father, but at the same time, this town has suffered enough. You know that. There's a particular way we gotta handle these things.
Yeah, ultimately it was the right choice. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to demean you or anything. And you know, in some way the bitch had it coming. She was crazy. I even tried to reason with her a little bit, but you know, it is what it is. Anyway, I'm gonna head back inside if you don't need anything.
I mean, if you be so kind to maybe, how skilled are you in riding? Sir
Would you say
Julian?
you were skilled with the reins?
I spent most of my childhood inside the labs and all that. While I'm,
So it sounds like you were an inside person more than a riding person.
I could give it a shot though. I mean, you see how like I seem to be able to pick things up pretty easy. You know, I'd like to think I'm kind of smart. So
At this time too, the night is drawn long. I'd say it's probably midnight now.
Yeah, you could probably see that Victor is starting to get a little weary-eyed.
And any of you who've not been eating, you're gonna start feeling the effects of hunger.
I'll tell you what, Victor. Why don't you go inside, make us all something to eat, and I'll take care of the horses up here.
All right, and he kind of gives it a little nod, and then he hands the reins over to Father first, and then he'll just kind of go work his way inside and go to the kitchen area, I guess.
Yeah, just before you head inside, watch out. Stella's throwing a knife in there, and it's got
do
a bunch
what
of smoke
now?
on it and everything. Yeah, some weird like crazy knife. I haven't figured it out yet, but be careful.
Careful, Stella's throwing a knife in there.
Victor's just blinking, just like, what? Okay, all right.
Victor's like, how am I ever going to keep anything a secret with these people around?
Exactly. Like he's
True.
got a new agent that's just all about just swatting into buildings
Yeah.
Go, go, go.
And-
That's why they hired her, man. They needed some man. Yeah, we need some
and then we got a father that's just like, I need to rid the world of every demon in the world. And then we got Julian over here, the mad scientist, who's just like, I am gonna blow shit up.
Yeah, I love
You know
this.
what's funny
posse.
is Silas was also going to be an agent
Mhm.
before I decided
Yep.
to kill him and have the father.
Yep.
Like
Oh,
Silas was also an agent.
Well, trust me.
Yep.
Victor knows.
Well,
Victor
yeah.
knows.
I was just saying it for everybody.
Yeah.
Like my original character was also going to be that, so we would have had us,
3 agents. Oh
That
my
would fucking
three
nice.
agents and one mad scientist.
That's like a sitcom,
Yeah.
Yep.
That
But
sounds like
alright.
the start of a really good porn.
right? So
But
everyone but
I
Stella
also
has yet to
considered
eat.
that. Huh?
Go on. You also considered.
Yeah, I also considered. I was like, everybody else is probably going to go with like agent or something like that. I want to try something different.
I'm
So
doing
that's
a
why I
new
decided-
agent. Okay.
I'm different.
I'll work for it.
I gotta stand out, guys.
Stand out above the
Thought I
crowd.
was standing
do my
out by
writing?
being an agent.
Okay, you're an agent. My character's a new.
I know, but I figured I thought I was the one
Did
that
you
was
say your
standing out
character's
with
a
agent.
nude agent?
Nude, yeah. She's
Yeah.
Applejack.
Nude.
Oh,
Oh
It's
god.
No
Applejack all over
pants.
again.
It's apple.
That's what runs in the town of no pants.
What the-
zone.
I gotta learn what's all about with Applejack apparently, because
Yeah,
apparently this is a
Applejack's
wild
great.
ride.
Applejack was a wild ride.
The rest
She
of
was
the
a
time-
miss.
It
Good
is-
driver. Pizzoso driver.
True. It is past midnight now. And so now the night is wearing on very long. The only one who has slept as of right now is Creed. The only one who has eaten is Stella.
I'd like to believe I've got some kind of travel rations I'm snacking on out there.
Okay. Alright, so at midnight you
was-
start chewing on some travel rations.
Victor is inside the kitchen finding whatever means of food and getting into like a meal of sorts since he's been keeping tabs of making sure to drink, but he's
Yeah.
still kind of hungry. He's definitely
Wait, which
getting
one of
there.
us is controlling the wagon right now?
I gave the reins to you.
Oh, okay,
I'll
here
make
we
a
go.
ride and
Let's
roll.
see.
Let's see how the horses are faring.
I mean, it's the two lesser of the two evils. I feel like Father Creed would hopefully be better, but who
He's
knows?
unskilled.
He's unskilled. Okay.
Oh,
So you hear a "Hya" from Creed.
You know what? I'm
Betty?
adding my conviction to that roll.
Oh.
Okay, so add a plus d6. Let's go ahead and roll
Well,
the
it does it
d6.
automatically.
Really? Oh yeah, with conviction.
Well, it added it to my D4.
It did, not your
Did?
wild die. We'll bump it to the wild, so that's a
It's
success.
a 9.
Yeah. All right, so go ahead and take away your conviction.
I did.
All right, so yeah, and then the horses they start.
Actually, let me ask you this before we decide that I'm doing the conviction.
Mm-hmm.
Is conviction like Benny and it runs out every session?
You keep conviction until you use it.
Okay, never mind.
It's
I'm not
not
using
like a
conviction.
Benny. Okay.
Oh,
So-
are you gonna use?
I'm gonna
Oh,
Benny and try again.
Okay. So,
Come
yeah.
on,
7
don't be
Bennies now.
crossing fingers.
Benny again. Guys, I have 8 Bennies. I can try this a couple times. Don't worry.
Oh, no! No!
Okay.
-1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Negative
it's Snake
one,
Eyes.
Snake Eyes.
my God,
Okay,
no.
here's what happens.
Whoa.
So you guys
Well-
hear the crack of the reins. Whoosh, yeah! Whoosh, yeah! like it's just multiple. Like the horses are so agitated, they're like angry at this point, and they refuse to move. So now
I'm gonna hop down and try to check on the horse.
Okay.
Oh my god.
This is what happens when you give the reins to a homeless man with a knife and not the scientist.
Okay, it could have been possible that the father gave you the reins, but I didn't
Julie
think.
and Benny for that. That was very funny.
Ah.
Oh, that was funny.
He's not homeless. He built a house and a church.
So he's technically not homeless anymore,
Return
but
horses.
But he is still a crazy man with a knife.
God, what would
Yeah.
that be? I guess like notice, so general awareness and perception. So go ahead and do me an awareness roll.
God.
Oh, is awareness a skill?
Sorry, notice. Sorry, notice.
Oh, I was gonna
Yes.
say, uh-oh, I don't have that either.
My bad. Okay. So, yeah, you see that, the two horses at the very rear, their flanks are red, where you have whipped them, almost raw with the reins. You were hitting them a little too hard, and in the same spot, and they were refusing to move. And the wagon is so huge that you need all 6 horses to work in unison for them to want to move the wagon. So, as of right now, you guys are stuck on the trail, and I'd say you guys are around here on the trail.
It's just Julian outside right now, right?
Yes, just Julian and Solomon.
I'm gonna cast and heal those spots.
Okay. Julian, go ahead and make me a notice roll while he's doing this.
Okay.
Julian already has seen this in action. But again, it's like before, he's like acting like he's bandaging them. Blah,
Yeah.
blah.
So he's like, so gently, Julian, you're keeping watch. You're not really looking at what Solomon's doing. You're watching the horizon, making sure that there's nothing, nothing bad coming. Okay, so that's for horse number 1. Yeah, that's a success. So yeah, the horse, the horse is no longer. It feels better. It's still annoyed with you because of how you were handling the horse, but it is no longer. That horse is no longer agitated in terms of its skin.
I'm gonna go over and act like I'm bandaging up the second one.
Good horsey, nice horsey. Yep, and effortlessly. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, like, does everybody in the coach or the carriage notice that the carriage is no longer moving?
Yes.
So, yeah, as Victor's kind of working on making a supper of some sort, he just feels the carriage kind of just stop.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what the hell? I thought the thing was moving, and then he kind of goes to. I can't remember how. Is there? Because I'm on the second floor, right? Because the kitchen is in the second floor.
Yeah, I'll show you guys the wagon. Yes, it's on the second floor. And there are windows, by the way. There's windows. You can see there's red curtains to the windows on the top and the bottom of the wagon.
Oh,
right.
What? There's windows in this wagon?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess you would go to the
if I knew there
window.
were windows.
It's fancy.
So I guess at that point he would kind of go to the window that's right here, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of just open it and be like, "What's the matter out here? I thought we were moving."
Their sides are a little raw from all the rains, and I might have smacked a little harder than I thought I was. So I'm just bandaging them up, getting them feeling a little better here, and get back on the road. I'm gonna let Julian take the reins this time.
All right. As long as we're getting moving. I thought we were trying to make it to Lubbock as quick as possible. But I'll make something in here as much as I can so you guys can have something to eat. But we need to get moving. And then he shuts the window, goes back to cooking.
Okay. Yep, that happens. And yeah, both of the horses now are they're feeling better. They're still pissed, but so far as like injured, they're fine.
Yeah, so he climbs back up and just hands Julian the reins and like, there you go, sir. You have a whip at it.
All
All right, let me show you how it's done.
Here we go. Oh. Oh.
Hiya!
whoosh. And then again, like, the horses are like, "Rah!" They're angry. "Rah!" As horses do.
Yes, horses definitely scream.
Yeah. Yeah, no. They're like, what the fuck, man? Like, you can see all 6 of the horses turn their heads back to look at the 2 of you.
So I'm gonna grab a pebble and throw it up at that window where Victor was.
You see the horses now, like, the 2 that are in the way back have laid down.
Yeah, so I was,
They are not moving for the night. That you have a feeling
have
they're
an
going to want to
idea.
stay.
oh,
Victor-
What if
I'll let
I
him do
pull
his
Oh,
out-
you're
thing
not gonna
first.
throw the rock? You're not gonna
What
throw the
if I-
pebble?
What if I
his
pull
thing
out
first.
Wrangler to scare the horses to
Oh,
keep
gosh.
to start running?
Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, well, Wrangler does elicit a fear check. So, yeah, as soon as... And these horses have never seen a blood wire before. So, yeah, you pull out Wrangler from your shoulders, and he's so cute. He's just, like, flicking his tongue out. He's back to normal size now. You get the feeling you're probably gonna need to feed him soon. And he agrees. Because the second he sees the horses, you hear, like, as the spikes all along him flare out, and he lets out a little hiss towards the horses. And the 2 that were laying down, immediately their eyes are all sorts of wide. And, yeah, let's see how bad this gets for everybody. Okay, let's see.
I like this idea better than what I was gonna do.
This is pretty funny.
Oh
Alright.
no!
Let me look something up really quick. This should be pretty good.
Mom was
This
just
I'm
gonna
about to
be.
go into
This
lightning
posse.
speed.
This
Yeah.
posse is crazy incarnate.
Yeah. So
Mom was just gonna be throwing a pebble up at the window and say, "Yep, camping here for the night."
Yep, the 2 horses are like, we're done. Done with y'all's bullshit. But maybe they're not.
They might not be done.
Okay.
Not after
so,
this.
Solomon, let me show you why they call me the fastest in Texas.
Oh my god!
Okay, so the horses, they see this. Oh god. And it's got a 1 modifier. Okay. So... Oh... Alright,
Oh,
so yeah, the
no.
horses are frightened, but they are hesitant. Like, they are scared so much to the point where, like, they don't want to move. You can see, like, the 2 horses that are closest to Wrangler, they are pulling against the reins to just get away. Not so much to move the cart, but just to, like, put as much distance between them and the snake as they possibly can. And they're pushing up against the horses in the middle, and the horses in the middle are starting to startle, and they're starting to rear, and they're starting to kick. And they're starting to, like, even start kicking the mechanisms that hold them to the cart.
Oh no!
Threatening
Oh
to break
no!
the mechanisms to get away from that snake.
Oh no.
And the horses at the
Julian
front are
puts-
rearing up. They're, like, baying loudly, and everyone, even those of you inside, can hear these horses getting so riled up.
What in Sam hell is going on out there? He's talking as he's making this bowl of, like, some kind of soup or chili.
Beans.
Beans.
Or beans.
Julian immediately holsters Wrangler back into his jacket.
You hear a little hiss of protest as the... It's like, I'm hungry. You showed me food. And now you're like, no food for you. But the second you do that, the horses are... They're still, like, shaken. And they are shaken. Because they, you know...
But
it's
not
spooky.
scared.
Yeah, not stirred.
They're not stirred.
So yeah, they are rigidly in place, and they are all staring at you. But you get the feeling like it's gonna be hard to get them moving again tonight.
You got any other ideas, Solomon? Or should we just go to bed, actually?
I believe we
tired.
should probably just camp here for the night.
All right.
Call it a day, if you will.
Agree, Father. It's the first time I call you Father. It's weird, because you're
You
young.
do me a notice roll.
Say notice.
Mm-hmm. Notice.
I noticed that button is here now.
Make sure you lock your sheets too whenever.
Benny.
Okay, Benny away. Okay. So,
Yeah.
you know, as Julian's talking to you, Solomon, you can see, like, So you look out into the distance, right?
Mhm.
And you get this feeling like the night has gone very still. And not just because, you know, you guys are not moving in your stagecoach, but very still because you're not alone. You look out towards the east, and you see there's that figure that...
Towards where?
So, to the east. So, to the right.
Okay.
There's a figure standing behind some hills, but it's close. And, you know, as you're... I want you to also... You do me a spirit roll before you do anything else. Don't do rolls unless I call for it.
I do rolls for my own sanity.
Uh-huh. Okay. So... Oh, man. Alright, so you see this figure way out in the distance. But not that way out. It's... You haven't seen it before? Oh, wait, did you see it at the mine?
No, Julian did, but not me.
Okay. Well, Julian didn't notice, unfortunately. So Julian's talking to you, but you have, like, this 1,000-yard stare.
Which, I'm gonna guess that... Did Victor describe it to him earlier? No? I don't
No.
think so, actually. Damn
No.
it.
I didn't describe it. I just said it was like an unwelcomed attention.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to assume this is what he was talking about then.
Yeah, safe to assume. So, you're looking at this creature, and you hear a woman's voice emanating from somewhere. You don't really know where exactly. But at first, you feel something crowding your mind, almost like really thin tendrils, kind of slowly moving themselves over your mind, but your resolve saves you. Oh, with that successful spirit roll, you kind of shake your head, and the tendrils recede. And this woman's voice fades away. And you're left in this deafening silence. But all you can hear is just...
Stare down.
Yeah, you can, like, in this moment, you hear nothing. Except for that woman's voice. And even, like, Julian talking to you, his voice just goes from, like, normal talking to muffled to muted. You can't hear him. But his mouth is moving.
And without looking away, I just say, Julian, you remember when you told me to tell you if I was planning on doing something?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You see that straight over there? And like I said, I haven't looked away yet. I'm just staring,
Mm-hmm.
locked in on it.
Good.
You see that over there?
Do you look, Julian?
I'm looking.
You see it.
I'm trying to find.
You see what he's looking at. It's a dark figure standing there. It's a very amorphous looking figure, now that it's closer. You don't see a hat. You don't see a cloak. It's just a black figure. And you can tell that its face is looking at you. And you have a feeling it would be staring at you should you be passing by it on the wagon. But you guys are stopped. And you notice, too, it's not alone. You can look around, and from various hills and rocks, you see that there's multiple of these figures.
Oh,
And-
shit.
And you notice the second that you lay eyes on it, Julian, you hear your mother's voice. It's her, 100%. You hear her. Julian? Julian?
Mom?
Come here, Julian. Dinner's ready.
Oh shit, it's a gloom thing.
What the hell? I thought.
And that's where we'll end today's session.
That
So-
bit. Oh my! I have been holding my piss in this whole time.
Yeah, you can go pee.
Oh my god.
Dude, this was like a fucking 6-hour session. How did you hold it in?
Yeah,
What the
holy
fuck?
shit.
I peed before the start, and
I think I peed like 3 times during this.
I know I've.
Yeah.
I need to go pee.